remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And blow your heart, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny.
I knew there was something I forgot. We're here for one more night. One more night of the exquisite anguish that we call the RNC as I look for my void coffee. We got to have that void coffee, chat. It's very important. I looked at myself last night as the stream was ending, and I could see how tired I was, how worn out I was, how this total coverage was turning me into a modern day version. You should hear something now. I can almost guarantee you that you are just, oh my gosh, you know what? That's it, chat. You know what? Wait, no, I did. I put it on low delay. Oh my god, I put the... Okay, so if... Oh, that's confusing. Sorry about that, chat. I'm just trying to make sure that there we go, void coffee. We got it. And hopefully you had to reload. See, that's weird. That's weird though, right? Because literally all what it was is like... All right, let me show you, chat. Look, I've been giving you a little bit more behind the scenes than I normally do. I hope that's okay. Hope that's not boring for anybody, being too much of a tech nerd. But right now, I've got a microphone that I can't like manually mute. There's no like button on here that mutes the microphone. So unless I want to reach over here and mess with the interface, what I do when I mute is that... Hear me. And what I said was, and you see now I'm muted so you can't hear me. So yeah, I'm either... It's this button on the... Oh my god, what the fuck? Yeah, push the button again. God damn. I was just saying we're on ultra low. See, in showing you the button, I ended up pressing it again and not unpressing it. So there we go. I think we're good now. What's up, Poe in the Dish? What's up, Germ? What's up, CJ? What's up, Narwhal? I thought it was a bit. It does seem like a bit, doesn't it? It does seem like a little bit of a bit. But yeah, so like, I hope you're okay. Don't take any risks of, yeah, I hope you're not taking any risks on my behalf. I appreciate your support, chat. I'm glad to have you all here because, yeah, if you were here last night, I think I was cooking. I think I found something that I'm good at. Reacting to Republicans live in real time, whether it's Donald Jr. or JD Vance, or tonight it's going to be the big guy himself, chat. We're going to get down and dirty with Dirty Donald.
Did everything right and they indicted me.
So like, now I've told you before that, you know, we of course we've got like Tipster.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
And we've got Nicholas DiOrio, who is the tipster for the straights, right? Basically the same thing. Basically, Nick DiOrio is if you want to, you don't have to watch Nick DiOrio's content. If you want to understand it, just understand he is tipster for the straights, right? And then in addition to that, we have Anna Kasparian, the tipster of TYT, right? The tipster of the TERFs, right? Turfster, Anna Kasparian. But tonight we have MAGA's tipster, and that is the Trumpster. That is the man himself. I can't believe we only have one soundboard of this guy. Like really, he says so many good things. Like Obama. Oh, Obama was kind of a banger. Like, I mean, that I'm glad to have Obama. I don't have it on my soundboard, but I should. Wait, showing is the butt? Wait, my butt is showing? Do I have that right, Soul Life? Is my butt showing? You can see my butt? Showing is the button, maybe, is what I think Soul Life was actually saying. I had to reload. It never went live for me. Wait, I'm confused now. Yeah, well, look, if reloading works for you, then great. Okay, I am happy. I am happy for you that reloading works. I can't say that I understand how it works. Because it's not on your end, it's on my end, all right? You know, like this was my F up. This was my screw up, right? This was me pressing the mute button. This was me pressing the mute button and not having it unmuted by the time that I was on stream. So that was my silly, my bad. Obama. It reminds me of Pac-Man. Wait, Pac-Man calls him Obama? But there's so many things. I was even reminded of one more. Chat, I have probably purged my mind of everything that happened or like way too much of what happened in 2016. There's so much Trump tint and it's always renewing, much like Tip Tint, right? There's always new. Well, actually, that's not true with Tipster. Tipster's doing gaming now, so there's not as much Tip Tint anymore. But back in the day, there was always new Tip Tint coming out, right? So, and now there's new Trump Tint. And so you forget the old Trump Tint because the new Trump Tint is so damn interesting. He's afraid of a shark, right? He's got like this Captain Hook kind of thing, kind of fear of sharks, right? Where you wonder if there's a shark swimming around with you know, that's already eaten part of him. I won't tell you which part, but you know, if you've hung around enough, you know which part the shark is the delicacy for sharks, right? And it's got an alarm clock in him, and it's waiting to eat the rest of Donald, right? But no, chat. Donald Trump is not going to be taken from us by any you know, assassin's bullet. Donald Trump is not going to be taken from us by any sort of shark, right? He is going to like, look, there's no justice, there's no karma. He's gonna die peacefully in his sleep sometime of natural causes or of some sort of Diet Coke related health condition. Pac-Man did some killer viewer submitted tracks though. Are you talking about tracks like music tracks? Pac-Man has a Trump. Has Trump saying Obama on a soundboard. Yeah, we gotta make America gay again. That's right, Germ. But yeah, we were cooking. We were cooking not just here. We were cooking in shorts. We took it to the Trumpsters themselves, and they did not like it. But that's okay. That's what the banhammer is for, apparently. Oh my god. Chat, does it feel like charging into a goblin's nest with goblin vomit and slop? You know what I'm talking about? Diet Coke related health condition. That's going to be what it is. Yeah, something like that. I think I had a better idea. I think I made a funnier joke last night, but I just couldn't remember it. Anybody remember the joke I made? You got censored? Wait, am I on? I'm on Top Chat. I'm on Top Chat. Chat, if you don't know, Top Chat is for... Top Chat is for silly billies, okay? Oh god, Alex Jones has been going off. Alex Jones has been going off. I think he's going after, Joy Reid. They're mad at Joy Reid because she was like, you know, it's weird that we haven't seen what exact like wound like Trump like we don't know what exactly happened to Trump's ear. We don't know where the other people that were injured or hurt at the rally were standing. That there was information that's like missing from the story. Basically, was what Joyanne Reid was saying, and so Alex Jones is like, that sounds like a conspiracy theory to me. Like, it's just like when Alex Jones calls you out for conspiracy theories, you know that you're dealing with small bean Republicans. Why is Sam fucking Hyde trending? Whenever there's like a event like this, Sam Hyde's fans will be like, oh, I've got a picture of the actual shooter right here. Oh my God, there's so much stuff we didn't go over. There's okay, some of it is on, some of it is even on my, some of the stuff that we missed is even on the, like, wait, I gotta open it for it to be on it. Some of it's up for a vote, right? Some of it's in the poll. There we go, there's that. We gotta change. Some windows around. But yeah, I'm trying to think. I should write it down. I should write it all down. It's like we're good here. Here, let's see what we can do. Just so I remember this stuff. Because there's a bunch of really funny things that happened. All right. So yeah, Trump falls asleep at the RNC twice. This happened. One of these times was during the speech of his son, Donald Jr. And if you don't know, right, there is a little bit of shade that I have detected from the Donald towards his son, towards his namesake, towards Donald Jr. Yeah, there's a little bit of shade being thrown. I get the feeling that Donald Jr. is not his favorite. I get the feeling that he would like to retcon the name Donald Jr. and maybe give it to Barron instead, right? Or Eric, or like literally anyone else. I get the feeling that Donald Jr. kind of gets on Donald Trump's nerves. And yeah, he fell asleep during Donald Jr.'s speech, right? Nightbot doesn't watch The Simpsons. Wait, is Nightbot on here? I am going to need Nightbot or something, right? I'm going to have to replace Stream Elements. And part of that is the bot. Part of what Stream Elements... 8-ball? Wait, do we have... Is Nightbot a thing in here? I think I once had... What's up, Buffy Geek? I think I once had Nightbot in Twitch. I think I have had Nightbot in Twitch before, but somehow it was a problem. I don't remember if I like banned Nightbot or what I did. Nice and unique background. Wait, oh, you're talking about the background. You're talking about the background. Yeah, and I also did a little something with the lighting. I'm not sure if I like it though. I'm not sure if I like it. I tried to change the lighting to make it asymmetric, and you can see it's asymmetric from the fact that my shadow is like over here. My shadow is like somewhere back here, right? And look, if it gets to be a problem, I might have to sew my foot to my shadow, much like a character from stories, right? We're gonna deal with Doctor Hook, Dr. Trump. What am I talking about? We're gonna deal with Captain Trump. There we go, Captain Trump. Yeah, the background does look awesome. Well, look, I gotta thank the Throne Gang for that, all right? That is right down here. People contributing to my throne. You are what makes this stream look better. And I always feel a little bit obliged when that happens to try to, like, upgrade my OBS setup and try to get more. I mean, that's where the whole move transitions came from. I feel obliged when people, like, because when people are willing to spend money to make the stream better, then it's kind of like, oh my god, they believe in me, and it's like that makes it so I'm like, okay, well, I should believe in me, right? If you all believe in me, I should believe in me as well, right? If you use Nightbot, the stream elements you have to disable the bot. Oh yeah, that's true too. Well, I want to get past stream elements, right? I think I've explained this before. There's a reason that I don't do sponsorships. I get offered, by the way, like my mailbox is just full of offers for Stream Elements sponsorships. But I don't want to advertise like Raid Shadow Legends type stuff, right? I don't think anybody needs Raid Shadow Legends in their life. We tried the Star Wars game. That was a little bit better. But I did hear back that some people kind of get... You know, it can be like that kind of thing can be like addictive for some people. So, you know, there's probably a better fit as far as a sponsor. So I don't like the sponsorships that they offer me, first of all. But even if they gave me something that I really, you know, that really fits with the screen, like the language software, or I'm trying to think what else. Coffee would be the shit, right? If I could get, I would love to sell Void Coffee. But I don't know if there's anything worthy of being called Void Coffee. But the problem is that if you do sponsorships with Stream Elements, they're making money off of it, and that's not a good company. I've looked into the company, I've looked into the ownership, and these people have some really disturbing takes on what's going on in Gaza. So I don't want to have anything to do with that. In fact, I would like to not even have... Like, I mean, I'm not paying anything to Stream Elements at the moment. I'm not making any money for Stream Elements. But it would probably... I just would rather use a different software. But it's kind of like that... You don't just replace it with another software. You replace it with the software, with a bot, and with something else that I don't know because I'm not tech savvy. You won't have Joe Biden to kick around much longer. That's what I've heard. This weekend may be the expiration date for the Biden campaign. We don't know for sure. We don't know what we don't know, but we do know that Joe Biden said that it would take an act of God to get him out of this race, to get like, you know, he feels like the God's put his like approval on him. And so it would have to be God that stops. And that's a dangerous thing to say, right? When you say something like, you know, it would take an act of God to get me out of the campaign, God might just do something. And indeed, Joe Biden has contracted the COVID once again. Anybody keeping track of this? Miska says Trump now has gauges now, and the corp donors have an Apple tag on his ear. Wait, gauges. Oh yeah. Yeah, he got some cartilage work done, didn't he? He got some cartilage. Right, I'm waiting until Trump has one of those like 90s like cartilage piercings, right? He's going to do gauge. No, he's going to go full like raver tribal He's going to get one of those circular things that you just get bigger and bigger and bigger. He's going to do that. But yeah, we've got some odds and ends to clean up, some stuff that I haven't gotten done this week because there's so much going on. And I obviously, there's also a speech by a man, and that man's name may or may not be Trump. God, this Piers Morgan content keeps on rolling in. PBD, Kari Lake. Just a abysmal conversation to have, really. Oh my God, the hill is still trying to pop up on my on my timeline. It's just not nearly as relevant as it was when Brianna Joy Gray was working there. But yeah, we got some new information about Biden and about basically, it feels like the entire Democratic Party at this point wants Biden to drop out. And also God has spoken. God has made themselves heard, which is actually biblically biblically accurate to use they them pronouns for God. Not because God is necessarily non-binary, but because God is plural. That's right. That's right. It's got to be said. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, I'm going to mute this. All right. So I'm looking at the Republican convention right now, trying to figure out what's going on. Diane Evans, Trump for President campaign volunteer, is up on stage yapping. There's been a lot of yappers this week, right? It's kind of strange, right? How much, to what degree, they let people yap at the RNC. And I don't know if I just don't remember there being this much yapping at a political convention, or if this is actually there's at least two gods in the Old Testament. Yeah, right. I mean, like, it's not that surprising considering how religion works. Like a combination of multiple older traditions into a newer one. And by new, I mean like 2000 BC. Linda McMahon coming up. Mike Pompeo coming up. Okay, so yappers, Humegalols, Z-list, Z-tier drama streamers of the Republican Party. They're dancing, chat. Let me show you this. Let me just show you this. Let's take a look. Look, there we are. Do the little Trump shuffle. Make America great again. Do they still have the expel all immigrants signs? Fire Joe Biden, I see. Make America great again, I see. Bring back common sense, I see. Mass deportation now, I believe. We are Jews for Trump, right over there. And then on the other side, there's weird groypers for Trump. Weird groypers for Trump. You got to keep those two factions apart, all right? You gotta. Whoa, what's this guy doing? Do you see this guy? He's cooking. He's cooking. Do you see him? He's cooking. He's cooking. He's going this way. He's doing a little. Look at this guy. What is he doing? Look at him. Do you see him? Chad, I want to zoom in on him. He's oh my God, did you see him? Did you see our dude? This is our dude right here. Let's go back to that. I mean, that was kind of cool. Let's just zoop that back. There he is. There's our special guy. Okay, so we're gonna zoom out. You're gonna see him. He's the dancer. Yeah, there he is. What is that guy on? That guy's on some chems, chat. I don't know my Fallout New Vegas chems just yet, right? I've stayed away from the chems so far. Like, they scare me. Like, it's one thing to get faded, okay? I've been known to get faded. That's okay. But to get faded in a post-apocalyptic setting, that's very dangerous. And also to use the weird chems and stems that are available that I'm not familiar with. It's very scary. Oh my god, we got the giant Mad Hatter. Oh my god, this is like, it's like a rave, but with like boomers. It's a boomer rave. It's a boomer rave. The boomers are raving. Who told the boomers they could rave? Did we give them permission? I don't remember giving them permission. The rumors of Biden stepping down do seem to have some truth to them. Zan, get addiction clear. Oh, you can get addiction. Wait, are you talking about Fixer, Germ? Is it Fixer? You're talking about Fixer. I learned about this the other night, right? The only thing that I've used so far are stim packs that like basically increase your health, and Mentats, which increase your intelligence. Those are the only Fallout New Vegas drugs. Chems. Sorry, chems. They are called chems. We were talking about in a video game. There's Linda McMahon. She looks a bit different than the last time I saw her. Wait, that is the wife of Vince McMahon? Am I correct? Linda McMahon's husband is caught up in human trafficking allegations. Yo, it's looking grim. It's looking grim. Like the shit that they let Vince McMahon get away with. You know that when I first hung out with, when I dealt with Dylan Burns, right? You can even see one of the thumbnails where I react to one of his videos. It's a picture. It's like half Dylan and it's half Mr. McMahon, and that's not me comparing Dylan to Vince McMahon, which seems kind of a little over the top now, right? That's what Dylan, that was the character that Dylan played. Dylan Burns was the Vince McMahon. As Vince McMahon is to the WWE, so is Dylan Burns to Twitch politics. Obviously, people did not know the depths of the scandal of Vince McMahon. So I trust that Dylan was not comparing himself to any of those things that Vince McMahon does, but who hosts with Robbie now? I don't even know. Soul Life's talking about The Hill, and I'm just talking about how it disappeared. It disappeared from my feed, and what that means is that their analytics are bad, right? They're not doing well. Their videos aren't doing well. People aren't clicking on their thumbnails, or people aren't watching their videos. But whatever it is, Piers has gone full conspiracy nut job in some ways. I mean, I was heartened to find out that he is actually pushing back against Kari Lake. So, I mean, at least there's that, right? I was assuming that he was just like on board, but yeah, he was kind of on board with PBD. Oh, did you see the work? Soul Life, thank you for reminding me. That's what I was saying. I got distracted. Soul Life, you saved me. You saved me. Okay. Look, let's put this down here. Matt Gaetz. Appearance. I don't know how else to say it. We do need to talk about the Matt Gaetz appearance. I do have the Trump falling asleep thing. Marjorie Taylor Greene's weird noises. You want to hear some weird noises? Apparently Marjorie Taylor Greene's got you covered. We got a little hot mic incident, a little strange kind of hot mic incident, right? This is a mic picking up something that a mic is not supposed to pick up. But we can check it out. That's, this is stuff for the second half. If we hit the dono goal, and if you end up voting for it / donating for it, you know how this works, right? You can vote. There's your poll. Oh, speaking of which, you know what else I gotta do is bring online our good friends over in the... What? Oh, no. Oh, no. God damn it, chat. I thought I was being proactive here. I thought I was doing like a good thing. Let me check and make sure that this thing is not like... Okay. All right, all right. Yeah, I gotta reset everything. I feel so silly. I feel incredibly silly. I thought I reset my computer. I got everything ready and then I reset my computer and I didn't realize that like you gotta set up a stream and hit like publish or something, otherwise it goes away. What are we calling this tonight? Trump tent America's Failson speaks at the RNC. There we go. There we go. We got the full-on slate of Trump tent tonight. And like I said, I'm going to try to catch up with some of the stuff that I haven't watched. There was a Medhi Hasan interaction. Did I say Medhi Hasan? Is Medhi Doctors here? I feel like Medhi Doctors would appreciate that I said Medhi Hasan instead of Medhi Hasan, which is what I'm trying to say. Because Medhi has had another debate with Piers, and like you remember when the shit happened with Destiny, you remember how bad that was. You remember how bad Destiny failed, and they're coping. Oh, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz facelift? Facelift? Matt Gaetz butthead? I've got a bunch of stuff on tap that hopefully we can get through tonight because it's stuff that I've been meaning to address, meaning to talk about, meaning to cover, and I just have not just have not gotten it done. There we go. Two DC insiders debate whether Biden should step down. Medhi's got that. Is Trump the new Hler? No, says Piers Morgan, but it's Piers Morgan versus Medhi Hasan, so maybe Medhi will push back on that. I don't know. Some reactions to the oh yeah, I want to show you a little bit maybe of the reactions to JD Vance, because I felt like I was out on a limb possibly last night in my reaction to Matt Gaetz' speech. So I didn't go super hard on this, but you remember in the beginning and the end, I did say I thought it was kind of low energy. I did say it reminded me of Jeb Bush. And I think it was Rachel Maddow who was comparing him not to Jeb Bush, but to the son of a televangelist. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember who the televangelist was. Chat, throw out some names of televangelists to me, okay? I'm trying. There's a televangelist that's dead, but he has a son that's not dead, but the son is not good at doing the televangelism. And I can't remember which televangelist I'm even talking about. Kevin Hovind. No. Richard Nixon? No, not Tammy Faye, Pat Robertson, Billy Graham. Is there like a Billy Graham Jr. or something that sucks? It's somebody that there's a really famous televangelist preacher guy. And I feel like Rachel Maddow. No, it's not Pat Robertson, who is also no longer with us. Rest in peace. The guy who went to prison, he's still alive. I think this guy's dead, though. I think the guy I'm talking about he's dead. Kenneth Copeland, no, but Kenneth Copeland is pretty. They let Matt Gaetz speak. I think so. I've seen a picture of him. They showed a comparison, right? Because he came there the night before, and he kind of looked normal. Is it Kenneth Copeland? I don't think so. It's somebody like more old school than Kenneth Copeland. So somebody that was like popular in the 80s, maybe. Yeah, Medhi Hasan, exactly. My kitty makes extra hard to wait. Is your cat sitting in your lap while you're trying to type? Because that does make it hard to type. I had this cat that was always like, if I tried to read a book, or I tried to get on my tablet, or any sort of thing that I tried to put in my hands and look, my cat would like sit on that because she wanted me to look at her and she wanted me to pay attention to her, and so she was always just kind of right there. The MTG throat noises, yeah. I think it was Billy Graham. It's Jerry Falwell. No ape. You have got it. I believe it's Jerry Falwell. I think it's Jerry Falwell. Wait, William Franklin Graham. Who's the other Graham guy? Is William Franklin Graham like the son? I think it might be Jerry Falwell and Jerry Falwell Jr. But yeah, the dad is a dynamic speaker and like knows how. Oh, look at this oldies band cooking. Look at this has got to be like the best gig. How much do you want to bet, chat, that these people, they're not even like Republicans. They're not even Republicans, but this is the best gig that you could possibly get. Like, I mean, oh wait, no, it's not. No, it's not, because Trump's involved. Do you know how this works? If Trump's involved with the gig, you are likely not getting paid. In fact, the city of Milwaukee or whatever venue this is might get stiffed, right? Trump is famous for stiffing people. Trump is famous for not, for agreeing to receive services and then not paying the people that provide the services. What band is this? I don't even know. Jimmy Swaggart? Does Jimmy Swaggart have a fail son? It's somebody with a fail son. Or like, not really a fail son. I feel like the son does something. He's like an attorney or something like that. A real estate attorney, maybe even. Who's the like preacher that's got a son that's oh, look at the cheeses. The cheeses. I feel like, though, isn't the cheese team? The cheese is the Wisconsin Cheeseheads. No, the Wisconsin 69ers? No, wait, what are they called, chat? The Wisconsin football team. It's the Wisconsin. No, they're the Green Bay Packers. Yes, they're the Green Bay Packers. That's the cheese team. I was like, the Wisconsin 69ers. That's no. There's Mike Pompeo. Mike Pompeo coming out. Mike Pompeo. Oh, also, apparently Peter Navarro spoke at this convention and like got some major applause. Peter Navarro, if you don't know, this guy gets trolled wherever he goes. He's got protesters that will show up whenever he tries to speak and say, I was unfairly targeted by the Biden Justice Department. This is like unfair and shouldn't happen. He's got protesters that show up and just like, they fucking troll this guy, including Anarchy Princess. I don't know if any of you out there know Anarchy Princess, but Anarchy Princess is always there standing behind. There's also Truth Conductor, who's not really a protester as much as a fence sitter. Truth Conductor is like a centrist that is like that. He'll go out and hold a sign of like, we should all like get along. We should all be nice to each other. And he dresses up like a train conductor, sort of, right? And I think he's got a truth whistle too. But yeah, there's a whole culture of like protesters around some of these Republican figures, including Anarchy Princess, who's just a burr in the side of Peter Navarro. But she was not there, I assume. She was not allowed into the venue at the Milwaukee RNC. So, this is the one chance that he can speak without being interrupted, because she's always there otherwise. Mike Pompeo is on Ozempic. I would imagine there's a lot of Ozempic in this audience. The Wisconsin Badgers? Wait, that's another team too. Yeah, wait, I know. Wait, why do I remember the Wisconsin Badgers? Wisconsin Cheeseheads. Cheeseheads, Green Bay Packers. Yes. Cheese does not belong in Ohio. What does Ohio have? You're trying to find a compromise with your kitty? Yeah, I think it was Jerry Falwell and Jerry Falwell Jr. But anyway, they're comparing Matt Gaetz to Jerry Falwell Jr. As far as like being somebody that does not have the ability to electrify a crowd. And it's weird because I feel like I've heard that JD Vance is a good speaker. From what I can tell, JD Vance has a reputation of being a good speaker, but that was not his best night. There's even some speculation, I think, from the MSNBC crowd that the speech that was written ahead of time, right? So the Republican Trump campaign, somebody wrote a speech and they were like, this is going to be the speech for the vice president, but we don't know who the vice president is yet. And then they figure out who the vice president is. So they're like, okay, here's the JD Vance part. Like, here's where you talk about Peepaw and Meemaw. We want to hear about Peepaw and Meemaw. We want to hear about the holler that you never lived in. We want to hear about your fake working class upbringing that you didn't have, right? That's where this goes. But this part is the part where the vice president speaks about Trump. And then this part is where the vice president speaks about themselves. And then this part is where you speak about the incident on Saturday. So they had sort of a Mad Lib speech ready to go that he was supposed to kind of fill in the blanks on. And that might have been what sort of derailed him, is that like a lot of the speech was not like his speech per se. It's not a JD Vance speech. It's a pre-prepared, speech that maybe just he wasn't able to deliver. Yeah, they're still dancing. These guys love dancing. Totally not a cult. That one guy though, that they do have like one good dancer. I will give them that. That one guy was cooking. Where does he come from? Where did they get that guy? Is he even a Republican? Ohio has train derailments. True. Cleveland Browns, Cincinnati Reds, Bengals, Guardians is... Wait, what's the Guardians? The Cavaliers? The Cleveland Guardians. Oh, yeah. That's right. The Cleveland Guardians. That's what they changed the name to. Oh, Matt Gaetz or Trump Jr.? No, Trump Jr. is just, he's a fail son. All right, we already know about Trump Jr. and the fact that not even his dad seems to like him. Like, he's going to get passed over, right? If Donald Trump has to choose between one of his sons, well, it's really going to be Barron, but like one of his older sons, it's going to be Eric, right? If he has to choose between all the sons, it's going to be Barron, and really, I don't know. Maybe you clicked on Void Coffee Chick. Wait, what? I just had a whole Hasan moment. Papa John made a critical speech, very critical. The Papa John, the N-word guy, the N-word Andy. Papa John, that Papa John. Where's Dan Bongino? He should be speaking. What's up, Firebird? Ernest Angley. No, I don't think it's that. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of Jerry Falwell Sr. and Jr. What's up, Omega Star? Good to see you as well. I'm glad we're all here tonight. Yeah, I'm taking my time in getting to it, and let's get going. Let's get going. I've been sort of in this what do you call it? Like a holding pattern. I'm in a holding pattern, okay? It's ironic that Donald Trump was hated by his father and that now he hates Donald Jr. Yeah, treats him the same. That is true. Yeah, that's some deep lore there that Narwhal by Nature's got. That is some deep lore right there. Yes. Yes. And apparently, you know, a lot of Trump's personality might have to do with his interactions and his relationship, or you know, kind of the troubled relationship between him and Fred Trump, his racist dad. So the apple didn't fall far from the tree as far as the racism goes, but I don't think he ever really made his dad happy or made his dad proud. Certainly could not have been proud when his dad was going in to bail out Donald in the casino business. How do you lose in the casino business? That is the one surefire. You know, if you got enough money to get into the casino business, you should be fine. You should be good. The Hoosier is an Indiana thing. Yeah, it's because in Indiana, okay, back in the day, it was a rough and tumble kind of place. I guess it was Indiana like the Wild West before the Wild West. The Wild West just kind of keeps moving, right? And they would have these barroom fights, these just wild, you know, fights erupt in a bar room. And the next morning, the barkeeper is like picking through all the broken furniture and the sawdust and the smashed, you know, glasses and dishes and everything else. And he sees a little bloody pink thing and he picks it up and he says, "Who's here? Who's here?" Because somebody's missing an ear. Somebody got their ear bit off in that fight last night, and the barkeeper wants to know who's here. So that's why it's called the Hoosiers. It's literally a weird flex for Indiana, isn't it? People bite each other's ears off in our bars. Welcome to Indiana. Chad is right. Ivanka is Trump's favorite son. Yeah. The love he could never get from Fred. Exactly. Okay, so yeah, I was like on my way to... Oh, that's what I was doing. I was putting together all this stuff. How do you spell it? Milwaukee? Milwaukee. Milwaukee. There we go. But so far, I would say the breakout star of this whole show has got to be Governor Justice of West Virginia and his bulldog, Baby Dog. Is it Baby Dog? Is that the name of the bulldog? I keep on forgetting if her name is Baby Doll or Baby Dog. Oh my god. Oh my god, Omega Star, thank you for the gift sub to Miskatonic Petrol. Miskatonic Petrol, you just got weaseled. You've been weaseled. I think it's this button. You've just been weaseled. That's the weaseling button. That's a good thing. That's a good thing because it starts us off on, you know, the right foot by adding 6% to the dono goal. So we're now at 6%. So yeah, and this is how this works, right? So we got the poll here. I'm about to make another stream exist, bring it into existence. This guy's the senior pastor. What happened to the junior pastor? I shouldn't make a joke. I don't know anything about like pasture seniority, but it's not pasture like pasteurized, even though it is Milwaukee. Wait, is cheese pasteurized? Do you pasteurize cheese? I've heard a lot of these Trumpkins out here, they're not pasteurizing their milk. They want the raw milk. They're pretty sure that there's something that they're putting in the milk when they pasteurize it that's like not good for you. And that sounds pretty dangerous, actually. In fact, from what I know, that is pretty dangerous. That is pretty dangerous. The raw milk thing is, but it's huge in the. It was huge in the natural health scene about what, like in 2019 and before. And so therefore everything that was huge with hipsters, with left-wing hipsters, like in the 2010s, is now huge with the right-wingers in the 2020s. That's just how it works. They get the refried trends. I drink swamp water along with raw milk. We're gonna get into that swamp today. Look into why milk is pasteurized. Yeah, there's a good reason to pasteurize it, right? Milk is a strange substance, though. I don't want to get into milk because I don't want to yuck anybody's yum. Some of you out there probably really like dairy products. You really like cheese. You really like milk. It's not for me, but I'm not going to get into why, and I'm not going to try to get into the argument between dairy and dairy-free and all that shit, because that's not what we're talking about. Not what we're talking about at all. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, I have to I forget, I have to type in the poll twice. But yeah, Trump has fallen asleep twice now, and it's weird. I don't see, I feel, anybody else feel like the media, the liberal media, whatever you want to call it, it's really the centrist media, but let's be real. Anybody else feel like they're afraid to criticize Trump? Like anything that seems like a low blow, anything that seems like, like the dude is falling asleep. Like if he ripped a huge fart and it was audible on Marjorie Taylor Greene's mic, I will bet you that they would not report on that because they would be like, oh, we don't need to get in trouble. This, they're treating Trump like he's 9/11. It took 10 years before people could joke about 9/11. It took 10 years before we went to this weird, like, reverential, like, excuse to go to war in Afghanistan and Iraq when really the call was coming from Saudi Arabia. It took 10 years to go from that to the memes of the Valentine where you got two towers holding hands and there's an airplane there and it's like, I'm falling for you. Get it? Oh my God. And I don't think the memes were even that good. Was that really worth? It's not worth waiting 10 years for, honestly. But yeah, they're treating Trump like Trump is 9/11. Trump is the Twin Towers, right? You have to respect. Never forget, chat. Never forget. Never forget. But when that precious man's ear was taken from us, Shakespeare says, when the bourgeois media ever actually been a threat to the bourgeoisie, well, they would have a go at Trump. In a weird way, actually, right? Because you remember the joke about, well, maybe you didn't hear this, right? There was a joke about like Governor Justice, the governor from West Virginia, who is the owner of Baby Dog, that adorable British bulldog that is his pet and partner on social media. There was a joke that he's the kind of guy that sits on the couch with his dog and he's like, treat for you, treat for me, treat for you, treat for me. Like that's what he does. But that's how the media handles Trump, right? As in negative story for Biden, negative story for Trump, negative story for Hillary, negative story for Trump, right? Because they're so afraid of being accused of being biased. And the truth of the matter is, as far as the negative stories that are available to cover, that are available to talk about, that are happening, as far as the scandals, the legal cases, etc., there is just a steady stream coming in on the Trump side, and kind of a trickle coming in on the Democratic side, because the Democratic Party, they know that scandals are bad for them, that they will be held to a certain, bar that's not going to be held over here, right? But Trump knows that he can do anything that he wants, and it's not gonna really affect him. They're going to handle him with kid gloves. They're going to grade him on a curve, right? So as a result, it's like treat for you, scandal for you, scandal for Trump, scandal for, but they have to go back and forth. So that's what the media was doing before. But now it's kind of like sometimes when the scandal comes in, it's like, okay, it's time to talk about the bad thing about Trump. They're like, I'm not going to say that. I don't know who Libs of TikTok is going to go after next. I don't know who Fox News is going to go after next. I do not want to be sitting in that seat where I am blamed as the one that has gone too far and is to blame for all the violence, all the violence from the left wing, like the Republican that gave Trump a high-powered ear piercing. They pasteurize the milk and then they use it for cheese. Oh, here we go. We've seen this before. Are you ready? We got to do this. It's all about dancing tonight. Okay, now here's the deal. Okay, Democrats, you need to dance. You need to dance. We need you to dance, okay? You got to keep up with this shit. When you do your convention, you better not fail to dance. But if you want to see the Democrats fail, let me show you this. Now, I don't remember this. Oh God, I do remember the fight song. I can't find it. There's a Hillary Clinton song. Somebody played it and I saw it, and it was not the Hillary rap song, not the Kate McKinnon song. I'm looking for it, chat. The rec called Hillary Clinton. That's not what I'm looking for. What is this?
To Texas and then all over the United States. We did a cleaning in that White House, and we need a woman to clean.
Wait, is he gonna? Oh no, that is cursed.
Ready? We need a woman in the White House, and that person's Hillary Clinton. She's the one. We need a woman in the House, the White House. Come on and join us.
All right, chat. This is not what I was looking for, but.
Our fight has just begun. That's right. Hillary in the House.
Hillary in the house.
Hillary in the White House.
Why didn't this win?
All we gotta do is sing. We don't need no bling. We got the real thing, and that's Hillary Clinton. She's the one. Let's get loud. Let's get real.
This is so good. How did this campaign not win? I don't understand.
Let's get real. Hillary.
I can't find it.
Hillary in the House. Hillary in the White House. Hillary in the House. Hillary in the White House. Hillary in the House. This is a message you gotta listen to. Hillary in the White House. Always. Hillary in the White House. Hillary in the House. Hillary in the White House. Hillary in the House. Hillary in the White House.
Oh my God, what is it? This one?
Hillary is just a candidate for me because I'm a corporation.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, this is the Trump version of this is the parody. Okay, so there he is. There's Donald Trump. Wait, did he get rid? No, we still got the ear diaper. He still got his My Pillow. That is an official My Pillow ear diaper. You can get it, official Trump merch. Make America gauzed again, I guess. Make America gauze again. Oh my god. I am so, like, running slow tonight because I'm so tired from last night. There was another Hillary Clinton campaign song. Make History with Hillary, is this it?
Make history with Hillary.
Jeez. That is cursed. Toggle cat ears, really? Do I have cat ears? Is that Kid Rock next to him? I mean, probably. I didn't see. I was looking away for a second. Who is this? I didn't see this guy come out. No, Adderall. What are you talking about? We're gonna pop some Mountain Dew Red, right? That's what Trump's on. These octogenarians, they need their Mountain Dew Red. And then JD Vance will make fun of you for your dental issues. Look at how the liberal media turned on Biden. I don't know what denomination. It's a pastor. Some of the churches, oh, the other pastor, yeah. Some of them have minister pastors. It's complicated, isn't it? Starry VR, what is up? Good to see you here on your 3-stream watch streak. Yeah, so there's a video. I'm not sure if I can go over it. Shakespeare is talking about a video about Matthew Thomas Crooks that talks about how his father, I think, was so they do this rating thing, right? Where they use like available data. You know, when you use your cell phone, you create data. When you do anything online, you create data, and they use this data to build voter profiles. So his father was profiled. And apparently in the town, right, profiled at as the 17th most likely person in this whole town that they lived in to be a Trump voter, right, based on his interest in the NRA and guns and all the other stuff that he does. I think that you're talking about the Channel 4 BBC thing, I believe. Mountain Dew Red, one time, I think I had Mountain Dew Red one time, and I think I just fell asleep after I drank. That's the effect that caffeine sometimes has on me. When I am too tired, it doesn't actually work. Oh, Adam Mockler. Yeah, Shakespeare, you're talking about the Adam Mockler going over the Channel 4 video, right? I'm aware of Adam Mockler. I've hung out in Adam Mockler's chat. I love a good caffeine nap. Sometimes it does it. Sometimes that's the best thing for you. So anyway, I can't find you that Hillary Clinton theme song, but campaign theme song number 3? What the fuck? How many theme songs does she have?
Hi, I'm Hillary Clinton, and I need some advice from everyone out there who's watching this. Here's the issue. What do you think our campaign song should be? There are so many great choices.
Oh shit, the nominees. I like big butts. No! What is this? No! No, that's Trump's song. Come on. You don't have a big butt, Hillary. Not compared to Trump. Not compared to who you're running against. You can't use I like big butts. Oh my god, we built this city. On rock and roll. What's the third one? I don't even know what this is. Okay, I don't understand. Actually, I'm gonna give up on this. I can't find it. Hillary for you and me? Is it Hillary for you and me? Oh, maybe it's from the Obama campaign. The Hillary versus Obama, 2008. I think this might be it. Yes, I found it, chat. I was just about to give up. It's like Minecraft. You're about to give up on those diamonds, but they're right next to you. You just have to keep... Yes. Hillary for you and me. Back on democracy. Hillary. Oh, the dancing is so good. Oh my god, this is so good. Chat, this is so fucking good. Leaving the children behind. No child left behind. She's gonna fix climate change.
So we know it's time for a change.
Hillary and me. This is... Chat, I don't understand. How did she not win? She had the best stuff. How did this lose?
Everyone for Hillary.
Look at the passion. The passion that these people had for Hillary 2008.
For what we all know is right. Experience is great. Instead of war, we can negotiate. Education, health, and world affairs. Hillary is the one who cares. This lady knows how to lead. In this president's race, she will succeed. For you and me, bring back our
Look at what we missed. All because we listened to the guy that gave good speeches instead of Hillary. All because we were a little bit too uptight about things like signing off, rubber stamping the Iraq war, right? That, you know, just a little war as a treat. She just wanted to have a little war. Little war in Iraq. Iraq, you know, had nothing to do with the 9/11, but, you know, go ahead and sign off on George W. Bush's war. I'm sure. What's the worst that could happen? There we go. It feels like a sitcom. It does. Like a 90s sitcom. I feel like it's even older. Is it like an 80s sitcom? Is that 90s? Is that 80s? I don't know. It's got some kind of old vibe. Like 90s sitcoms are like the one with Urkel, right? The Urkel show. What was it called? The Urkel show? If Hillary won, we'd be living in like the Jetsons right now. That's right. That's right. Oh my God. We don't have conservatives coming in here and taking this seriously, do we? I mean, I am wearing cat ears. I don't know why cat ears would be associated with Hillary though. Yes, I'm a huge Hillary Clinton fan. Didn't you know? That's right. Pokemon go to the polls. We got to go to the polls and vote for Hillary. Actually, so oh my God, chat. You know what? I need to talk about this, okay? I need to talk about this first. Then we can talk about the act of God. You know, Biden said that he wasn't going to get out of the race without an act of God. God has spoken. God has said, you get COVID. God is like Oprah, but with viruses, right? It's like, you get a COVID, and you get a COVID, and you get a COVID. And Biden has gotten COVID. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. How many times has Biden got COVID? How many times has Biden got COVID by now? How many times has this been for Biden? Cat ears were associated with the pussy hats? Really? Did they have cat ears? Oh, I get it, because puts, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And maybe that's why E. Jean Carroll called her cat vagina, right? Oh, that's what I need. I need the Trump, I need the soundbite of Trump saying vagina, because I feel like that's a banger from Trump. Look, like I said, I was complaining about this earlier. We've only got one Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That's all I've got. And he said so much more, including vagina and China and Obama. He's got so many hits. He's going to add more. I bet we're going to be adding to that soundboard tonight. Let's see what's going on. What do we have? God bless America. God bless you. Are you singing? Are we singing? I can't I don't have it on, chat. Look, I don't really care, until it's Trump. I'm just going to keep watching to see what's going on. That is live at the RNC National Convention. But what we've got tonight, all right, like I said, I'm going to clean up some of these. We're going to look at Matt Gaetz. There's a few things I haven't covered, right? So I'm going to cover those things. We're going to watch Trump's speech, and probably after Trump's speech, right, we're either going to end the stream because we haven't hit the dono goal yet, or we're going to do another piece of content. And what piece of content? I'm glad you asked, right? The content that you vote for with your little fingers, with your little thumbs, with whatever appendage you want to do. You can get creative, chat. It's your phone. You're the one who has to clean the phone screen. You can use whatever you want to vote in the poll. I don't. It doesn't come to me like this vote came from, this particular appendage or that one, or this is like somebody did this with their ass, or I don't know. Whatever you want to vote with, right? You vote with that. Do I have a cat in my room? I hear a meow. Oh no. My door is still open, so the cat's at least not stuck in here. You're not going near that shark. Yeah, that's right. Wait, we didn't lose YouTube, did we? I think Twitch is just more talkative than normal, right? Is YouTube, are you still on there? Anyway, so here's what I'm trying to say, all right? You got a poll to vote on, all right? Whether you are in Shorts chat, whether you are in Longs chat, I shouldn't call it Longs chat, full screen chat, right? You've got a poll. I'm sorry about Twitch chat that I can't give you a poll, but Twitch only lets me keep polls open for 10 minutes, right? So that's no good. I need a poll to stay open for like a longer time than that to really be able to count the votes. So, right, we've got a poll in full screen stream. We've got a poll in Twitch stream. You can vote in the one that you're in right now, and secret, you can also vote in the other. If you click on my channel and you look and you see the other stream, you can click on that and you can go over there and you can vote in that stream as well, right? I literally can't stop you from doing it. Some people are going to be doing it. So I might as well just tell you all that you can do that so that nobody's got the ability to have 2 votes, whereas other people don't. Everybody, all of you have the ability to vote twice, right? All I ask from you is that you hit that like button on the other stream, because it helps me out greatly. It helps me out a lot. I am massively helped out by you liking the stream and by you liking the other stream. So if you want to vote twice, that's the price right there. Is you gotta use your thumb or your finger or whatever appendage one extra time to also like the stream. So there's that, right? So that affects our poll. That decides what actually gets picked, right? Again, hitting the dono goal, which is now at 6%, and needs to be at 100% by the end of Trump's speech, right? If we want to do extra content, like that's kind of how that works, right? Hitting that dono goal is the first prerequisite, but you can also affect the stream in more ways than just one. You don't just have to affect the stream by voting, because when you donate, whether that donation is in the form of a super chat, super sticker, whether you are getting yourself a membership, getting yourself the weasels, or gifting weasels to someone else through gifting memberships, whether that is a sign up for my Patreon. The link is down in the description. How do you get to the description? I think in short stream, the description is like way up there. There's 3 little dots. You can press those 3 little dots. That'll also maybe give you a good way to like the stream, because I think that's where the like button is as well on Shorts. But yes, click the description. Signups for Patreon also entitle you to affect the vote. See, and this is what this thing right here is about. Or if you're looking, well, no, actually, it's in both streams. It's like right about there. It's there. That I'm pointing to it right now, right in both streams, right. These are your options, and when you donate, you get the ability to put your money where your mouth is, put your donation behind the subject of your choice, and I will add 1% for every US dollar donated, so you can affect the outcome of the vote even more when you donate, right? And that goes for throne donations, that goes for subs on Twitch, that goes for gift subs on Twitch, that goes for, what are they called? Bits. When you throw bits my way, right? You can also use that. So anything that's a dono, ask yourself, is this a donation? Is this me supporting the stream in some sort of monetary way? And if the answer is yes, then after you do so, let me know in chat what you would like to put that money towards, right? Including, yeah, the links in the description for Patreon and for Cash App if you want to donate more directly without the platform taking its cut out of it. That counts as well, right? So any kind of donation counts, and I will add them up. I will add them to the totals of communist invading radicals. Like that. Like that. That counts. That literally counts. Omega Star, I need to know what you are... What do you have in mind as far as content we can cover? The other thing you can say, like, right, these are your options. They're the same as what's on the poll. I've also got Fallout New Vegas on here in case the gaming frogs want to have a go at it and try to lead me in that direction, although it's a little bit harder. MTG is getting 7. So right off, MTG 7 extra points. So you see the polls? Imagine that with 7 extra points added to MTG makes weird noises on the hot mic. Because she does. You could also subtract points from these donation levels by saying Vox Populi, because when you donate and put your donation there, it actually takes back points from the points added by donos. So if you want to just throw it back to the vote, and you would say, like, you know, the vote, what people are voting for, that's what we should watch, right? You say Vox Populi, and you don't have to pick one. You're just kind of picking to pick the choice of the masses, right? You're emphasizing the poll rather than the donos if you say Vox Populi. So yeah, again, anything that you donate can get translated into additional percentages for the subject of your choice. We are about to get going right now. So what are our options? Let me remind you again. Trump, RFK, anti-vax call leaked, right? That's Donald Trump calling RFK Jr., trying to get him out of the race, trying to get his endorsement, and saying some a little bit more than he's willing to say in public about vaccines in order to let Bobby Jr. know that he's on his side. He's on his side. He believes what RFK Jr. believes, right? So we could take a look at that. We've got Trump falling asleep during the RNC twice, once while his son Donald Jr., his namesake, is the Failson of the Failson, was speaking. Yeah, Trump fell asleep during that, apparently, right? We've got Marjorie Taylor Greene doing some kind of weird throat singing to the microphone, and we can take a look at that if you vote for that. We have Keffels returns as a option, right? Keffels is apparently returning. If you want to know what the deal is with that, when is she going to return? How is she going to return? What's that going to look like? You can vote for Keffels' return. So right now, Trump RFK anti-vax call is winning in Shorts chat. Trump falls asleep in the RNC twice is in second place. MTG is in third place, meaning Keffels. I'm sorry, Keffels, you're in last place. Nobody likes you. Sorry, Keffels. It's very sad, folks. Anyway. It's a little different though if I look over here into the full screen stream, because I find Marjorie Taylor Greene and her throat noises, her hot mic noises, whatever fucking sounds that she is making is in first place. It is very close, chat. It is very close in the full screen stream. So make sure to vote in that. And you know, very well, if it's this close, the donos might actually decide it tonight. Who knows? We have tied for second, Trump RFK anti-vax call leaked, and Trump falls asleep. 2 additional pieces of Trump tent that might get selected if you vote and if you donate and tell me to put your money on those things, right? And once again, in 4th place, in last place, we find Keffels. Again, it feels like people do not care about Keffels that much anymore. And that's just fine with me because I have dealt with Keffels more than enough. Tempotronica says, I'm a communist invading radical. Well, I'm glad to have you here. Narwhal by Nature is pointing. Oh, you can also double tap the screen to like on shorts. That is true. I have heard some people say that. I think it might work differently depending on your phone. I'm not sure, but yeah. Just like on TikTok, right? Just like on TikTok, if you're familiar with that. I don't know. Are TikTok and YouTube Shorts mutually exclusive? I don't even know. Probably not. Mike. So yeah, yeah, no, I don't think there's anything to cover Tempotronica on Keffels other than in the future, right? This is just letting you know what's coming up, okay? On Keffels. And look, you know, if it doesn't win tonight, I might just like cover it myself soon. But yeah, we'll have more about or I might just wait until Keffels actually comes back and show you that, right? How about that? How about that? That sounds good. Anyway, what? Who's this? Who's this? This is Donald Trump. But that doesn't look like... What? What's this? I'm going to have to press this button to find out, aren't I? Here, let me press the magical button.
Our country, that's what it's going to go down.
He's so quiet. I don't understand.
Please welcome attorney and senior advisor for
That's not a real thing, right?
In the darkest hours, state.
That man looks like a frog.
The history of our country.
Oh, here we go.
That we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our...
For the final years in the history of our country, maybe not even 4.
Same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good...
Same-day voting to make sure none of the poors are able to vote. Yeah, that's important. That's important.
But until then...
Oh yeah, we wouldn't want the winner of the actual election to like win the right. What happened in 2020 was a travesty, right? The person that had the most votes, the person that won the most electoral college delegates actually was selected for president, and that's terrible. That's terrible because chat. I don't know if you know this, but if you've hung around the Republican Party for any time, you'll find out that they're very adamant about the fact that we don't live in a democracy. They don't want a democracy. They sometimes want to tell you that they want a republic, right? Which originally was white landowning men voting and nobody else, but eventually, you know, enfranchised more and more people, which some Republicans really don't like. Some Republicans think that was a mistake, enfranchising women, you know, like ending segregation. There's a lot of these Republicans, they want to go back to the good old days, but when exactly the good old days were depends on the Republican that you talk to. Was it when women were basically property and were unable to divorce their husbands, were unable to do anything without their husbands, or was it even further back? You know, prior to segregation, or was it before the Civil War? It depends on the Republican that you're talking to, right? So we don't live in a democracy, and you know, if you catch them on the right day, we live in a republic. But if you catch them on the wrong day and they're upset, they're going to tell you what they really think is that they want a dictator on day one. They want an autocracy. They want a king. They want a president for life, right? So just so you understand what went on that was so wrong in 2020, it was democracy. We can't have that, folks. Democracy, when everybody votes, you don't get Trump, right? In fact, you didn't even get Trump as the winner of the popular vote in 2016. It was only a fluke of the Electoral College that allowed him to take the office in the first place.
And we must use every...
Let's turn him up. He's too quiet.
They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, We are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with men.
You're the swamp. You're the swamp ass. Okay, just being clear. I thought before this guy was gonna, what, drain the swamp? But no, it turns out he is the swamp. He and his crime family actually are the swamp. So we're gonna swamp the vote.
On Tuesday, November 5th, the way you win is to swamp them.
The way you win is to create such a toxic atmosphere that the overall voting goes down, because when you have the most possible people voting that have ever voted in any election, this guy fucking loses. This guy's got no chance. The only way, depress voter turnout so that only the MAGA loyalists, only the MAGA faithful are there. Everybody else is maybe afraid. They've got people with guns standing at polling stations, intimidating people, right? We got to swamp the vote. That's what we're talking about. We got to hog the vote.
Swamp them.
We got to go full hog.
They can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote.
It's really funny. It's really funny. Same day voting, you know, like he's adamant about that. But at the same time, he knows that if he does what he did last time, that actually makes it less likely for him to win. And that was responsible for the fact that it looked like Trump was doing better than he actually ended up doing in 2020. He told his voters not to vote by mail, not to vote early. And so therefore the votes that came in early were like, it's looking like maybe it could be another Trump administration. And then when you got the rest of the votes, it was like, no, actually not even fucking close. Not even fucking close. There's a lot of people that hate this guy's guts. I'm not convinced that there's that many people that love Joe Biden. I don't think that Joe Biden is that exciting of a candidate. I think that what people were excited about in 2020 was getting rid of this fucker.
So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
All right. Well, we're gonna cut back to the convention as soon as he's actually up there, or what's that? What's going on? Oh, he's walking around. Oh, it's Haba. It's Alina Haba. It's one of his fail lawyers. I can't remember. Is she one of the ones that actually ended up like having to get an attorney herself or not? Some people say, chat, that MAGA actually stands for make attorneys get attorneys, because when you're this corrupt, even your lawyer is violating the law. Okay, so yeah, we're about ready to go. So like I was saying, before I dipped out of this is the dono goal. It's on 7% right now. I don't know when Trump is speaking. I'm guessing it's close to, I'm guessing we got like 3 hours until Trump speaks, maybe less, maybe 2 hours and 30 minutes, maybe, I don't know. We got some number of hours, chat, but if we hit this dono goal, by the time that happens, then you get an extra topic, you get an extra subject, you get an extra segment after the Donald speaks. If not, we can just end the stream right there, and that works as well. But I think it's a lot more exciting. I think it's a lot more fun. And it's a lot more rewarding.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals, welcome in. It's a lot more rewarding when we actually hit the dono goal, and it's especially cool when we do it together. When it's not just like one or two people, but it's a bunch of people. So again, super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership for the channel, make sure to go and enable memberships too. I don't know if people in chat can help each other out with that, but some people, you actually have to let YouTube know that you're willing to receive gift memberships, which is weird because why would you not want to receive a free gift, especially if that gift is the gift of Weasel. If it's the gift of weasels, I mean, that, right? I don't know. That should just default to accepting weasels, but for some reason it doesn't. So you might have to fix that if you want to be the recipient of a free gift sub. Also on Twitch, right at the top of every hour, coming up in 12 minutes actually for you, there is a 3-minute ad break. This is not a skippable ad break like what YouTube gets. YouTube gets skippable ones. Twitch gets 3-minute ad breaks, and it's a lot. And I don't blame you for not wanting to watch that, but I should let you know there's ways to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Those ways include using a Prime sub to avoid the top of the hour ad break for free. Also, it includes, you know, buying yourself a sub. They are now $6. The price went up. So that's a thing, right? The other possible way is that you might be gifted a sub. Unlike in YouTube, on Twitch, people who gift subs, look at that cheese lady. That cheese lady is like, I want to go back to the cheese lady. Can we get the cheese lady? You see the cheese lady? There she is. Make America cheese again. Okay. Anyway, make America Gouda again, I guess. Something like that. But yeah, you're more likely to be gifted a sub when you're active in chat, because that way people can actually see that you're there. You're in chat. You don't have a sub. You're going to be forced to watch the ad break. You'll be more likely to, be the recipient of one of those gift subs if you're actually active in the chat. Otherwise, people might not even know that you're there. Anyway, we are going to get going here. We've got a lot of ground to cover. We've got a lot of content to make up. Starting, I think, with this Medhi Hasan versus Piers Morgan. The topic, chat, the topic is Trump the new mustachioed man? Is he the new bearer of that special type of mustache worn by very few individuals historically? The only other individual I can think of is like Michael Jordan, for a while had a very similar mustache to this German, political official from history, right? Is Trump the new, that person? We got a debate, so it's time to find out. Wait, was that too loud? Chat, I feel like I turned my shit up and we might be too, we'll see if it's too loud.
Genuinely believe that Donald Trump is the new Hitler? Yes or no?
I believe he's someone who quotes Hitler. J.D. Vance is a Republican. He compared him to Hitler. You know perfectly well Biden was not inciting violence. It's a figure of speech. Ben Shapiro had to deny any influence on the Quebec City mosque shooter who killed 6 Muslims in January 2017.
Excuse me? What is even going on here? Uh-oh, I know what's going on. Chat, it's going to get a little bumpy for a second. Hopefully, hold on tight, okay? Hold on tight. I don't know what's going on. Maybe my roommate's downloading a whole bunch of who knows what from who knows where. Or maybe it's just the internet decided to be a poopy head for a second. It's probably not.
I genuinely believe that Donald Trump...
I'm not trying to blame...
I believe he's someone who quotes Hitler. J.D. Vance is a Republican. He compared him to Hitler. You know perfectly...
There we go. We're good.
It's a figure of speech. Ben Shapiro had to deny any influence on the Quebec City mosque shooter who killed 6 Muslims in January 2017. Ben Shapiro called Obama a fascist.
You deflect on every single question I've asked you.
Oh, God. I mean, Trump's called Biden a fascist, right? It's not a thing that you can say that is like one-sided, right?
Because you are so one-sided, Piers, so I have to give some balance.
It's a lot of sad bullshit, and we should be better than this.
You're spreading Russian propaganda.
Russian propaganda?
Let me finish, and shut up, and just let me finish, and then you can say it's propaganda, which is the line that you guys in the left use.
I had to sit here and listen to an insane, ridiculous, nonsensical discussion for 40 minutes.
Oh my God, I feel so bad for you.
Trump has been buried by
Look, wait. I'm sorry, on that last one, I can't help you. All right, if you're going to watch Piers Morgan, that's what you're going to do. That's what you're going to listen to. That's what's going to happen. All right.
In the past 4 years, he lost the 2020 election, and yes, he did lose that, contrary to what he would have you believe. Republicans stammered in the midterms as the red wave became a red trickle. There was a legal barrage, a felony conviction, a mugshot at Fulton County Jail, and this weekend, literal bullets from an attempted assassin were fired at his head. But Trump has risen...
Now, that's really funny because we're combining the literal legal consequences of Trump's actions, right? The literal thing that happens when you violate the law, we're combining that with, and then, you know, the actions of a, what's seeming more and more like an unhinged person who is a right-wing, who has right-wing politics, but whose actions that day might not have had as much to do with Trump per se as we thought originally. As more comes out about this assailant, we're finding out that this person also looked up Biden's name, also looked up Merrick Garland's name, in addition to Trump's name on the day that he did this, right? And maybe just, you know, Trump fell victim to this high-powered ear piercing because he was the closest person to the assailant himself. But it's just dangerous rhetoric, right? Because I keep on hearing this. They shot him. They shot him? No. He, the assailant. We have a name. We know who it was. Like, you know, dude is Swiss cheese now, right? We it's not a mystery. It's not a they. It's not a fucking grand conspiracy. Whoa, we got two for Thursday. Can we get 3 for Thursday? Can we do that one more time? Oh my gosh, if 3 people sign up at once, then that would be so amazing. But yeah, I just have this fascination with it being like 2 for Tuesday, 1 for Wednesday, 3 for Thursday. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean, this is just nonsensical. It's, you know, paranoid. Whoever they are. And also, like, anybody listening to you, that means something different. If an anti-Semite's listening to you, I mean, that's you know what they means to a person like that. If like a QAnon person is listening to you, you know what I mean, like, right? It's like you're feeding into all kinds of bullshit that Piers probably himself does not believe in QAnon shit, and yet he's just like feeding into it nonetheless.
From the rubble of that avalanche and is standing on the precipice of a quite monumental, unprecedented comeback. Nikki Haley once called him unhinged, insecure, and unqualified to be president. But last night, she said this.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
But the way that Piers is saying it is even worse, right? Because when he says they indicted him, the real they is like several different legal districts, several you know, like a prosecutor and a court, and in some cases a grand jury. That is the they that indicted him. Are you saying that the grand jury is responsible for the actions of Thomas Crooks? Is that what you're trying to imply?
Governor Ron DeSantis once said Trump had lost it.
Just sanctimonious.
He energized Democrats more than John Kennedy. Last night, he said this.
That the current president of the United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need...
That's what happens, Chad, in the White House, right? If something happens between, you know, 4 p.m. and 10 a.m. when Biden is...
But now there are freaking communists invading...
When Biden is taking a nap, right? Then they just allow it to happen. They're like, oh shit, I guess...
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking...
2 in a row, yo! Is the band playing right now? Probably. I'll keep on checking on what's going on there at the convention, right? We got 2 in a row, twice, right? It's almost 4.
We need a commander-in-chief who can
Is it Tiffany Trump behind him? I'm not sure.
lead 24 hours a day and 7
This is like the Hillary Clinton thing. I'm going to be there at 3 o'clock a.m. when that phone call comes in. I'm going to answer the phone. And Obama, he's just going to hit the snooze button and he's not going to do anything. Our country's going to be blown up in a thermonuclear explosion.
days a week. America cannot
Wait, why did I give her a Southern accent? She doesn't have a Southern accent.
afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency.
Well, Trump's running mate, J.D.
The
Vance.
real question is, the better question is, do you want a weekend at Bernie's candidate? And it's looking like no. It's looking like no. It's looking like more and more of the Democratic Party is saying no, they do not want a weekend at Bernie's candidate. And in fact, Biden said that saving an act of God, that he would continue to run. And it looks like he fucked around and found out. God gave him COVID.
Once said he was a cynical asshole, unfit for office. Tonight,
I mean, come on, Piers. That's like the easiest. Like, of course he's a cynical asshole. That's why the people that are fans of him love him. Even they would admit that.
Go on stage and tell the RNC that it will be the honor of his life to serve as Trump's vice president. So what's changed here? Is it the Republican Party has been completely reshaped in Trump's image? Is it the personal ambition of canny operators who know that only one man can actually win this? Is it that America needs unity after coming within an inch?
It's Tucker. Do y'all want to see Tucker? Hillary has a chameleon accent. She does. Yeah. Actually, David, you're right. That's a good point. That's a good point. Like, Hillary, when she needs it, when she wants it, like, in other words, if she was campaigning in like a southern state, right? You'd see the southern accent. You'd hear the southern accent. Like, it would appear, right? And if she's campaigning somewhere where it's not advantageous, not so much.
Of a tragedy that would have unleashed deadly chaos and instability. I suspect the answer to all those things is yes. But probably the greatest unifier in America right now is actually the current president, whose latest speech, again, did very little to inspire.
Like America First high-speed rail line that's going to take you from Las Vegas to Los Angeles in 2 hours, create over 30,000 jobs, and guess what? Save billions of tons because of pollution. Because people, all the studies show, you can get from point A to point B in a train or a vehicle the same distance, you take the train.
Damn, the straightest line, wait, what is it called? The shortest distance between 2 points is a train. There we go.
What on earth is he talking about? Honestly, I have no idea.
No, you know what he's talking about, and I know what he's talking about, but we can both admit that he's not saying it particularly well. And it doesn't inspire confidence, right?
I mean, Biden does manage to cling on. This is now the Republicans' election to surely lose. All Trump has to do.
It's funny. He's getting a little ahead of himself, right? This is from yesterday, right? So this was posted like at least like around 24 hours ago. And the conventional wisdom about this incident that happened on Saturday was that it was going to be beneficial for Trump, right? Certainly it rallies his base. Certainly it makes it easier for Biden to try to stay in. And also, it paints him as a victim, which is very much like, this is his campaign, is to say that he's the victim. He's the victim of the deep state. They're coming after me, right? So, and also, those shots, those clips that he farmed, those clips that he farmed when he, stood up and gave a potential second shooter another shot had they been there, right? The shots that he got of himself pumping his fist and shit, right? The conventional wisdom was that was going to translate into higher polling for Donald Trump. Now, it's been 5 days at this point, and the consensus is that it actually hasn't changed much of anything. And that's for a bunch of reasons, including some reasons that I don't know. I've been seeing, I don't know how representative this is of like people in blue states, right? But I have been seeing interviews or man on the street kind of interviews with people in blue states where they ask them about the incident and people say it was staged. Now, I got to be real with you, okay? We got nothing that points to this being staged. This being staged would be wild, okay? Like that would be some serious balls to try to stage something like that. And there's just nothing that there's just no evidence to that. But for whatever reason, people are kind of set as far as if you're anti-Trump, you're anti-Trump. And it doesn't matter if you have to vote for a cheese sandwich instead of Trump. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's running against him. You're gonna vote against Trump. And if you're for Trump, you're for Trump. So people are somewhat set in their ways. Now that's not universally true, right? Because there is the phenomenon of double haters, people that look at Trump and they look at Biden and they're like, I don't want to vote for either of these assholes, right? And in an election between Biden and Trump, which is what we were looking at, what we thought we were looking up until really recently, those people are going to like break one way or the other, or they're not going to vote, or they're going to vote third party or whatever. But now it's looking like there might actually be someone other than Biden on the ticket in November. I predicted this. I have to, I'm not going to Alex Jones this shit and act like I know everything. Because if you had a dime for every time that Alex Jones made a prediction that did not come true, you'd be a lot richer than you would be if you had a dime for every time that Alex Jones predicted something that did end up being true, right? So I'm not trying to say that, but I had an inkling that this might not be as set in stone as it seemed like it after the primaries, after each of the candidate gathered the necessary delegates to claim the nomination, right? I said I am still not entirely sure that this is the set of candidates we're going to have at the end of it all.
Carry the vase carefully across a shiny floor. Attention should now rightly turn to whether Trump can really become a unifier should he win again, and how he'll govern the country. And there are plenty of questions to answer about that. In a moment, we meet tonight's panel, but joining me now is the editor-in-chief and CEO of Zeteo, Medhi Hasan. Medhi, great to have you back on Uncensored. First of all, your reaction to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump.
I'm going to close my door. I'll be right back.
Roy Jenkins line there about carrying the vase across the floor. Let's see if Trump can do that. The assassination, that was horrific. I remember hearing the news on Saturday. I was stunned. And I'm absolutely like you. I agree that if he had been killed, all hell would have broken loose, as you said earlier on the show. I totally agree with that. And I'm glad he wasn't killed because, number one, unlike Donald Trump, I don't wish death upon my political opponents. And number two, obviously, it's fundamentally immoral and illegal to try and kill your political opponent. I would rather see Donald Trump convicted in court and or defeated at the ballot box. So I'm very glad that he did not die on Saturday.
I interviewed Destiny yesterday, who has a big following online, and I tried to get him just to condemn what this shooter attempted to do. And this is what he said. I'm asking you to condemn what happened as an egregious attack on democracy. Can you do that?
Is there a reason that he calls this condemning, or he calls this an interview? God, this was a bad day for Destiny. Getting owned in a debate by Dave Rubin, that's sad.
No, I won't. No, I won't.
You can't do that. You see, so why the hell, frankly,
not.
Destiny,
Absolutely not.
Why the hell should we listen to a...
Wait, Twitch chat is acting weird? What's going on?
I found that pretty startling, actually, and very indicative of what I've sensed about politics in America, in Britain, and other countries as well. That since the advent of social media in particular, fueling this kind of toxic tribal nature of...
Yeah. All liberals know each other, right? Everyone on the left knows each other.
Of discourse. If you can't condemn a 20-year-old with an AR-15 trying to blow the brains out of a president, whoever it is, whichever side that president comes from, in the same way, and I'm not going to go over this with you today because I want to stick on to the Trump story, but it's why I always ask people in the Israel-Hamas war debate, did you condemn what happened on October the 7th? Because frankly, it's quite illuminating if people can't condemn horror when they see it. I'm not comparing the two, and I don't want you to respond.
I'm not sure it is. I don't know what that fucking means. I think that this is the language of pearl clutching, and it started on October 7th. Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas, right? And it's just meaningless and not really what you're talking about, and not really what most people who understand how this stuff works were worried about, right?
to that part of it. But what I do want to just get your reaction to is, do you share my discomfort that people have got so entrenched into their side now?
Like, and with like a fucking, you know, an attempted murderer with an AR, like, what does it fucking mean to condemn that act? Like, what is that? What is the point of that? Like, do you condemn that? It's almost like an accusation. Are you with that guy? Are you cool with that guy? Do you have a poster of Thomas Matthew Crooks plastered to your ceiling?
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And it's like answering that question almost,
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading.
almost gives it dignity that it doesn't deserve.
So entrenched that they just simply can't see the wood for the trees and say something which is vaguely humane.
Look, that is a very fair point. I'm not a fan of Destiny, but let me just put some of what he was saying in context. Because
Me neither.
I watched that discussion. I think the point he was trying to make, and I think he did it badly, is that there is a double standard here. That as with the Palestine-Israel debate, where you tend to only ask Palestinians
Ooh, I mean, Destiny definitely doesn't agree with you on that one, Medhi, but
to condemn and not Israelis, journalists, not just yourself, tend to obsess over liberals condemning stuff while conservatives get a pass. And I think that is what bothers a lot of people. It certainly bothers me.
yeah.
And, you know, you mentioned condemning violence.
There's a lower bar for conservatives. Conservatives are graded on a generous curve.
On Monday's show, you had Ben Shapiro on. I think you had Dan, the Texas Congressman Dan Crenshaw on. And you had Rudy Giuliani on, right? All three of them have at some point glorified violence, embraced violence, incited violence. Dan Crenshaw's put out videos where he's blowing stuff up, beating up left-wingers. Rudy Giuliani...
Which is hilarious because Dan Crenshaw is just...
Piers on January the 6th told an armed mob to do trial by combat. Ben Shapiro had to deny any influence on the...
I mean, the trial by combat almost sounds kind of cool.
City mosque shooter who killed
It sounds very Dune.
6 Muslims in January 2017. Ben Shapiro called Obama a fascist. You didn't ask any of those three people to condemn their own past. So that's, I think, what bothers Destiny, certainly bothers me. We have one party in this country, one movement that's been inciting violence for years. That's the Republican Party and the conservative movement. And yet one bullet is fired by a registered Republican voter on Saturday, and suddenly it's the liberals must condemn Democrats. Joe Biden sitting on TV mumbling defensively, I shouldn't have said bull.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
Because look, the optics of the left being asked to condemn somebody that this is not even on their side politically, and then just bending the knee and be like, "Oh yes, of course, that was very bad. That was very bad, bad liberal." Right? That almost feeds into the narrative that they are the ones who did the shooting.
Come on, Piers. You know and I know that the political violence in this country is coming from the right. The incitement's coming from the right. Donald Trump has embraced violence more than any other political candidate
let me
in
respond,
my lifetime.
Let me respond to that. I look,
Please.
in relation to things like January the 6th, my record speaks for itself. I wrote a number of pretty blistering columns about how appalling I found that and what a shocking attack on democracy it was and how shameful Trump's rhetoric was on the day to fuel the mob. Make no pretense of that whatsoever. On this particular occasion, I wanted to have a conversation about what happened to Donald Trump last weekend. One of the things that I would counter what you've just said with is, you know, this idea that somehow the left have been completely...
Okay, so I gotta say something too, all right? Yeah, I mean, it did happen to Donald Trump. Like, right, I am not in any kind of blue and on conspiracy mindset where I think that somehow this was a psyop or this was staged or anything like that. I got no evidence to suggest that, right? I've seen nothing that would suggest that. However, I do have to make a point that there has been a ratcheting up of violent rhetoric. And for the most part, that ratcheting up has come from the right and from Donald Trump himself. And it has been going on and it has been normalized ever since he started running in 2016. And the fact that the person that took that shot is somebody from his political side of the aisle, I think is telling, right? Where's the stochastic violence coming from? Donald, it's coming from inside the house. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. And look, we don't know what we don't know. And we're we're getting more information on this, and as we get it, I'm trying to fill in the gaps, right? But I mean, the theories that I have about like the motivation of the shooter point to kind of a factionalization within the right and purity spirals, right? Which usually when you hear somebody say purity spirals, it's some kind of like, you know, I'm sorry, Ben Burgess, Douglas Lane kind of figure saying that the left is subject to all these purity spirals, and you know, we got to you know, the woke scolds and all that kind of shit. But in this case, we're talking about purity spirals in terms of conservatism, and a part of the right that that people who aren't mask off with their racism, people who are not out and out about their reactionary goals, maybe are not. I mean, you've seen this with Ben Shapiro. How much shit does Ben Shapiro get from the Nick Fuenteses of the world? How much of the brand destruction of the Daily Wire has come from people like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes, right? Ben Shapiro is a great example of a right-winger who is not right-wing enough for some. Again, the call is coming from inside the house.
I'm not on the right. I'm not a conservative. Never have been, right? I mean, I voted for Margaret Thatcher when I was about 18.
That's not.
I also voted for Tony Blair, and I voted for, you know, left-wing leaders before, and I ran a Daily Mirror, which, as you know, was a left-leaning newspaper in Britain for 10 years.
Wait, he's really old enough to have voted for He's really old enough to have voted for Margaret Thatcher? Seriously? Like, when's the last time Margaret Thatcher ran?
This idea that I'm on the right, as some people try and paint me, is for the birds. However, what I try and do is be fair-minded about the culpability of both sides. And I'll return the favour by criticising you, because one of my big bugbears here has been the persistent analogies and comparisons of Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. And I want to play two clips of you.
Free to say that this is approaching sort of a fascist.
Oh shit, that's right. We got to cover this Morning Joe shit.
Well, as you say, it's not just approaching, we're beyond it, right?
Yes!
I was saying on this network in 2020, I was saying in my writing in 2019, this is authoritarianism, this is fascism. People have to calm the hell down. Everyone used to cite a guy called Robert Paxton, who's one of this country's leading historians of fascism. And he would say, Trump's not a fascist. He doesn't meet the definition of fascism. Guess what he said on January the 6th? When? I was wrong. He's a fascist. Even Robert Paxton comes out and says, he's a fascist.
Richard says 1989, late 80s.
Right. He's got armed militias. He's inciting violence. Now he's straight up channeling...
Our World by Nature says the 90s, so we got a general time.
Hitler. Trump isn't hiding his authoritarian ambitions for...
Sorry, I cut
punishing his political
Medhi off there.
Locking up immigrants in... Now he's straight up channeling Adolf Hitler. Trump isn't hiding his... I was wrong. He's a fascist. Even Robert Paxton comes out and says, he's a fascist. One of this country's leading historians of fascism. And he would say, Trump's not a fascist. He doesn't meet the definition of fascism. Guess what he said on January the 6th? When? I was wrong. He's a fascist. Even Robert Paxton comes out and says, he's a fascist, right? He's got armed militias. He's inciting violence. Now he's straight up...
What do you hear, chat? Do you hear Medhi Hasan saying that his opinion is that Donald Trump's a fascist? He's talking about a scholar who previously had, you know, he'd asked about this and had said, no, like, that's wild that you would compare Trump to, you know, a historical figure like Hitler. But now, after January 6th changed their tune, after, you know, you got a similar sort of incident to like a beer hall putsch from Donald Trump, this person changes their mind.
Channeling Adolf Hitler. Trump isn't hiding his authoritarian ambitions for a second term. From punishing his political opponents, to locking up immigrants in camps, to deploying the military. All while echoing the hateful rhetoric of Adolf Hitler.
Now, I also want to play you a mashup of a lot of other public figures talking about Trump.
Yeah, I saw it on Monday.
Let's play it again for viewers who may not have seen it.
Many are openly comparing Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler.
Trump's been compared to...
Well, like, that's one thing if Conan is doing it, but what we really want to know is what is the opinion of Triumph the Insult Comic Dog? What is the opinion of the masturbating bear as far as Trump's, you know, potential fascism, right? Are the guests of Conan O'Brien, the regulars of Conan O'Brien, are they on board with this?
The German dictator by some throughout his presidential campaign.
Is Donald Trump really a fascist?
Maria Chappelle-Nadal posted this picture to Twitter yesterday. It appears to compare Donald Trump to Hitler.
Former President Trump doubles down on a phrase many say he borrowed from Hitler.
President Fantasyland decided to take a
Oh my God, it's Ben Glebe.
Adolf Hitler's playbook last week.
Yes, Donald Trump took his Hitler cosplay to the next level.
Do you want to clear the air because you think you're being unfavorably compared to Donald Trump?
A unified Reich? That's Hitler's language. That's not America's.
Oh, come on. Show us the skibbity toilet if you're gonna do that.
This front page earlier this week, Trump is Hitler. According to the Washington.
Wait. Was that Louis C.K.? Who said that?
A unified Reich? That's Hitler's language. That's not America's.
New York's Daily News ran this front page.
Is it maybe there's a separate story? Don't vote. Okay, so Louis C.K. against Trump, but I don't know if. Wait, where's the quote coming from? Did Louis C.K. compare him to Hitler?
Earlier this week, Trump is Hitler.
According to the Washington Post, Trump has long toyed with the language of fascists.
Former President Donald Trump allegedly praised Adolf Hitler, saying the Nazi leader had, quote, done some good things.
Now, Medhi, with all due respect, that is all bullshit. Yeah. Trump is not...
Okay, I gotta say something too. You know what else is bullshit? Thinking that people comparing Trump to Hitler because he affects the strongman shit, because he's extremely reactionary, because he's riding the tiger of the new reactionary right, whether or not he agrees with those people or in his heart of hearts, which, you know, I can't tell you what the man actually believes. And on some level, it doesn't matter what he believes. It matters what policies he's willing to enact. It matters what orders he's willing to give. And when those orders are like shoot protesters in the leg, then I gotta say, you know, compare him to whatever you want, but that's fucking dangerous. That's fucking dangerous.
Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler murdered 12 million people, killing 6 million Jews in a Holocaust. There is no comparison to be made between Adolf Hitler and the Nazis.
Yes, and when did we find out when did we know how many people Adolf Hitler had murdered? Was it before he invaded, you know, France, Poland, etc., etc.? Was it in the midst of the war? Was it during the D-Day invasion? Or was it when the U.S. and Russian troops went into those camps and saw for themselves what had happened? And at that point, Medhi, at that point, when you're looking at mass graves, when you're looking at bodies, when you're looking at ovens, it's too late. The only point that there can be to never again is preventing something like that from happening. And look, fascism, I'll say it, can happen without, you know, an industrial scale genocide going along with it. And it's still fucking dangerous. And part of the reason that it's dangerous is because it can enable something like that. But no, that is not like the definition of fascism. Fascism is unfortunately a multi-splendored thing, and it unfortunately arises in different cultures and bears the cultural markers of those cultures, rather than, you know, fascism being Americans get really into German like LARPing. They all become wereaboos. They all like get into like, you know, the Hugo Boss Nazi uniforms. They all grow like Adolf Hitler mustaches. No, that's not the only manifestation of fascism. And that's not the only occurrence of fascism either.
And to Donald Trump. And to persistently make it, as you and many others on the left have done for years, since he first ran in 2016, I think has been part of the problem of the political discourse in America. If you keep calling a guy Hitler, is it completely insane to think that at some point somebody's going to say, well, in that case, if he really is the new Hitler, we've got to kill him? I mean, wouldn't you be the first to construct a moral argument that if somebody is literally the new Hitler right now on this planet, There is a
look. Obviously, Piers has not got the patch notes yet because we know more about the assailant, and we know that this is not somebody from the political left.
Moral imperative, indeed duty, to kill that person. Otherwise, he's not the new Hitler.
Okay.
He can't be both.
Let's unpack. There's a lot there, Piers. You said a lot there and played a long chunks. Let's respond to some of the things. First of all, you say that's all bullshit, you said, playing that clip a moment ago. That clip ended with Willie Geist of NBC reporting that Donald Trump said Hitler did some good things. How is that bullshit? That's what Donald Trump said.
Because if you read the whole context of what he actually said that day, it's a deliberately misconstrued tiny part of what he said.
It's not.
I wonder if he would defend what Candace Owens said as well. I wonder, you know, like.
It is actually.
It's not. It's what John Kelly said.
Well,
hold on. You had a long question. Let me respond to you. He also said, you quoted me on MSNBC. Yeah. I was responding to Trump literally quoting lines from Mein Kampf, poisoning the blood of this country. Piers, you're not a racist, I hope. You don't agree with saying that immigrants are poisoning the blood of this country.
Do you think he is
Look, and I got to ask you something, too. Because I know there's somebody out there, probably in YouTube Shorts chat right now, that's thinking to themselves, what if he it's a coincidence, right? Trump said something, there happens to be similar language in Mein Kampf. Maybe it's as innocent as that. I got to ask you a real serious question. I want you to think about this, okay? What's more concerning? The possibility of Trump purposely repeating something that he has read from Mein Kampf, or Trump stumbling into the same words, the same thoughts, the same ideas as Hitler. I don't care if he's using a blueprint for that fascist wheel or if he's reinventing that fascist wheel. It's still a fascist wheel, and it still turns in the direction of pain and suffering for the entire world.
Line. Hold on, that is a Nazi. That's not. No, I'm responding to you. Played a clip of me, so I'm going to talk about what I said. I stand by the line that Donald Trump is echoing the rhetoric of Adolf Hitler. He is. That's a fact. Donald Trump praised Hitler, according to his own Republican chief of staff. That is a fact. And stop saying the left calls him Hitler. You know who called him America's Hitler? His running mate, J.D. Vance, a Republican senator, called him America's Hitler. So
by the way, he was wrong too.
This is the left.
He was
Republicans.
Wrong too.
Doesn't matter whether he was wrong. You're wrong to say it was the left. J.D. Vance called him. Well, no, you're wrong. You're wrong, Piers, because J.D. Vance is a Republican. He compared him to Hitler. People who have looked at what Trump and said has done, fascism experts, have said the guy is echoing fascist rhetoric. This is a guy, Piers, and I know you are the grandson of a British war hero who fought the Nazis. I know Captain Mark Oliver was a World War II hero who fought the Nazis. So I don't say this lightly when I say this. Matthew Oliver, excuse me, war hero for our country. And yet today, you're taking light of the fact that Donald Trump quotes Adolf Hitler. He praises Nazis at Charlottesville as very fine people. He hosts a Nazi Holocaust denier for dinner at his home. Did you condemn that? I mean, it's absurd. And by the way, you say you're not right-wing.
I did condemn that.
You say you're not right-wing, Piers, and yet you give your right-wing guests a pass. Ben Shapiro came on your show on Monday. You didn't ask him about calling Barack Obama a fascist. Did he incite violence against Barack Obama? Why didn't you ask Ben Shapiro? Why are you playing a clip of me on Trump, but you didn't play a clip of Shapiro on Barack Obama?
Never mind
Why?
what interviews I've done with other people. What I'm curious about is, do you...
Well, I can't... Well, when you tell me you're not right-wing, Piers, that's correct.
Let me ask you... Let me ask you...
liberal and left guests.
Medhi, do you genuinely believe that Donald Trump is the new...
Name the fascist, chat. Anybody know who this is? Anybody recognize these symbols? Recognize this person? Can anybody in chat tell me who we're looking at here? Yep, that's right, Bad Lefty. You got it. Oswald Mosley. Now, this is, somebody who, this is somebody agitating at the same time as Hitler ran Germany, but
because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
So this shit in the UK happened at the same time, and this is a person probably speaking fondly of Hitler, but yet you see that it manifests in a different form. It doesn't look exactly the same. It wouldn't make sense for it to, right? when you've got something like Patriot Front, which openly traffics in the very symbols of like Nazi German fascism, no side wants to be associated with them. The right wing call them feds, and well, I mean, but when you wrap fascism in an American, crust, it's a lot more it's a lot more appetizing to a lot more people, who can then deny that that's fascism because it doesn't have the swastika and it doesn't have the, it doesn't have the trappings of German fascism. People would like to think that what happened in Germany was a black swan event and can never again happen. That is how some people take the words "never again," as in, whew, never again. That we dodged a bullet there. What? Glad that is over. Glad that is not a thing anymore. Glad that person, did not succeed in like taking over and dominating the world. It's a good thing that is a one-off. No, it's not. It's not a one-off. It's a tendency that manifests and has manifested multiple times amidst the crisis brought about by capitalism.
Hitler, yes or no?
No, I don't believe he's the new Hitler. I believe he's someone who quotes Hitler. Do you believe that he should have hosted a Holocaust-denying Hitler supporter at his home for dinner?
No. I tweeted he shouldn't have done.
So then why are you giving him a pass? Why are you always praising him on your show? Why don't you start every show
I'm
saying,
not giving him a pass.
Why is a guy running for president who, come on, Piers, I've watched you for the last 3 days. You've been bathing him with praise. This is a guy who hosts a Holocaust at his home, quotes Hitler, praises Nazis, calls African countries shithole countries, tells non-white women to go back to the countries they came from, says black people like me more because I got indicted.
Don't misquote
me. You don't cover this stuff.
Don't misquote me.
So I just want to let your viewers know.
If you want to know my views about all the things you've just been saying, they're all there, public record. I'm a weekly columnist. I've condemned Trump for many things, but he is not the new Hitler.
That's easy to do, but overall, you're still supporting him for Hitler.
Let me point out a point.
You haven't called for him to stand down from the race. You called for Biden to stand down, but not a convicted criminal who praises Hitler.
Well, we're going to come to Biden where we'll find common ground, I'm sure. But the point I've been making about Trump since the attempted assassination...
It's your double standards that's the problem,
I've only made 2 points about Trump,
I'm sure we have common ground.
Medhi, I've only made 2 points about Trump since the weekend. One, he showed incredible personal courage in the seconds after he was shot to get back up when he didn't know if there were still other shooters out there and to show such defiance. Okay, you may not...
I'm sorry, that's not courage. That's a skill issue. Look, if this was someone, fucked up 20-year-old who failed out of the rifling team, the riflery team at his school, right? If he had if he was working with somebody else, right? Trump would have been cooked. That's not courage. That's somebody that's more obsessed with his public image than he is with his fucking life. And I mean, I guess for an 80-year-old, it makes sense, right? Trump and Biden, they're not really long for this world. They're not going to be around that much longer. So, it makes more sense, I guess, for, an 80-year-old to be thinking of their legacy more than their life at the moment. But please, don't mistake that shit with courage, right? He didn't get up to save a child, to jump in front of, like a bullet aimed at somebody's kid, right? That would be courage. He stood up to farm motherfucking clips. He stood up for a publicity shot. He stood up in a way that put himself and the Secret Service and everybody at that event in further danger. Don't mistake that with courage, okay? That's...
I think so, but I did, right? Secondly,
I'm saying fair enough. That literally means it's a fair point.
Okay. And secondly, the only other point I've made is I genuinely think this is going to propel him back to the White House. It's not I don't have a vote.
That is not the only other point you've made.
I haven't told anyone to vote for him.
Shows.
Medhi, you've got to let me finish my sentence.
That is not true,
You've got
Piers.
to let me finish my sentences.
Yes, no.
You have to. You have to.
Did he just pause Medhi? Did you see that? Medhi froze.
As you would expect on your show, right? I believe he's going to win. I'm not telling people to vote for him. I can't vote for him. I just believe Donald Trump will now
Yeah, I'm not telling people to vote for him. I'm just his hype man.
the next president of the United States. Partly because of what happened last weekend, and partly because of the decrepit and ridiculous and embarrassing state.
Okay, now your second point there holds. Yes, absolutely. With Biden in the race, Trump has a much better chance of winning. That's true. That's undeniable. But in terms of what we've seen from the polls and how they've changed after the incident on Saturday. Oh, wait, they haven't changed since the incident on Saturday. For whatever reason, most Americans look at that situation and they don't blame liberal politicians or the liberal media or Joe Biden talking about bullseyes or this or that, right? The Lincoln Project guy saying what he said. More people actually blame Donald Trump and his rhetoric for what happened on Saturday than blame the left, right? And the majority of people, don't really blame either side. They just think that the shooter was a messed up guy. And that's kind of consistent with the evidence that we have so far, right? He did seem to have a political perspective. It seems to be, conservative, right? It's entirely, logical to connect that with the violent rhetoric of Trump and MAGA. But it's probably a little bit more, it's probably a little bit more sensible to connect that with the state of the mind of the shooter from what we know. And that's how people are taking it. And so, no, it hasn't caused a sea change. It hasn't raised Trump's favorability. You know what it might do? There might be more people that are fans of Donald Trump already that are willing to go to the polls, right? But that remains to be seen. That's 4 months away. So that's a possibility. But yeah, he's really jumping to a conclusion without any evidence, because all the evidence in terms of the polls shows that that event hasn't changed the race at all. It's just propaganda that you're seeing from the RNC right now to make you feel like everyone around you is embracing Trump, musicians, union leaders, right? You don't want to be left behind, do you? Get on the Trump train, get on the bandwagon. This fucking propaganda. And Piers, I don't know what you're doing here besides propaganda with this shit. What you're saying is not reflective of the polls. What you're saying is not reflective of the sentiments of the American people. What you're saying is not reflective of any kind of sea change in people's perspective on the race. You've got two very unpopular candidates running for president as they did 4 years ago. You've got a majority of Americans who do not want a rematch, who would like better choices. You've got a unprecedented number of double haters, people that look at Trump and they look at Biden and they say, I don't want to vote for either of these assholes. And in the same way that the only thing that's holding up Donald Trump is the weakness of Joe Biden, the only thing that's holding Joe Biden up is the unpopularity of Donald Trump. These are two losers, and we have had elections between two losers since 2016. People were excited to vote for Obama, right or wrong, because I got to say, I'm kind of disappointed with the Obama administration, but people were excited, particularly the first time, particularly in 2008. People were excited to not have a Democratic candidate who had signed off on the Iraq war like Hillary Clinton. People were excited to have a candidate that seemed to indicate like a new era of American politics, who seemed to indicate a more hopeful perspective, who seemed to indicate, things getting better in the country. People are not excited for Biden. People are not excited for, well, there are some people, And I see you in the audience, right? There are some people excited for Trump, but the majority of people are not excited for Biden or Trump, and we're not excited for Hillary Clinton or Trump, right? Why do we keep on getting served these shit sandwiches, this menu of shit sandwich? Would you like, would you like a shit tuna sandwich?
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Or would you like a shit egg salad sandwich? Like, maybe neither? Is that an option? Is neither an option? No, I'm sorry, that's off the table. There's two major political parties.
Joe Biden. So when you say I've been praising Trump for 3 days, no, all I've said is...
I mean, glazing was the word that comes to my mind, but go ahead with praising if you want.
He showed great personal courage, and I think he's going to win the election. Those
glazing.
Two things, by the way, I think are going to turn out historically to be completely true.
No, come on.
I would say that you got a 50-50 shot, at least. Maybe with Biden, maybe more like a 60% shot.
That's incomplete. I watched both your shows Monday, Tuesday. People can go watch them. You have acted as if there's two sides to this, that the Democrats are guilty of the same incitement and violence. Well, there's not. I'm sorry. All right, let's play a game.
I've literally just played a bunch of people calling him Hitler for the last 8 years.
Those are not... Sorry. Well, no, you didn't, actually. You played a clip from Willie Gaetz accurately reporting...
Okay, so let me be real with you, okay? Now, we don't know the motives of Thomas Matthew Crooks, right? We don't know for sure why he pulled the trigger, why he went there that day, why he did what he did. But there's every chance that Crooks thought Trump was not enough like Hitler. There's every chance that it's the, and then in that case, you're really casting aspersions in the wrong direction. It's not about anybody comparing him to Hitler, because his literally, like, one of his quotes is like almost verbatim something that Hitler said. It's not about people comparing him to Hitler because he says he wants to be a dictator on day one. It's not about people comparing him to Hitler because he's, got this plan for America, Project 2025, right? Those are observations. That's not why Crooks did what he did. He wasn't trying, Piers, to prevent a Hitler. In all likelihood, from what we know about him, Crooks prefers somebody more Hitler-esque than Trump.
No, I played many people.
Hold on.
I can play a few again if you like.
Hold on. Piers, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, leadership of the Democratic Party. Can you play to me clips of them inciting violence in the same way as Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ron DeSantis, Paul Gosar?
Why are you deflecting?
Because you are deflecting, Piers. I'm not going to sit here and let you do both sides bullshit tonight.
Might be conflating.
This is a Republican Party is a party of violence.
You might be conflating the two roles.
I mean, Piers does this deflecting thing a lot.
Now you're cutting me off.
Hold
on,
no,
you're cutting me off.
Let me
answer your question.
I'm reminding you it's actually my show and I do the questions and you answer them. On yours, it's the other way around.
Let me answer the question then.
Right. Here's my question.
Yeah, no, go ahead and kick him off your show, Piers. Go ahead and see what kind of look that is. Go ahead and run like the coward you are when you start losing a debate.
Here's
there
my
are
question.
Not two sides.
When you say it's not two sides, but I've played you a bunch of clips of people repeatedly calling him Hitler, I say to you, there's the two sides.
All right, so let me respond. Can I respond?
Yep.
Can I respond? Okay, let me respond. Donald Trump ran for office in 2016 telling protesters at rallies to punch people who pay their bills. As president, he played a clip of a guy saying the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat. He said to the Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. He called Nazis at Charlottesville.
You have no answer, do you? All you can say is, why are you deflecting? All you can say, look, you bring up those things, Piers brings up these things. These things seem a lot more serious than what you just mentioned. You got nothing, Piers. You got nothing but fucking hand-wringing about, oh my God, are you interrupting me and are you deflecting again?
Let me finish. You're interrupting me, Piers. I need to finish my sentence as you get to finish yours. I'm on your show. I'm a guest. I'm answering. Let me get to... I'm pointing out this is not...
He's getting nervous.
What Donald Trump has said, your viewers need to hear this because you're not telling them this. Trump spent his entire presidency inciting violence against Ilhan Omar, George Soros, multiple members of Congress, people of color, right? He left office right? Having incited an insurrection which you condemned. He told them to go fight like hell. He told you, he said,
oh yeah, wait, what did he do? What did he say when he got up? What were those words again? There was one word that he said 3 times when he got up. Was it unity? Wait, I think it was peace, love, unity, and respect. No, wait, that's 4 words. That's not what he said. And they were the same word, all right? It wasn't peace. It wasn't love. It definitely wasn't unity. And it sure as fuck wasn't respect. I think it was fight, fight, fight.
Should be executed, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
What's this got to do with my question?
He mocked Paul Pelosi. I'm getting to it. He mocked Paul Pelosi for being hammered in the head.
He was wrong to do that.
Called for Pelosi to be executed. It's not about whether he was wrong, Piers. I can give you dozens of actual violent quotes from Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Paul Gaetz. You can't give me those quotes.
Can you get back to my question?
I mean, this perfectly illustrates the dual standards that are applied, right? This perfectly illustrates the kind of grade, the kind of curve that the Republicans and Trump are graded on. I mean, this is it right here. This is it right here. Medhi's got like a fucking laundry list of things, some of which have fallen down the memory hole because there's like a new version of this every couple of weeks. This isn't something that Trump just did once and Medhi still remembers it. This is something that happens over and over and over again until the point where it's hard to keep track of them. You got to document every single one. And there's, stuff on that list that people have completely forgotten about that's been memory holed. Whereas on the other hand, you got to do some digging. You got to do some research. You got to look through those clips and try to find something where Biden said, put a bullseye, or you got to do some digging.
Jeffries. No, answer my question. Where did Joe Biden say the
I've
only
asked
good
you a
Republican is a dead
question,
Republican?
Medhi.
But it's not both sides, Piers. You can't deflect, Piers. The viewers are watching.
Your side
Where
has
did
literally
Biden or
spent
Harris?
8 years calling him Hitler. It's ridiculous to say there's no both sides.
We've already discussed the Hitler point. Where have they incited violence?
Let me
Where
ask
did
you
Biden
this.
say go kill people?
You can't keep asking me
No,
questions.
Piers, I'm not letting this go. Sorry. General Mark Milley, he called for his execution. Can you point to me to a single Democrat who's called for a Republican execution?
Let me ask you.
Chet, you can tell that Piers is losing by the fact that he keeps on invoking the fact that this is his show. You know what that is? That is like a latent threat to end the call, to kick Medhi off right there, then and there, right? I doubt it's going to happen because that is tantamount to surrender. That is tantamount to Piers acknowledging that he's losing the debate, right? But that's why that comes up, right? He is getting nervous. He does not like how this interaction is going. He wants to be able to portray himself as this, centrist, neutral, objective person, and he's not. He's just not. He's got a massive double standard. Piers is calling him on it, and he's got no answer. He's got no response. He's got nothing. For once, Piers is the no comment chick.
I won't interrupt you.
Let me ask. No,
I'm waiting, Piers. Point me to a single Democrat who's called for an execution.
Medhi, respectfully, it's my show. I ask the questions. Now listen, answer me this. If he is the new Hitler, as so many people have been calling him, would there be a moral justification in shooting him?
Of course not. I'm not someone who advocates violence, Piers. The Republicans are, but you never asked them about it because you're supportive of the Republican Party.
Medhi.
Much as you like to
Stick to your
you're
side.
above the fray. I'm not deflecting. I answered your question. I just said I don't support violence. The only people who support violence in American political culture are Marjorie Taylor Greene, Donald Trump, Paul Gosar, Ron DeSantis, the governor of Montana, who was convicted for assaulting a journalist. Trump praised him. Paul Pelosi was hammered by a guy who believed in election lie. Trump praised him. I mean, this is insane, Piers. There's one side that is inciting violence, praising violence, mocking.
It's really funny. Medhi hasn't even brought up the Republican spin on the Paul Pelosi incident. So if you're not familiar with what we're talking about a... how do I describe this person? I almost don't want to call him a groiper because I feel like if 40 years old, you graduate to something other than a groiper, right? The groiper movement is kind of a younger movement. Like Nick Fuentes himself is in his 20s. So I don't know exactly what to call DePape. He's like this weird baby talking, like 40-year-old 4chaner that's bought into a bunch of QAnon conspiracy theories. But the right-wing explanation for that incident was that this wasn't a attempted assassination of the husband of an elected official. This was a lover's quarrel. This was a BDSM scene which had gotten way out of hand. DePape was over there because he was Paul Pelosi's lover. Because Democrats are homosexuals, even the ones that are, you know, in marriages to members of the other sex, right? They're just, you know, gay. What can I say? Democrats are gay. They fucking turn this into a fucking meme, right? That's their response to it. And like, I don't know how much of a fucking meme it is, because when they talk about it, it sounds like they're fucking serious. It sounds like, oh no, I know the truth. Those two were getting hot and heavy, and things got a little out of control in their BDSM scene with the hammer. That's all. That's all.
You have no problem with them. Instead, you obsess over journalists reporting accurately.
Actually,
that
I
Trump
heard
has
the
quoted
president
Hitler and praised Hitler.
I read that the president of the United States, only 3 days before Donald Trump was shot, said it's time to put him in the bullseye. If that's not violent language,
come on,
what
Piers,
is?
This is such bad faith. You know perfectly well Biden was not inciting violence. It's a figure of speech. He's already foolishly apologized for it.
Okay.
You're
So
comparing that to calling for the execution of Mark Milley.
So every
Piers.
time your side uses violent language, they don't mean it. But every time the other side does, they do.
Hold on. Oh, my word. Piers, come on. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Donald Trump called for their opponents to be executed. Did Biden do that? I'll ask again. You dodged it the first time.
No.
Did Joe Biden do that? And you're obsessed with Hitler.
Yes,
Trump
I'm obsessed
called
with
Biden
Hitler because
called him
you
the
and so many
Gestapo.
others keep calling him
why
Hitler.
haven't you condemned Trump? So does Trump. Trump called Biden the Gestapo just 2 months ago. Did you condemn him on this show?
Right.
Yes
Should people...
No?
Let me ask you this. Should people...
No. Did you
Hang
condemn
on,
Trump?
Medhi.
No,
I'm asking you a
obsessed
question.
With Hitler. No,
I'm
sorry,
asking you a
Piers.
question.
Sorry, Piers. You've made this entire interview.
Massive double standard.
I'm asking you...
For calling Biden the Gestapo.
Should people on the left continue...
Did you condemn Trump?
Medhi,
you didn't
ask a question. Should people on the left continue to compare Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler? Yes or no?
Should the right call Biden Hitler?
Stop deflecting, Medhi.
Gestapo.
Answer
It's
the
not
question.
deflecting. I'm pointing out your biases, Piers.
I'm asking you a question about your side.
Oh, my side is as long as Trump carries on praising Nazis, I'll point that out. I'm not going to. This show is called Piers Uncensored, but you want to stop me from criticizing Trump because a Republican shot at him?
I don't want to stop you. Why do you say that?
No.
Why do you say that?
You just said, will you stop comparing him to Hitler?
Yes.
I'm only comparing him to Hitler because he talks like Hitler.
So you
If he
are
stops
comparing him
talking
to
like
Hitler, who killed 12 million people?
Because he's quoting Hitler. No, I'm not.
So you do think he's the new
This is
Hitler?
childish.
So you do think he's Hitler?
No, I think he's... No, I don't. I already said no, Piers. This is very hard
so
for you
if
to
he's
understand.
not the new Hitler,
he's not
should
the new
people...
Hitler, but he's...
Medhi, if he's not the new Hitler, should people stop calling him Hitler? Yes or no?
He's not the new Hitler, but he's quoting Hitler, so I'm going to say he's quoting Hitler, and you can't censor me from saying that.
Of course I
can't. If you have a problem with the Hitler analogies... Hold on, Piers, you do lots of interviews with Trump. Why don't you ask him to stop echoing Hitler instead of asking him softball questions?
Oh, well, actually, I didn't ask softball questions. If you go back and look at them, they were probably the toughest
interviews he did. Did you ask him to stop quoting Hitler?
Sorry?
Did you ask him to stop quoting Hitler?
You seem fascinated with questions I've asked other people.
Me.
But yet you yourself don't want to answer these questions.
Because I worry about your double standards, Piers.
What double standards?
I worry about your bias. I just pointed...
I'm so sorry. It's like, this is bad faith, right? When you point out somebody's double standards, all right? You're complaining about this, this, and this. Okay, great. What about this, this, and this? And you're like, you're deflecting. I'm not going to answer that because I said my thing first. And therefore, the stuff that you're bringing up, which happened before what I'm talking about, and which happens all the fucking time, every single day, and Medhi has a laundry list of, we can't deal with that until Medhi bends the fucking knee and says, oh my gosh, Joe Biden is super violent. And by that time, it's like, well, I guess it doesn't matter that Donald Trump's, Marjorie Taylor Greene's, and literally all of the Republicans' rhetoric is more violent. That it's so fucking disingenuous. And you gotta call this what this is. This is a bad faith actor who has lost a debate and doesn't want to admit it. And is threatening to kick Medhi off the fucking show.
That to you.
I don't
Ben
have
Shapiro
a bias.
came on your show. You didn't play him a clip. Can I finish? You asked me a question. You don't let me finish. Ben Shapiro came on your show.
You said all this.
You did not play a clip of Ben Shapiro calling up.
You said all this.
Can you finish one sentence?
You've done what Joe Biden did with Lester Holt.
Of him calling a fascist.
You've done what Joe Biden did with Lester Holt. Every time Lester Holt asked Biden a question. He deflected.
Actually, I wish Joe Biden had been more aggressive, as I am with you, and not put up with bullshit questions about bullseyes.
Listen, like I said,
you and I both agree Joe Biden should be way more aggressive and coherent.
Well, we're going to
So
come
let's
to
not
Joe
compare
Biden.
me to
We're going to come to Joe Biden in a moment, but just to be crystal clear, you have no problem with people on the left continuing.
No. Oh no, chat. We got to take a moment. We got to take a moment. Look, we got to take a moment right here. We're not going to miss this. Trumpomania. Look, chat. They couldn't get Vince. They couldn't get Vince. They couldn't get Mr. McMahon. So they got this guy. Don't do steroids, kids.
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too.
That's not what the Chiron says. C-SPAN's so good with this.
I tried to stay out of politics, but after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent.
I gotta speak up for my fellow entertainer turned politician, Donald Trump.
I'm here tonight because
You see what you did, Dems? You see what you did? When you, the Democratic Party, the deep state, whoever the fuck they are, they, them, big they, them, you see what you did? You've brought Hulkamania out of retirement, and now Hulkamania is gonna run wild on you. That's right. That's right. You people who are responsible somehow for the actions of a registered Republican riflery club dropout debate lord that looked up Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and Donald Trump in an internet search and found that Donald Trump was closer to where he was.
Because it was so
That's your fault, Democrats.
communist invading radicals.
If you've ever said Orange Man bad, it's on you. That ear blood is on your hands, all right? That's your fault. Are you really going to be gaslit? Are we really going to be gaslit like this? By fucking Hulk Hogan?
I want the world to know that Donald
Chat, if you peel off that spray tan, you're going to see a very pink man underneath there. Pink from years of steroid abuse.
Trump is a real American hero.
You know who's not a real American hero, though? This guy. There's been attempts to unionize the WWE, and considering like what they kind of sacrifice for their art, their sports entertainment, it kind of makes sense that maybe those people should have a union, right? This was discussed in the locker room amongst, I don't know, do you call them athletes? Do you call them entertainers? I don't know what you call it, like athlete actors, whatever you want to call wrestlers, right? This was discussed amongst wrestlers in the locker room, and the one who narked them out to Mr. McMahon is standing right in front of you right there. These people don't give a fuck about workers. You're looking at a union buster. You're looking at a snitch. You're looking at a snake. And I'm not talking about Hollywood Hulk Hogan. I'm talking about Terry. What the fuck is his name? I don't remember. Terry, whatever the fuck his real name is. I don't particularly care. Yeah, this guy is a scumbag. This is a negative endorsement here.
And I'm proud to support
To be an American.
my as the next president of this United States.
Get people on me, Ma.
I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback.
No, for real? Like a Vietnam flashback? What are we talking about?
Flashback, man. This is really tripping. You know,
Oh no, it is tripping. It is tripping. Wait, what kind of flashback?
the last time I was up on stage,
Is he old enough to have been in the Woodstock? What kind of flashback are we talking about?
Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title.
I would not compare yourself to Trump if this is what you're going to do here, right? Look, I'm not endorsing this blue and on conspiracy theory, right? But there are people out there that are trying to claim that this incident was staged, right? And very much in the same way that wrestling blood comes from a kind of foreign object tucked into the wrestler's trunks, right? Comes from like a razor or something like that. They're saying that's what happened with Trump. I don't see any evidence towards that, right? But I would be lying to you if I didn't say that it seems like a shocking number of Americans believe this. Because of what a liar Donald Trump is, people don't even believe him when he actually did apparently, get shot by a Republican for whom maybe he is not conservative or mask off racist enough for, or whatever the hell was going through Thomas Matthew Crooks's head when he took that shot.
Right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is.
I mean, this is a dude who literally adopts patriotism as his wrestling fucking persona. Like, what does that even mean? Oh my God, chat. It's like the emptiest of gestures. When you say, I fucking love America, USA, USA, what are you actually saying? Like, which USA? Are you talking about the USA that made a compromise to allow slavery to continue? Are you talking about the USA that segregated life depending on whether you were black or white? Are you talking about the USA where women weren't allowed to divorce their husbands and were treated as property? Which USA are you fucking cheering for? Because the only one that's worth a damn for me is the USA that went over to Europe to kill motherfucking Nazis. And when you're out there, USA, USA, you sound just like those Nazis, except they're saying Deutschland, Deutschland, and you're saying USA, USA. You sound exactly like those motherfuckers, right?
He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again.
Been there, done that. Got the MAGA hat to prove it.
You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the...
Chat, you know what I want to happen? I mean, it's not really going to happen, right? But, like, could another wrestler, like, come down to the... You know what I mean? Like, if this was in the ring, if this was happening in the ring, right, then he'd be giving this great big glorious speech, and then somebody would come down, like, like, they come down to the ring, right? And they jump in the ring and start beating on him, like, right? I want to see some fucking kayfabe. Who is his enemy, chat? Who's the wrestler that he fought against?
Against some of the baddest dudes on the planet. and I've squared off.
Andre the Giant. No, he's dead, right?
Warriors. Ooh, yeah, savages. And I've even like.
See, that's the Savage guy, right? Is that his enemy or is that that's his friend? That's his buddy, right?
Body slam giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something.
Oh my God, you don't. You're literally a fucking actor, bro.
Brother, Donald Trump.
Look, like, I mean, they could say this shit before MMA, all right? They could say that they were tough guys before MMA. I think we all know. I think we all know how these motherfuckers would fare in the octagon.
Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Wait, you mean a rich guy is able to avoid the consequences of his own action? Is that what you're telling me? Wow. That's a new one on me, Hulkster. That's a new one on me, Trumpster.
Never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders.
Yeah, I remember how cool shit was back in 2020. I remember that last year of the fucking Trump regime. I remember how secure and safe everything felt. With a dude in the White House suggesting that you can beat a virus that is killing people with a bleach enema, with sunshine, with horse fucking paste. Yeah, I remember how safe I felt in 2020. But you don't seem to remember that. You seem to be under the impression that the Trump era somehow stopped in 2019.
We had safe streets, we had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control.
It's actually not. It's actually not. It's at a historic low right now. You want to try again? You want to play, Hulkster? Inflation? Lowest in the world. Right? There's a worldwide inflation problem right now. The US has actually got less of it. Economy? The United States avoided a recession. Now, I'm not going to sit here and glaze up Joe Biden the way that Republicans like Hulk Hogan glaze up Trump. Because I don't necessarily think that all of that shit is something that, you know, you can credit Biden for. But I'm not going to sit here and get gaslit that everything wrong in the world is Joe Biden's fault either. He should probably step down. He should probably not be the candidate. He is not the same person he was in 2020. He is not the same person he was when he was a vice president, right? He is not able to run for office. He's not doing it. He's not executing it. He's not cutting it. They need to replace him. All right. But that doesn't mean that we have to accept the shit sandwich that is Donald Trump for another 4 years when we know where that took us. And we know that the world is a dangerous place. And we know that in the face of that danger, Donald Trump was and remains a massive failure. America's Failson. Failing every business that his dad paid for him to get into. Failing as a real estate magnate. Failing as a casino owner. Being bailed out by Fred Trump. When that guy came in with a briefcase full of bills, a briefcase full of money, and left with a briefcase full of chips. Because Fred Trump did not come to the Trump casino to gamble. Fred Trump came to the Trump casino to bail his fail son out. the man that was a disappointment to him every single day of his life. America's Failson, Donald Trump. Everything that man touches turns to shit, including this country. And we experience that, and we need to not forget that. We need to not go near that shit sandwich again.
Order is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person...
I predicted it. I'm sorry, I've already been there. I debunked you before you even said it, because I knew exactly where you're going. Because I've heard your fucking NPC talking points 1,000 times, and I'm done with them. I'm done with them. I know the fucking truth. This whole planet's fucked up, and in part due to the decisions that Donald Trump took in a moment of crisis, due to his failure to handle a real crisis. That man is a reality star, and that is the only thing he's ever succeeded at. The Apprentice, that is the only thing that he can look to as a fucking success. And that is probably because the show did not continue long enough for it to be revealed that this man is a rapist, that this man is doing who knows what on Jeffrey Epstein's island, that this friend of Epstein, this friend of Ghislaine Maxwell, is up to the same shit that those gargoyles were doing to kids. No, I'm not looking back, all right? And I don't have all the answers. I don't think the Democratic Party has all the answers either. But I learned something, right, in school. When you take a multiple choice test, it's sometimes really hard to know what's the right answer. You studied really hard, but you're not sure. I mean, this one seems okay and this one seems okay. But you know what you can always do in that case? Find the answer that you know is wrong and eliminate it. And if a majority of Americans that go to the voting booth eliminate Donald Trump as a possible answer to our very real and very difficult problems, I know that we will be better off. But if we choose to go back into the past, I think we already know where that road leads.
Who can clean this up is Donald Trump.
The cheeseheads.
You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too.
Does he think that... I don't think Zoomers know who this guy is, let alone Gen Alpha. Who the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, wrestling has moved on since this guy too.
This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one...
Wait, criminals? You're literally campaigning for a criminal. What the fuck are you what is bro yapping about?
Question, brother.
What is brother yapping about?
When Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother.
They're gonna forget Donald Trump, Hulk, just like they forgot you. And you're gonna fade into obscurity together. Dust pile of history.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and President of Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
Oh God, it's Franklin Graham. I can't remember, Chad, if we were talking about Franklin Graham earlier. I think it was it was the other guy, right? The other junior. Anyway.
No problem with the Republican.
Oh yeah, Chad. I gotta. If I don't remember this, then we're fucked. All right. We're never gonna hit that sub goal. If I don't remember to do this, right? Because out of sight, out of mind, and unfortunately, out of sight, out of mind does not get us more content. It gets us less content, and maybe even no content if it goes too bad. Let's take a look now at the poll. How we're doing? We are 7% of the way towards the dono goal. Not looking particularly good tonight, but I've been surprised before, and I'm willing to be surprised again. When I look at the poll on Shorts, I see 38% of you Shorts chatters. Remember to vote if you haven't already. There's a poll up there. Yeah, you get to vote on what we see next. After Trump speaks, after I dunk, we're going to watch something else, potentially, right? And 38% of you are saying that thing should be Trump RFK Jr. anti-vax leaked call when Trump goes mask off, telling RFK Jr. he's one of him, he's one of them, right? He's one of the anti-vaxxers. So that seems to be a popular choice for a lot of you. We also have 30% of you voting for Trump falls asleep twice at the RNC. I kind of slept on this one. I kind of missed it, right? This happened. And apparently I was looking away when it happened. I was too busy looking at Baby Dog and Donald Jr.'s speech and J.D. Vance's speech. And I just completely missed the fact. Yeah, I think it was actually during Donald Jr.'s speech when it was one of the times that Trump fell asleep. So we'll take a look. He's fallen asleep in court. He's ripped ass in court. This time, I don't know if it'll pick up on the microphone like it does for Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's down at 15% in last place on the Shorts poll. We got 508 votes. As I'm saying it, more of you are voting. And that can make all the difference in the world. Keffel's return at 17%. Nobody cares about Keffels. Nobody cares about Keffels. I mean, she's trying to make a comeback, but kind of like nobody cares. And to be honest, I've had more than my share of Keffels as well. If I look at the full-scale stream, we've got a lot less votes. Only 52 of you have voted so far. 29% of you are saying, just like the Shorts chat was saying, that it should be Trump RFK anti-vax call leaked. You want to see that content. 25 of you are saying, I want to see MTG make weird noises with her throat. What is that? What's going on, right? We'll find out if we vote for that, right? And tied for third place is Trump falls asleep at the RNC and Keffel's return. Kind of putting chat to sleep on those, at least in the full-scale stream. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're voting for those. Remember, there are two polls.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
There are two polls. There are two streams, right? And if you've already voted in one poll, yo...
communist invading radicals.
Two YouTube subs, too. Two YouTube subs. That's kind of amazing, right? So there's two polls, one in the full-scale stream, one in the short stream. You can vote in either of those. You can vote in both of those. I'm telling you that because I know there's some people that are probably sneaking around and voting twice, and there's nothing I can do to stop that. But what I can do is I can tell you that you have the ability to vote twice too and kind of even the odds. So if you don't know that, now you know that. You can go to the other stream and you can vote in that poll as well. All I ask is that you hit that like button when you're over there because that helps me out a lot. That helps me out profusely. So yeah, we're... it looks like Trump RFK anti-vax call leaked is kind of ahead right now. Now, it may or may not matter, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene has got 7 extra percent. We've got 7% of our way towards the dono goal, and everybody, all one person who's donated so far is voting for Marjorie Taylor Greene. So let me tell you how this works, right? None of this matters if this dono goal doesn't hit 100%. Before Trump finishes speaking. It's over. It's over. I hit end stream and the content ends right there, right? We have the chance to watch more content, but only if we hit 100%. And when you donate, let me know which of these subjects you want to put your money towards, because when you donate, you also get the ability to add your donation to the overall score, to the overall percentage that the topic that you want is getting. So you could say Trump goes anti-vax. You could say Trump falls asleep at the RNC. You could say Marjorie Taylor Greene making weird noises. You could say Kevil's return. Hell, you could say Fallout New Vegas if you were a gaming frog and you want me to play games. You could also say Vox Populi if what you want is for the poll, the numbers in the poll to be the actual numbers and to de-emphasize the effect of the donos, although there's not much to de-emphasize just yet. So that's a possibility too. All you got to do is when you donate, let me know whether that donation comes in the form of a super chat, a super sticker, whether you are getting a membership for yourself to give yourself the gift of weasels, or gifting weasels to other people and passing the weasel gift on. That goes whether you are signing up on Patreon. The link is down in the description. If you are donating in any of the links down in the description, which allow you to bypass the platforms like YouTube and Twitch, which take a little of your donation out of that, right? And if you want to donate directly, that also counts as well. It also counts if you are donating on Throne, which is the reason that I have this cool background. Somebody said this is a cool background. There's a reason that's a cool background. It's because Throne wanted this background to happen, and Throne made that background happen. The Throne Gang made it happen. That's the reason that I'm talking to you on a really nice microphone through a really nice sound system, right? This is all stuff that was crowdsourced over at Throne. So thank you for that, Throne Gang. And just know that if there's any donations on Throne tonight, I will also apply those to the dono goal, right? This also goes for Twitch. And let me check on Twitch where you're at right now. You're a ways away from the top of the hour ad break, but just so you know, at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That ad break is unskippable, except in the case that you get yourself a sub. You can do this for free using a Twitch Prime sub. You can do this for $6 using $6. Or you could maybe even be gifted a sub by somebody that's being very generous and doesn't want you to have to sit there through that 3-minute ad break. That sort of thing, though, more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. So this also counts for bits. So anybody who's donating bits over on Twitch, that will also affect the poll. You can also let me know where you want me to put your money, and I will put your money where your mouth is, and you will literally raise the percentage that the subject that you want to see is getting. So you get that as well, and you get us closer to that sub goal, because remember, we are only 7% of the way there. I'm getting a little bit nervous, but maybe I shouldn't be nervous. I've been nervous in the past and I've been wrong. So I'm open to being proven wrong once again, if that's what happens. We got let's see, we got to finish this Medhi Hasan thing. And I believe Trump is coming up here soon. Who is this? Eric Trump. Oh my gosh, the other Failson. The Failson of the Failson. Although I suspect that Eric Trump kind of less of a Failson than Donald Jr. That's why I don't think we're going to watch this guy tonight. I don't know, chat. Does anybody desperately want to see Eric Trump? Does anybody desperately need to see what Eric Trump is saying? I think that it's pretty clear Trump's favorite is Barron. Eric Trump may be his second favorite. Then we got his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, after that. And Donald Jr. coming up in fourth as the ultimate Failson of the Failson. Not even his wife wants to see him. Oh my God, chat. So yeah, we got more with this Medhi Hasan and Piers. Just understand that when you donate, you got to let me know where you want that donation to go, and only then can I apply it to the poll. And it's close tonight, right? Especially if I'm looking over here at the full scale stream. Which again, if you haven't voted already, get your vote in there. Get your vote in there. You can vote in that. You can vote in the other poll. You can vote twice if you want. But right now, it looks like it's very close in that poll. Not quite as close, but still fairly close in the other poll. And again, Marjorie Taylor Greene has got 7 extra percentage applied to her. So anything could happen. Anything could happen. Trump falls asleep, or Trump talks to RFK Jr. about his anti-vax beliefs, Marjorie Taylor Greene and her throat noises, or Keffel's returns, which I know everybody's super excited to see what Keffel's has to say. Anyway, I'm super excited to see what Medhi Hasan has to say in the conclusion of this debate. I'm trying to remember. I feel like Donald Jr. talked fairly close to J.D. Vance. So we might be really close to the Trump speech. I want to get this. I want to see if I can get this content done. I want to see if I can finish this debate before we get to Trump tonight. So I'm going to hit that button. And I'm going to make it happen.
J.D. Vance calling Donald Trump Hitler if he talks like Hitler. No, I have no problem with that.
And what about people on the left, like including you?
I mean, should I not? Okay, Piers, I don't understand this question. If Donald Trump quotes Hitler, should I not say that? Should I censor myself on Piers?
If you genuinely believe on the left that
you need to be clear with your question.
I'm trying.
Look, this is a better question than it might seem. Okay, this is actually a really important point that Medhi's bringing up here. Right? What is Piers trying to do with this rhetoric? What is MAGA trying to do with this rhetoric? Right? They've been saying fighting words for year after year after year. And now they're small bean Republicans. They're small bean. Don't say the bad thing. Don't call Trump something bad. Somebody might hear you and they might want to do something bad to Trump, and then it'll be your fault. Not the fault of the violent fucker with a gun, right? No, it's your fault. It's your fault for pointing out the obvious with Donald Trump. But what is the goal of Pierce's rhetoric here? It is to silence, and it is to have a chilling effect on political discourse. That's what the goal is. That's what he's going for. Donald Trump says this thing. It sounds almost exactly like something that's in Mein Kampf, and Medhi's supposed to shut the fuck up because somebody might think badly of Donald Trump if Medhi points out the obvious. Really, really, Piers.
Should I not? No, I need to know. I need to understand your question. Should I not say to people that Donald Trump just quoted Hitler? Should I say?
No,
should better not say
that's
that.
not what I said.
Calling him the new Hitler.
Not what I said. I said.
Then what should I do?
Should people on the left continue to compare Trump to Hitler in light of what happened?
Okay, if it's not what you said, then disavow it. Be like, well, that's not. Oh, but yeah, you did. You did. You're characterizing this as comparing Trump to Hitler. Yes, you are. How disingenuous, how bad faith of an interlocutor can one have? We'll find out. Go on Piers Morgan's show, and you'll get the worst of faith from this disingenuous goblin, literally glazing up Donald Trump while he claims to be neutral.
To him last weekend. Do you think that is part of the violent rhetoric?
Last weekend is irrelevant, Piers. What's last weekend got to do with Trump's rhetoric? He was shot by a Republican registered voter,
because if people genuinely get
we don't know the motives.
If people
you misled your viewers on Monday. You said he got shot because of the consequences of Biden's language. That's false, Piers. You should probably withdraw
I said
that.
it was partly to blame.
It's a false statement.
If you read the column properly, you would know that I said that.
No, I'm reading what you said on air.
Hang on.
The guy got shot because of the consequences of this kind of language. That's false. We don't know why.
I said that the ratcheting up on all sides of violent rhetoric on all sides, including by Biden, has played a role in somebody deciding they want to kill Trump.
I'm sorry, that's not true. Right? I can tell you for sure that Thomas Matthew Crooks did not give a fuck what Biden said. Thomas Matthew Crooks was not taking Biden's rhetoric into consideration.
Right, you don't know that. You don't know that. He could be a crazy school shooter type. We have no idea why this guy shot at Trump. He was a Trump supporter who shot at Trump. It's very confusing. We don't know why.
Hey, here's my idea. How about we blame the shooter? And we step off of fucking Medhi's nuts. Can we do that? Can you try that, Piers? Can you step off of Medhi's nuts for just a second? And maybe realize that there's one person responsible for the shooting, and that is Thomas Matthew Crooks. Stop saying they. Stop echoing these fucking conspiracy theories. This is not some fucking giant conspiracy theory. This is a messed up 20-year-old Republican. All right? And maybe we'll find out more about like why he did it, and maybe not. You talk to the guy's schoolmates, right? Schoolmates. That sounds like a British word. Thanks, you know, Piers. I'm speaking your language now. I'm speaking the Queen's English here. Well, yeah, you talk to the classmates of crooks, right? And they tell you things like that. This is like the most conservative person in my grade. This was the most conservative person in my class, right? We had a teacher who would ask us, how do you think about this issue? Do you believe this way, which is kind of a left-wing perspective, or do you believe this way, kind of a right-wing perspective? And there was one dude who was always standing on the right, and that was Crooks. That was Crooks. You talk to another one of his classmates and describes him as a unctuous little debate lord, just like the worst fucking dude, right? You bring up politics to him, and you say, I really like Donald Trump, and he's like, Donald Trump fucking sucks. And you're stupid for liking him. Okay, I like Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders fucking sucks, and you're so fucking stupid for liking. I like Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren fucking stupid, and you're stupid for liking. This was like a annoying little debate lord, right? And apparently, like, you know, he hated all the major candidates, right? Nobody was right wing enough for him, apparently. I mean, this is the words of his classmate. This is the best that we got. People that knew him, people that talked to him, people that were in class with him said that he was an asshole. And he thought he knew more about politics than literally anyone else. And if you have an opinion, if you like anybody that he doesn't like, then you fucking suck. You got no business having a political opinion, because Thomas Matthew Crooks is the know-it-all of politics. This is how his classmates described him.
But would you understand that if someone is described repeatedly as Adolf Hitler, that some deranged individual might think it's morally justified to then kill the new Hitler? And that's why it's dangerous.
So
and that's why it should stop.
So my colleague John Harwood is it. Okay, so hold on. First of all, it should stop. Donald Trump, not Joe Biden, called his opponent
This
Hitler.
is fantastic. You deflect on every single question I've asked you.
Because you are so one-sided, Piers, so I have to give some balance.
Okay, you want to call him a deflector? I'm going to call you a preflector. I'm going to say that your fucking points are disingenuous, right? Because they're not considered in the context of the overall rhetoric. They are cherry-picked, and you are exhibiting a massive double standard, especially for somebody that calls himself a centrist, that wants to see himself as neutral or whatever. You are nothing of the sort, Piers. You are nothing of the sort.
Just asking, do you think people should stop calling him Hitler? Because obviously it's a ridiculous...
And I've already said to you, when he stops... I promise, Piers, let's do a deal. I promise, if Trump stops quoting and acting like Hitler and quoting Hitler and praising Nazis, I promise never to mention Hitler again. Deal?
So, once again, you actually don't want to stop calling him Hitler.
Look, I feel like that's a little overly deferential.
Once again,
you
don't
wrong.
want to engage with the rhetoric. This is like your new Hamas gotcha question. The substance of this, Piers, is that Trump has praised Nazis at Charlottesville, hosted a Nazi for dinner at his house, and quotes from Mein Kampf. You're telling me, the great free speech champion, I should not be allowed to point that out because someone like you will say, I'm calling him Hitler. No, I'm pointing out facts, Piers. If you don't like facts, well, what's the line your friend Ben Shapiro says? Facts don't care about your feelings.
They don't care about feelings at all. It's not about my feelings. It's about, I believe, the language on both sides.
Well, no, it is about your feelings. You've threatened multiple times implicitly to kick Medhi off your show. You're obviously not going to do this, but you're nervous about how this debate is going, and you are very much in your feelings right now, Piers.
By a
I
comparison,
think the language on both sides has
of
to stop, and I think the left should stop calling him Hitler.
You need to point, and you should point out to where Joe Biden has called for the execution of his opponents. Only one candidate running for president has called for the execution of his opponents. You have not called that out.
Let's end on a point where I think we may meet some agreement. Joe Biden should not be a Democratic nominee, should he?
No, I don't think Joe Biden should be the
Fuck no.
Democratic nominee. I don't think Donald Trump should be the Republican nominee. I wish we had two different nominees running for office. One on the Democratic side who was younger and more coherent and more...
Oh my God, chat. I want to look at the poll. Do we have a poll that's like overall, like, because I've seen it for Democrats, and yeah, Democrats want, like 65% of Democrats do not want Joe Biden as the nominee, right? So the Democratic side of things has spoken, right? I want to see like overall, right? Like how many people will go on record in a poll of like all Americans as saying, I do not want Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not like there's a lot of people out there that wish that there were two or more completely different options that just do not like either option.
And one on the Republican side who was less of a criminal and less of an authoritarian.
Yeah, Medhi just reported when he did. So you said Trump quoted Hitler. I'm going to be extremely good faith. All right. We don't know that Trump pulled that from Mein Kampf. We don't know that Trump was like, hey, let me take a line from Mein Kampf here and say it in my speech, right? We don't know that he didn't. But, you know, what I said earlier was, is it not just as disturbing, if not a little bit more as disturbing, if Trump accidentally reinvented the wheel? If the stuff that Trump is coming up with to say just happens to be like almost verbatim something that Hitler said, something that's in Mein Kampf, like, which of these is more disturbing? Which of these is more disturbing, right? Whether Trump said, yeah, I think it was really cool when Hitler said, poison the blood of the nation, and I should say that too because I want to be like Hitler, or whether Trump is just like literally like kind of like, yeah, what do immigrants do? They poison the blood of the nation. I mean, it's the same fucking thing. It's the same it doesn't fucking matter. In fact, I'd say it's a little bit more disturbing if Trump reinvented that fascist wheel instead of pulling it from Hitler's blueprint.
But you think that Kamala Harris, helped by Nancy Pelosi, is the answer? I would say Pelosi's showing little sign of being any better than Biden in terms of her ability to construct a sentence. And Kamala Harris, I think, would also get completely wiped away by Donald Trump. So to me, it seems to me the Democrats now cannot win. They've dug themselves into a terrible place where they look.
Well, you know who she wouldn't get wiped away by is J.D. Vance, right? Kamala's actually challenged J.D. Vance, and you know these are right now the nominees for vice president, to a debate, and J.D. Vance ran back up under his Mayma's skirt. Right, went and ran and hide, just like Piers is trying to do, just like Piers is trying to dodge, deflect, and get the fuck out of this engagement because it's not going well for him. He's being exposed for what he is. The double standard that he's using, the curve on which he grades this shit is being exposed, and he does not like it because it's counter to his brand as an enlightened motherfucking centrist.
Well, that's united, and the Republicans are united and ready to go.
Piers, this is a United States of America, most polarized country of my lifetime. It's very, very tight because people are just partisans. On both sides, they'd vote for a corpse as their candidate. The latest polls show Trump up by 2 points. It's still a ridiculously close race. Obviously, Trump's got the edge. He's got momentum. But you're going to get annoyed at me again. Sorry, Piers, I've got to say this. Again, the bias in your question. You say Biden can't string a sentence together. Nor can Trump. But you never point that out.
Oh, we can.
That's what bothers me.
But that's where you're so wrong.
Oh, we can. Oh, we can, Kenny.
Okay.
Oh, we can, Kenny. Yes, on Monday you got really worked up.
Do one thing.
No, let me finish an answer, Piers. Can I have one answer?
Please.
One answer.
Look, as far as who you want as a candidate, I would say that Biden's inability to string together words, inability to make a cogent, sensible statement is like more concerning. If what you want is for your side to win, yeah, that's disturbing. Like the Trump people should be elated at Biden's like inability to run a campaign, frankly, right? But if what you're worried about is more pain and misery for the country, I would say we've got a roadmap already that tells us that is where Donald Trump wants to take us once again. You want to go backwards, back to 2020 and relive that shit all again? Because all it takes is one crisis. He's shown us in a moment of crisis that he does not rise to the occasion, that he is in fact
up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That he is in fact a bloviating reality star. with no ability to lead in a time of crisis. I would say we're better off going forward than back to 2020. I don't want to. Do you want to relive that shit? I don't think anybody does. Least of all the fucking. I mean, you saw how the Republicans freaked out at that moment. Oh my God, I can't go to the gym. Holy shit. Holy shit, I gotta have a vaccine passport, you know?
Trump cannot finish sentences. On Monday,
Does anybody really want to go back to 2020? Because if you're gonna say that, well, what about the inflation? Well, how did we fucking get there? How did we get to the inflation? How did we get to all these problems? How did we get actually a rise in crime under motherfucking Trump? Now, I'm not silly enough to try to blame the entirety of what occurs under a presidential term on the president that's in power, right? I know that some of these are like lagging indicators and that there are a lot of things going on, including a massive public health crisis. I will point out, though, that Trump's leadership or lack of leadership at that time probably made things worse, probably aggravated things like the issues with supply chain and the, which led into the worldwide, global rise in prices, global inflation, global difficulty, paying for people's food, because it's not just the United States that's experiencing this, it is the world. Right? And the rest of the world, in many places, also experienced and are still experiencing a recession, right? This is something that the United States did not experience. There was a rise in crime during the lockdown, but it's come down since then. And it is at near record lows, right? There's not an epidemic of crime. It's not rising. It's falling. It's the opposite. It's going down. This is just PR from broke-ass NPCs trying to take us back to 2020 once again. I don't want to go back there.
Pointed out that Biden gets people's names wrong. You don't point out that Trump gets even more people's names.
Oh my God! Yeah, let's talk about his doctors.
Last month, he said he passed a dementia test. He got the name
of
the doctor wrong. Instead of saying
there we go.
He said Ronnie Johnson. He's confused Obama and Biden. He confused Nancy Pelosi and Nikki Haley. He's confused Iraq and Syria. He confused World War II with World War III. He's confused the leader of Turkey with the leader of Hungary. He's confused the leader of China with the leader of North Korea. He called Tim Cook Tim Apple, right? And he even got his own running mate's name wrong. He called J.D. Vance J.D. Mandel a couple of years back. So Donald Trump gets way more names wrong. He's way more incoherent. He's way more ignorant.
Which one of you?
Yes,
which
Biden
one of the
issues,
two of them? Which one
Trump
of the
is
two?
Much worse.
Which one of the two of them would you trust to drive you home?
I will disagree with Medhi Hasan here, in as much as there's a difference between Trump's mistakes and Biden's mistakes, and you can tell that by the reaction to the debate. I mean, and yeah, Trump is graded on a curve for sure. There is definitely a double standard, but Biden just is not capable of running a campaign, and Trump is running a campaign. I wouldn't say it's a very good campaign, and I'd say that it's kind of an overrated campaign in a lot of ways because of Biden, in the same way that his 2016 campaign was overrated because his opponent was Hillary Clinton. He's viewed as this juggernaut. He's viewed as this dynamo. He's viewed as this political genius, and he's really not. He's just had the most piss-poor competition that you could possibly imagine in Biden and in Hillary. But no, I wouldn't say that Biden's inability to communicate is less is equivalent to Trump's, right? Trump says goofy ass shit. Trump reveals himself to be not very smart. But it's a little bit different than not being able, because what you got to do if you're going to run for president is you got to communicate, right? Ronald Reagan, for all of his faults, was called the great communicator. Ronald Reagan probably did not need to be serving out that last term of his. Ronald Reagan, from everything we know, was not mentally competent to run the White House by the time that he left office. But Ronald Reagan was still able to communicate enough to win an election. Biden is not. Biden is a failed communicator, and he should be replaced and honestly with almost anyone, because the issue that we're looking at is not an issue of Trump being profoundly popular or the Democrats being profoundly unpopular. It's an issue with Biden polling way under congressional and Senate candidates. It's an issue with where you see in all these races, the local person, the senator or representative that's running for the state or the district is ahead, and Biden is behind. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? The problem is with Biden. This is actually not a bad environment for Democrats to run in, particularly because of some of the successes of Donald Trump. What did Donald Trump actually get done? He cut taxes for millionaires, and he put a bunch of corrupt justices in place that took down Roe versus Wade. Americans do not like the actions of the Supreme Court. And a different candidate who didn't have this Achilles heel that Joe Biden is trying to run with would be able to make that the issue, instead of the issue being his failure to distinguish between Medicare and Medicaid or COVID. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, as Donald Trump himself said, Donald Trump doesn't know what he's talking about, and he suspects neither does Biden. He's right about that, right? Biden at many moments in that debate did not know what he was talking about, and he should not be the candidate.
Which one of the two of them would I trust to drive me home? I don't give a damn. That's not the question. Which one of the two of them would I trust to run the country without being a criminal, an autocrat, or an ignoramus? Joe Biden, of course.
Of course. That's where I disagree with you. I don't think Joe Biden can run a bath. And when it comes to driving me home, I take somebody.
And you think Donald Trump, the man who thinks.
I take someone who doesn't face plant on stage, fall off his bike, and everything else that Biden's been doing. You know how bad Biden is. You know it in your heart.
I do, but I do.
Look, I gotta be honest. All right.
You're not a partisan.
All right. So first of all, we're talking about 2020. I doubt Trump could get on a bike. All right. And I don't rate the chances of an octogenarian to look good on a bike. If what we're gonna do is vote for fucking corpses, if those are going to be the candidates, if like, you know, it's like a 75 plus, race, then you shouldn't be expecting them to be physically, capable in that sort of way. It's wild that Piers would bring up the bike thing, because there's so many examples of Biden fucking up that aren't from 2020. And aren't something that are something that you can still expect. You know, like if an 80-year-old is running for office, he still has to be able to communicate. That's the fucking baseline. That is not a very high bar. That is a very low bar, right? But it's a bar that must be crossed, a hurdle that must be overcome, or otherwise, why are you running for president? And the answer with Biden, in Biden's case, is ego. Because we got this whole thing where everybody who gets one term in office is a fucking loser. Jimmy Carter, George H.W. Bush, etc., etc., etc. And everybody who gets 8 years is a winner. And Biden is like, I'm a winner, Jack. I've defied the odds all my life. They told me I couldn't win in 2020, but Obama made that phone call and got the other shit lib candidates to drop out so we could rat fuck Bernie and put me in there in his place, because that's what Biden was chosen for. He was not uniquely capable. He was never uniquely capable. He will tell you himself. He did tell you himself that he's not uniquely capable of beating Trump. He was uniquely capable of beating Bernie, especially with that assistance from that snake, Elizabeth Warren.
Anything. You won't say anything about Trump. You're ignoring the fact that Trump said we should use nukes to stop
Trump
hurricane.
all the time.
That you need not on mental health. In fact, again, just in this show, you've just pointed out.
I was about to tell you what to do.
Trump couldn't walk down a stage. Trump couldn't walk off a stage without someone holding his hand.
Go and get video of the two of them from 10 years ago.
I will.
And play it in a split screen on your show to now.
Oh, no doubt.
Play both of them, and you will
Biden
see Trump is exactly the same as he was then, and Biden is not. End of story.
That's the best.
We looked at footage of Trump from 2016, and he is not the same man he was 8 years ago. You cannot claim that.
Point, that's the best point you've ever made, Piers. You're right. 10 years ago, Biden has deteriorated for 10 years. Trump is the same as 10 years ago, but the difference is Trump was mentally incompetent 10 years ago. He was incoherent and mad 10 years ago when he
What are
ran
you
for
going to
office
do,
and
Medhi,
said
when he
mad
wins again?
stuff.
What are you going to do when he wins again?
I don't know, Piers. I'm hoping that people like you will stand up for free speech and democracy against an authoritarian who wants to...
Wait, why, is Piers British? Why are we... Like Medhi lives in the US, right? Has Piers moved?
Fight the press and calls journalists scum.
Actually, the biggest attacker of the press in modern presidential history was Barack Obama, actually, who was extremely draconian.
I never defended Barack Obama on that. As you know, Piers, I never defended Barack Obama.
I was interested earlier because you were talking about how Trump put people in cages and all this kind of thing. Do you know who deported the most people?
The deporter-in-chief.
Presidential history.
Yes, Barack Obama, and I called him out for
Do you know who also put lots of people...
And this is the problem with the Democratic Party. They are, at their very best, a pale imitation of the Republican Party, and they have been doing this shit since the Reagan years. They have been afraid of their own shadow, and when I say their own shadow, I'm talking about FDR. I'm talking about a class traitor, a man that came from money, who tried to save capitalism from itself. And that is the utility of the Democratic Party in the capitalist system, right? And they had years where they, espoused like a Keynesian economic policy that resulted in a slightly better standard of living for working class people. But they at no point had any desire to enable the working class to actually claw back the leverage from the capitalist class, from Trump's friends. And this is why the Democratic Party is insufficient, right? If you're looking for the lesser of two evils, they might be it, but not by as much as we'd like them to be. But if you're looking for somebody to actually claw back your dignity, claw back the leverage, claw back the dead labor of your ancestors that those rich motherfuckers are subsisting on, because capital doesn't come from nowhere. It's inherited. Just ask Donald Trump with all the money that he inherited. Just ask Donald Trump about capital and where it fucking comes from. He would tell you it came from his dad, but his dad would tell you it came from labor. Nothing is built by the idle hands of the capitalist class, only extracted from workers.
In cages and separated families. Oh, that would be Obama.
Do you know who dropped the most?
Hang on, I haven't finished yet. Do you know who dropped the most bombs? Do you know who dropped the most bombs in a calendar year? Oh, Barack Obama. Do you know who?
I feel like he's starting to get brain rot, right? I mean, look, it's one thing if you want to equivocate between Dems and Republicans as far as like who uses the most violent rhetoric, right? But this is a whole nother thing. This is on the line with the delusion that J.D. Vance demonstrated in his speech the other night in talking about wars started by Republicans and correctly in some cases and incorrectly in other cases, finding complicity from the Democrats. And then reframing that as if it was Joe Biden that went to war with Iraq when the planes, the hijackers came from Saudi Arabia. It was definitely Joe Biden that signed off on that shit. It was definitely Hillary Clinton that signed off on that shit. But it wasn't their war. But yeah, this is what the Republicans will always tell you. No, those were other Republicans. Those were different Republicans. Those were big spending Republicans. Those were neocons. Those were rhinos. We're a different kind of Republican. We're the party of peace. And they can't even fucking keep their rhetoric consistent
Ran illegal drone programs that killed thousands of innocent people. Oh, so Barack Obama. Do you know who actually campaigned in 08-09 to shut down Guantanamo Bay because as a former lawyer, he knew it was an illegal torture chamber? Oh, it's still open. So I'm afraid, Medhi, you're...
Wait a minute. Do you know who's going back into the Trump administration if Trump gets elected again? John fucking Yoo, the architect of the American torture regime. That same asshole from the Bush administration that attempted a legal justification for human rights violations.
Piers. Of Saint Barack against evil Donald doesn't quite cut it with me.
This is the problem, Piers. Your question doesn't cut it with me because, number one, I criticize Obama for all those things. Unlike you, I can criticize both sides.
I criticize Trump all the time.
See, like, here's the frustrating thing. There are Dems that Piers could make this argument with, right? Medhi's not one of them. In fact, I'd hardly call Medhi Hasan a Democrat.
You know I do. Why do you lie?
You did it in that question. You didn't. In that question, you didn't. You just said Barack Obama increased drone strikes attacks. Trump actually escalated drone strikes over Obama. Trump supports Guantanamo. Trump wants to torture more people. And as for deportations, why don't you tell you?
Yeah, when Trump talks about things like Iraq, he's like, why didn't we take the oil? Why didn't we get to plunder their natural resources? Right? We didn't do enough damage to that country.
One of the reasons we oppose Trump.
We didn't destabilize Iraq enough, right? Biden got us ISIS. Trump would have gotten us super ISIS.
Coming back, those of us with any sense, is because he wants to carry out the biggest deportation in history, eject 11 million people.
Well, the biggest
disgusting, racist operation.
Ironically, we've got to leave it there.
11 million people he wants to eject from this country.
Ironically, the biggest deporter in history was Barack Obama, who was a Democrat president. Anyway, Medhi, we've got to leave it there. As always.
I'm sorry, did I say Obama? I meant Bush.
Good to debate with you. I appreciate it. And hopefully get you back on as we get near the election. Thank you. Well, join me now to discuss.
All right, there we go, chat. And it is... I'm going to check in with our polls once again. With 635 votes, Shorts Chat is choosing to watch Trump RFK Jr. anti-vax leaked call. That leaked call that Trump made to RFK Jr. in an effort to get RFK Jr. to withdraw from the race and to endorse him. Because apparently they've got a lot in common in terms of their beliefs on vaccination. So that's 30% of you picking that one. We've got 30% of you that want to see Trump fall asleep twice at the RNC. And that is this RNC, not the 2020 RNC or the 2016 RNC. That is this one, right? And 16% each for Marjorie Taylor Greene and Keffels. Looking over at the full screen stream, I see that 29% of you want to see that Trump RFK phone call, that leaked phone call, whereas 25% of you are voting for Trump falling asleep, 24% for Marjorie Taylor Greene, and 22% for Keffels. What's happening? What's happening? What am I missing? Is Marjorie Taylor Greene? What's happening? Oh, that's happening. All right. I gotta be real, chat. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for... It doesn't look good for hitting that sub goal. In fact, it looks kind of abysmal. 7%. I don't think we've ever done this bad before. I'm going to try not to get worried about that, but I am... I've got a lot on the line. Anyway, Trump is speaking. If you want to affect the outcome of that poll, right, the first thing we got to do is take it from 7% to 100%. Otherwise, I'm going to just hit stop and go cry in the corner after Trump has spoken. But if you donate, let me know which of these poll options you want, and I will add your donation to the total of that poll. You will help the thing that you want to see. Oh my God, what is going on here? What is going on here? Anyway, chat, whether your donation comes in the form of super chat, super stickers, whether you are gifting memberships or you are getting a membership for yourself, whether you are signing up on Patreon.
Mega Star super chatted $9.99. Here we go, Sai.
Here we go. Here we go, indeed. Yeah, we're just what's going on? What's dropping? What is this? What is this? What is this? Also, let me know where to put that Sai. You just got us to 17%. Let me know which topic that Sai is should be applied to, and I will add 10% to that topic. There we go. Okay, he's here. USA, USA. Thank you very much, folks. Donald Trump here. I just crapped my pants. I just dumped ass in my diaper, folks, and now I've got a diaper on my ears. Well, let's...
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kid Rock. Thank you, Kid Rock. Thank you, Kid Rock.
Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have...
So, chat, I didn't get a chance to...
And we will begin the 4 greatest years...
Tommy Boy super chatted $5.
Aw.
What the heck are we watching?
What the heck are we watching?
Campaign or some kind of Super Bowl halftime.
It
Anti-vax call.
It does feel like that. Trump anti-vax call. I will add that $5 to the Trump anti-vax call, and that's an important thing. When you do $5 or more, you actually have a sassy British voice to read out your message. So let's get. Anyway, Trump is supposedly going to deliver a message of unity.
A new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom.
Supposedly, he revised this speech to be more about unity after the incident.
Division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because
there's the unity. There's the unity.
For half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much.
MTG is getting 10 more points, or getting 10 more points. Omega Star, I think you just put MTG into the lead.
Thank you very much.
Yo, look at these sweat hogs.
And we will do it right. Gonna do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people
but now there
for
are
your
freaking
outpouring
communist
of love
invading
and support
radicals.
following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life.
Is that 3 in a row? 3 for Thursday. I got it.
And therefore I will tell you.
4?
And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
The great Commonwealth.
Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down.
Did he, though?
My hand was covered with blood.
It almost looked like he didn't know what it was. He was... The way he put his hand on his ear, it looked more like he thought it was a mosquito.
Under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets...
I mean, I'm not blaming him. Obviously...
As very brave.
Situations like this, sometimes it takes a while to realize what's going on.
These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper. And then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they...
So we learned
They just, this beautiful...
Spare me the biology lesson.
They didn't want to leave me, and you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out.
They say police sniper bested a
Not supposed to be here.
high school riflery team reject. That's
Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once
some Nuremberg vibes here.
and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator, unbelievable person.
So, has Trump placed his phone call to the family of this man yet? Because for a Biden, you know, for a while it was just Biden that had talked to the family. I'm sure by now he's made that phone call.
Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, two other great warriors. Spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you.
Trumpsters! Yo! He said it, chat!
But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible.
He's a fan.
He was a highly respected former fire chief.
Said Trumpsters.
Was accompanied by his...
He likes the thumbnail. He approves.
Woman I spoke to her today, devastated. And two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
Like, this is what I'm telling you, chat. Trump's trying to make himself the new 9/11. And it took 10 years. The fuck? What are we watching? This is like what he did with the flag.
I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But
Sounds like we're having some sound issues. That's on their end, on C-SPAN's end.
We've raised $6.3 million. For the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million. From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other two. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need.
Dulce et decorum est.
A heinous attack.
Pro patria mori.
Than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged.
My resolve is to never allow another reality show actor to get anywhere near political power,
we will not break.
because it's too fucking dangerous.
And I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never.
This confluence between
all of the energy,
jingoistic fervor
I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank
and
you very much. I pledge
parasocial fandom is
we're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do
very scary.
Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again.
So he's recapping all of the themes of each night of the RNC.
In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time.
Okay, so here comes the unity.
Fellow citizens, we are.
Here comes Donald Trump's attempt to make himself the
With liberty and justice for all.
the plur president. He's gonna bring us into peace, love, unity, and respect, chat.
And we must not criminalize.
Get your glow sticks.
Demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponents.
Small bean.
Enemy of democracy.
Small bean conservatism. But he's always been a victim. That's always been key. That's always been central to his campaign.
I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country.
By being dictator at day one. By giving us the most corrupt Supreme Court that the country's ever known.
As you probably just read, on Monday a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding
Soon to be removed from the case.
documents case
Unfortunately, that case will not go to trial until after the election. So in other words, the only way this guy's going to see justice, the only way there's going to be any consequences for this rich man's actions, his illegal actions. Oh my God, we got another dude with the thing. We got another
partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years.
what is that called again?
They should do that without
Visor bro.
an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people.
I don't know. My money's still on the shark.
I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania.
Wow, this is C-SPAN. This is, like, it feels like an analog horror, doesn't it? I'm sorry, horror chat. Just so you understand, I wasn't calling Melania anything there. All right, I said an analog horror, more like a digital horror though. Horror.
Did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be.
He's glitching, chat. It's a glitch in the matrix.
Mr. Congressman. But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron.
That's the only son he cares about, Baron.
My 10 wonderful grandchildren, you saw a few of them up there on my lap before.
Again, more parasocial shit.
And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing.
I'm sorry, but this is the influencer in chief. Like, this is what I'm a streamer, and I'm looking at a streamer.
Great song.
Streamer that's getting a lot more donos than I am, but a streamer nonetheless. Right?
And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was.
Then again, I don't have,
40,000.
I don't have JD Vance. I don't have a venture capitalist from Peter Thiel as my hype man, so I guess it's understandable.
And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man.
No, this is weird because his original song was "You Can't Always Get What You Want" by the Rolling Stones, which seems somehow more fitting.
How good was he? Is he
A Hulkster? Oh man, that guy's fucking pink under that spray tan. He took a page out of Trump's book to hide the steroid. One of the most hated people in pro wrestling, and I'm not talking about his character, chat. I'm not talking about Hollywood Hulk. I'm talking about the guy.
over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience. I say, maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times.
He is one snake.
A lot of entertainers that can do that, right?
Stabbed his fellow wrestlers in the back when they tried to form a union.
Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great.
Which ones have we missed, chat? We need to see the Matt Gaetz one.
Incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats. Crazy.
No, it's the Democrats. That's right.
Boom, boom.
Boo, the consequences of our actions. Boo. I'm a spoiled rich kid that's never had to fucking face any consequences in my life. Boo. Boo. I should be above the law. I'm used to being able to pay to make charges go away. Boo. Now my lawyers are getting lawyers.
If they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country.
Instead of like enforcing the law, yeah? Equally? You got the Alaskan Thunderfuck there, Mista. Nice. What's that like?
Country music. Jason.
I've never tried it, actually.
Jason.
I've heard many things.
Jason Aldean, he's good.
Look, chat, I'm more interested in the strain that Miska's got than what Trump is saying.
New friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D.
Vance, folks. J.D. Vance. Miska, apparently mine is wedding cake.
He's going to be a great
venture capitalist. The first VC as VP.
This movement, greatest movement in the history of our country. Make America great again. When they
now, chat, if Trump does get elected,
I said, MAGA is make America.
This guy's probably going to be president before the end of that term. I don't foresee Trump lasting till all 4 years.
And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed.
And that's scary. That's Silicon Valley in the White House, in the president's office, in the Oval Office, right?
His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are 2 smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee, and the great state of...
Oh, wait. Robert Jenkins, Pelosi has made $100 million from above the law trading. Robert Jenkins, what happened to draining the swamp? Motherfucker over here, bro is the swamp. Bro is the swamp. You voted for the swamp. You like the swamp.
The audience doesn't like it, but it's true.
You got that swamp ass in your mouth, Robert. How does it taste? How does it taste?
Spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and...
How does it feel to be a fake billionaire's bitch?
So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to...
Is that it? Is that it?
I'll be honest about that.
As opposed to you, chat, who I expect to buy my votes.
And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again.
We'll make Wisconsin cheesy again.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation.
He's not done.
To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic.
Asian. We love... What the fuck, this guy?
Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before.
You know Nick Fuentes is going to hate to hear that.
We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was.
Again, chat. The assailant, the guy that took a pot shot at Trump, that call was coming from inside the house. That was a conservative, right? Nick Fuentes is probably reacting to this right now, complaining about the diversity. You wanna talk about who's subjecting him to more danger?
Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that.
People who look at this guy as a rhino, right? That's where that bullet came from. The far right, further than Trump.
But it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other.
We got the space age. He's the first president from space.
Laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk.
They didn't want the space age technologies, folks. They're afraid of this.
Down the line toward death.
They're afraid of using alien technology.
Doctors didn't want to have it on their record, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried.
They hadn't even read Zacharias Steichen.
I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money, going home and dying, just die. We got them to...
What is bro talking about now?
They're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast.
They're going to get the space age medicine, folks.
Thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try.
With our moon dust.
It's great.
Radioactive.
Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world.
This is coming from the guy
to achieve this future, we must first
who sent his son-in-law on a very dodgy negotiation that cut out one of the parties involved in that negotiation, that being the Palestinian people, and essentially paved the way for October 7th. That's his policy. That's his nepotism. Because that's Jared. He's sending Jared in.
Working in low-income families and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena.
Again, Biden can show you some numbers if that's what you're looking for.
Misery, crime, poverty,
I don't
and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever.
I don't feel like giving Biden a lot of credit for essentially embracing Trump's policy, but he has.
Seldom been part of Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe, in the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III.
Oh, I thought you were going to say climate disaster. But you don't care about that, do you?
Army tanks going back and forth, shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections.
Except when it comes to holding millionaires a little bit accountable for the crimes that they've committed.
So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill.
And again, this shouldn't be a flex, but Biden can show you that the United States is now producing more energy than any country at any other time before. This is not a good thing. This is a failure to deal with the climate crisis. But if that's your standard, then I guess Biden's your guy.
Lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then
oh yeah, so actually they have started to come down. Actually, inflation has started to come down. And to the extent that prices are not coming down,
taxes even further. We gave you the largest.
Those are billionaires. Those are your friends. Those are the people that you cut taxes for, Donald Trump.
I brought taxes way down.
Ripping off America, the Americans you claim to love.
More revenues the following year than we did.
Fucking them over on both ends. Not paying them enough and charging them too much money for the necessities of life. That's your fucking friends. Those are the people that he's cutting the taxes from. And he's going to raise
I changed both of them, and
prices on a median American family household
into our nation, and we had
at a rate of 2,000 more than what they were paying in taxes.
At levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built.
Look at these guys. Look at these hogs.
On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen.
What is bro yapping about? These are people that commit crime at a lower rate than United States citizens.
Administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war
because Ukraine would have surrendered.
Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had...
Oh, no, it happened because you were president. I went over that just earlier, right? That's the Abraham Accords at work.
I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a Congress...
That's weak.
Say, well,
is that a Rush Limbaugh line? Deface the nation? He's talking about face the nation.
And other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every...
Chat, Sunday mornings used to be the time where the networks would have each of them a
about it. They weren't going to buy any oil.
like a political show. And Face the Nation is one of the, it still exists. It's just not, nobody watches it, right? It's television. It's boomer shit.
We're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having...
But again, he's talking to boomers. Like, right, boomers are a big part of his constituency. So maybe they still watch Face the Nation. I don't know. They're probably watching Fox News.
The 10 worst presidents in the history...
They're probably watching Newsmax.
The 10 worst, added them up. They will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore.
The term. Yeah, because he's the unity. He's peace, love, unity, respect president.
Unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered.
You can go back to no, you don't have to go back anywhere because the entire world is experiencing inflation because we just suffered through a giant fucking public health disaster crisis, right? That's what's going on. Everybody fucking knows that. Don't act it like Joe Biden invented fucking inflation when it's the literal results of the events of the last 4 years. Don't fucking act like that came from Biden. Don't act like Biden thought it would be a really cool thing if shit cost a whole bunch of money, Jack. I remember back in my day, everything was super expensive with corn pop.
Inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person.
Yo, inflation bad. Did you know that? Did you, Chad, did you fucking know that inflation bad? I mean, I bet you know that in a way that Donald Trump has never fucking experienced it. Because, right, when inflation matters, it's when you can't fucking pay for food, when you got to decide between paying for food and paying for rent. And some of you out there know what that feels like. You know who doesn't know who that feels like? You know who has never felt that in his fucking life? This jackass right here. This jackass right here.
Have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today,
on her way to work one morning, down the path alongside the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor half-frozen snake.
107%.
His orange-colored skin had been all frosted with the dew.
You know who's being hurt the most?
Poor thing, she cried. I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you.
Population and the Hispanic.
Take me in, tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, tender woman. Sighed the snake. She wrapped him all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night. As soon as she arrived, she found that pretty snake she'd taken to had been revived. Take me in, tender woman.
will soon be
Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in once again, tender woman, sighed the snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in, by now, you might have actually died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. Instead of saying thanks, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, tender woman, sighed the snake. I saved you, cried the woman. And you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm gonna die. Oh, shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with his grin.
Look at them. They're all here.
You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in.
Best run and most enthusiastic.
Take me in, tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, tender woman, sighed the snake.
And it's true.
And that's him. In case it wasn't clear. There's a snake in the room. There's a snake at the fucking bully pulpit.
So I better finish strong. Otherwise we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single...
Oh, geez, I can think of a few.
I refuse to be the only one.
Starting with your vice president, yo.
They're already getting ready. See, I gave him an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds.
I mean, this is the guy that had didn't he have a good inauguration crowd too? I remember more than Obama. Yeah.
The entire Republican Party is formally adopted.
Unless you pan out and look at the actual size of the event.
Very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great speaker.
MAGA Mike. We got MAGA Mike. Mr. MAGA Mike.
Thank you.
Don't look on his cell phone, though.
A Republican Senate. We have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about...
Take me in, tender woman.
Can't come fast enough. We have to get it done.
Take me in again, he said.
Economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house.
It's too bad you're not running against the Fed. Is that your opponent, the Fed? The Federal Reserve? Is that who you're...
Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy.
He's full of shit. He's going to raise tariffs on, like, everything.
We are a nation that has the opportunity...
Again, apparently something that Biden and Trump agree on, because Biden's pumping more gas than the United States ever has before. Not giving a fuck. Not concerned with climate change.
But soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes.
David, are you looking at the same
And all my life,
crowd that I'm looking at?
I always love politics. I guess I was on the other side.
What I'm seeing is not something that looks better than anything. Even Biden, even the Democrats, as bad as they are, as similar to this shit. You know, it's in terms of his energy policy, in terms of its immigration policy, it's way too fucking similar.
And people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes.
We're gonna reduce. If you're a billionaire, we're gonna put it back on you in terms of raising your prices.
We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of
this doesn't make sense when you know what you're talking about, and when you know what you're talking about, you know that inflation's a worldwide global crisis, and you know that it's a lot worse in other places. So blaming it on the Green New Deal just ain't realistic.
The trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one.
He's afraid of electric batteries, apparently, and sharks.
Industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started, are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything.
Oh my gosh, affordable cars? Shit, we can't have those. We can't do that. No tax. Wait, then why didn't you rewrite NAFTA differently? When you put your ugly fucking ass name on it. When you put a big golden Trump stamp on it and called it a different program when it's just fucking NAFTA that you reinstated because you were never against it in the first place. Because you're part of that class that exploits everyone. You're one of those people. You are a swamp person with a swamp ass.
Auto workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United...
Oh God, he hates the UAW.
Every single auto worker, union and non-union.
Sean Fain, Sigma labor leader.
And we're going to bring it back fast.
And he doesn't like that. He doesn't like workers standing up for themselves. He's afraid of labor power.
Plants anywhere in the world. Think of it. In the world, we're going to.
So does J.D. Vance, that fake ass hillbilly from last night.
It's going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants.
Sounds a lot like his 2016 promises that he never kept. Sounds a lot like the same fucking bullshit. Take me in, tender woman.
200% on each car.
Take me in, for goodness sake.
In the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50
I love what utter rubes his fucking followers are, right? He put a new name on the trade deal and updated it. That's NAFTA. That's NAFTA with his fucking name on it. And I challenge any of you out there to prove me wrong, because if you look into the details of it, you will find that it is the exact same bullshit trade deal. Constructed under Reagan, workshopped under H.W. Bush, and finally passed under that piece of shit Bill Clinton, who, like I'm saying, is just not different enough from these asshole Republicans. The American people deserve better.
Our product, they were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus.
This is his greatest hits here.
We will not let
Play the hits, Donnie. Play the hits.
our jobs and plunder.
They took our gerbs. They took our gerbs.
The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America.
Look at that in solidarity. We got the ear diapers. I've only seen one of these ear diapers tonight.
Very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many.
Take me in, tender woman.
25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips.
How about no tax on donos?
I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find them? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous, and they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more.
No, those agents are going after the wealthy even more.
Most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no taxes?
He doesn't even want to lower taxes on the working class, right, chat? You're going to be paying more in goods and services from his tariffs than anything you could be saving in taxes.
And caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security. And
oh, wait, really? Are you going to raise the cap? So tell me about your plan to raise the cap, Donald.
Security and Medicare.
If you're, he's talking about cutting it. If he's not talking about raising the cap, which I can guarantee you he's not, him saving Social Security. I mean, this guy wants to abolish Medicare and Medicaid.
But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been...
Oh, you mean the thing that you can't actually prove harm for? You can't show the fucking harm? You're going to talk about crime, and we look at the numbers and we find that immigrants commit them at a lower rate than citizens. You're going to talk about like economic impact, and you're going to find out that immigrants add to the economy. You're going to talk about like social services, and you're going to find that immigrants often contribute to Social Security and other programs without taking anything back because of the nature, the undocumented nature of their work. Now, chat, what they should do is make a fucking path to citizenship, fix immigration, right? Because there's a whole reason why this shit exists. There's a whole reason why this shit exists. And the rich exploit immigrants like more than the rest of us in terms of, you know, horrible working conditions, in terms of bad pay, and in terms of, in terms of not even keeping the agreement that they make as far as paying the people, because they can just fucking call immigration on themselves and kick them out. This is a fucking scam that's being run by the capitalists. And the reason, and Trump and his side's role in that is to keep from actually fixing immigration. Is to keep from providing a path so that people can actually be in the system and you know, can be part of those regulations instead of being exploited, instead of working outside of the law and being exploited because of that.
Countries would fight with stick.
But yeah, he just wants to make it like there's these other people, and they're foreign, and they're bad, and they're like military age, and they're violent, and they're dangerous, and they're coming for your jobs. And if they're not coming for your jobs, they're gonna steal shit from you and knife you. And if they're not gonna do that, then they're gonna take your... It's just like fucking... I mean, you've heard this shit before. You know what this shit is. It's a moral panic. It's demonizing the outsider. This is the only thing he's fucking got to run on. Anybody who comes in here saying, what do you have against Trump? Tell me what you have in favor of this snake that stands before you. Tell me what you have in favor of him. Tell me what you think he's doing for you. Because I'll guarantee you, for everything that you think that he's doing for you, there's 4 or 5 things that you don't know about that he's doing to you. He's from the exploiter class, right? He has lived that lifestyle his entire fucking life. He has been handed everything that he has had on a silver platter. His whole mythology as a genius businessman is a long con. A series of failures. Not somebody who performs above the curve in terms of people inheriting, being given that much amount of money. Because if you or I had what he inherited, we could very easily be more wealthy than Trump just by making basic bitch conservative investments. In other words, he's a shit businessman. He's a shit real estate magnate. He couldn't hack it in the... He's going to Las Vegas? They will laugh at him because he couldn't hack it in the casino industry. He had a fucking casino. He lost his ass on a casino. You know, the movie where there's all this money in the back and everybody's skimming off of it and it doesn't matter because there's so much fucking money? That's what he failed at. That shit right there. That shit right there. And he wants to extend this lie. He wants to extend his Midas touch that instead of turning everything into gold, turns everything he touches into shit. And he touched this country. And he wants to touch it again. But chat, I am tired of being touched by these greasy orange fingers. I have had it with this snake. I am not letting him in a second time. Once bitten, twice shy, motherfucker.
Stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd of Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people on these.
Ice Ice Baby. Just fucking sing Ice Ice Baby. You know you want to. You know you want to. You know it's going through your head.
Probably the worst.
Ice Ice Baby.
We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get.
That's old fashioned.
And the other countries.
That's old fashioned.
I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious.
Oh, God, remember the caravans? Remember the caravans that they bring up every time they got an election to try to scam people on? And all of a sudden the caravan's heading its way. Oh, it's going to come up and get us. It's going to this killer caravan. The Crimson Caravan is on its way. You gotta watch out. These people, they're foreign. You don't know what they're going to do.
Doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much.
He loves to just make up lies like this, right? Like, oh, let me tell you about who they're sending you. You know Hannibal Lecter? Hannibal Lecter. He had a friend for dinner, folks. They're sending Hannibal Lecter. They've cloned him down in some foreign country that you don't like because their skin color's different.
That means two things in day.
We're gonna get Hannibal Lecter, folks.
Close our borders.
I'm sorry, but like I'm more afraid of the fucking mutants I see in the audience than any immigrant from a foreign country.
Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but
I don't know what the hell's out in the crowd tonight, but it looks a lot more foreign to me than.
Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that
You notice that he whines when he talks?
I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest.
It's just like this constant fucking whine.
I've ever seen. It showed everything.
And I'm sick of hearing it. It would be really cool to not hear that for like the rest of my life.
Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to
Not hear that on the fucking news. That fucking whine.
Without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you gotta see this chart.
Look at these hogs. What is up with his fucking biggest fans?
But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into.
Oh, chat, Jesus fucking Christ. Do you see what year that is? Now listen, when Trump says, remember the glory days of my administration, right? When Trump says, remember how cheap things used to be, he's not talking about 2020. When he says, remember how good the economy used to be, he's not talking about 2020. He's talking about the previous years. What was it that happened? Yeah, because if you look at that chart, it's really interesting. 2020 is phenomenally low, and what happened in the year of 2020? There was a reason that the border was closed. There was a reason that there was nobody crossing. There was something going on, if you will remember, during that year. Unless you are completely in denial, to the extent that not even Trump is, since he's had COVID a few times.
And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the
No, but do you see how it fucking drops off the cliff right at 2020? I love the gaslighting. Like, how many Republicans do you think are going to see this shit and they're not going to figure that out? They're just going to be like, oh no, he's just like really good. He's really good. He's really tough. And the immigrants got scared. MS-13 was scared. Everybody was scared. Trump was tough. Biden was weak. That's what happened. That's why it dropped off the cliff right there. Not in Jesus Christ, not in like 2017 when he entered the White House. But for some reason, just at the very beginning of the last year of his administration, I wonder what that could be.
But I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion. But the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country.
Again, there's no discussion of the effects of United States foreign policy in the country where the immigration is coming from. There's no thought of that.
On foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a seal border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is?
But again, remember that bill that was in the Congress, Trump? Do you remember that bill that was going on and you were like, yeah, vote for the bill. Vote for the bill. Like, let's do the bill. And you were like that until Biden was like, yeah, I will sign the bill, actually. And you're like, oh shit, he wants to sign the bill? He wants to sign the bill? Don't do the bill. Whatever you do, don't do the bill. Don't do the bill. That bill that I was just telling you to do, when I thought that it would be vetoed, when I thought that it would not pass through the Senate, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that bill. All right, whatever you do, don't do that bill.
Hundreds of thousands of people have been working for years to come
and MAGA Mike flipped on a dime. Flipped.
Into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction. And
yeah, I don't know if this is
remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But
I don't know if this is a parody here about Venezuela. Are there people in chat that don't think that United States has had an impact on Venezuela?
Demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. and took 93. This is the...
Look at these chucklehead mutants out. What is up with this audience? It's like they're making the argument for me. You want these people?
Because of this very foolish...
That's Project 2025 out there. You know that?
Taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from...
These are the kind of clowns they want to replace civil service with. People that are loyal.
The Middle East, they're coming from...
Loyal to MAGA.
...levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed. And this...
There's definitely an invasion going on. There's been an invasion into the Supreme Court.
Prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions.
Oh, here we go. Hannibal Lecter, folks. Just like Hannibal Lecter came from a mental institution. He was having a friend for dinner, folks. Yes! Oh, fuck yes!
The late, great Hannibal Lecter.
The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He loved to have your friend. Yes! Okay, I'm sorry. That was good. That was really good. That was so good. That was so fucking good.
And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before.
And they're all Hannibal Lecter, folks. Never mind the fact that they commit crimes at a lower rate than our citizens.
Going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country.
And you're making this up out of whole cloth. You got nothing to show for this. You can point to a chart to look at immigration rates, but your claim that these are criminals and mental institution escapees or whatever the fuck you're trying to claim, you have nothing. It is a story. It is a narrative. Take me in. Tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, tender woman. Sighed the snake. Are you going to let him in again? Once bitten, are you going to let him in again?
Job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them.
Are you going to let this snake back in? After what we've already seen? He's just like making shit up. Like, yes, they're all Hannibal Lecter. That's right. There's a million Hannibal Lecters out there, Trump.
They're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's...
What about you getting away with breaking the fucking law? The only way that can happen is if you get sent back to the White House. That's why he's running. He's trying to escape. He's a fugitive. His run for fucking office is a run to escape accountability for his crimes. All of his privileged life, he's been allowed to exist above the law. He's ripped people off. He's lied to people. He's hurt people. He's put out full-page ads, chat, calling for the execution of innocent people.
Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States.
Fucking prove it then. Show me. Show me the fucking murderers, you lying sack of dog shit. You orange sack of shit.
That's why, to keep our families safe.
He can't show you anything. He's just fucking lying like he always does, like he's been doing his whole life. The one thing that he's good at is lying.
Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had.
Oh shit, chat. What was the... Hey, Trump, what was the name of that? Do you want me to look that up, chat? Should I find out what the name of that border operation was? I believe I remember. Anybody in chat remember? Oh, don't say it. Actually, don't say it. Don't say it, because you're gonna get in trouble with YouTube if you say the name of that operation. I'm not gonna say it either.
Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some...
So this is what he's got, because he doesn't have numbers, And he doesn't have charts for this. He's got anecdotes. He's got stories.
Who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released.
In order to distract you from the fact that the people he's trying to demonize commit crimes at a lower rate than citizens.
Sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5.
Chat, I don't know how to tell you the name. I looked it up, and it is what I think it is, right? The name of Dwight Eisenhower's program that Trump is quoting is a slur, the first word of which describes a state of being covered in water or moisture, and the second word of which is back. Yeah. It's a fucking slur. That's what he's pointing to. Wasn't it great when we had Operation back? It's a word that, like, oh my god, chat. A word that YouTube will not let me say. A word that I had better not say. Because it's literally a fucking slur. It's literally a terms of service violation for me to tell you the name of Dwight Eisenhower's Deportation Act.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I'm looking at
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist
invading radicals. I'm looking at a picture of Mexican immigrants packed into trucks by U.S. Border Patrol. Like that's a truck? Wait, I think I can probably show it. I can show you this picture. All right. There it is. That's what he wants to bring back. Operation. Not even gonna say it.
Children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland.
It's just wild that you can cherry pick the most gruesome fucking stomach turning incident that you can find and use it to distract people from the fact that there's less of this kind of violent action happening from these immigrants that you're trying to demonize than there are from fucking American citizens. Some bad shit goes on out there, Chad. I hate to break it to you, but violence fucking happens. People get hurt.
And horrifically killed. Yet another American.
But they're getting hurt at lower rates from the people that he's describing as Hannibal Lecter to you. What a lying sack of dog shit.
Tonight, America.
And this is how he justifies
these killers and criminals into our country.
A human rights violation that went on in the 50s that he wants to bring back.
I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest. We were the most respected.
Yeah, look, he's responsible for what's going on, for what went on October 7th. That was Jared. That was the negotiation of your fail son-in-law, Jared Kushner.
The whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of...
Oh, great. Yeah, cool. My good friend, fellow fascist Viktor Orban.
Said, I don't want people coming into my country.
But don't even call him a fascist, okay? Don't. You're not allowed to do that.
Tell us what's going wrong. What's happening?
If you do that, it's your fault.
There's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring...
If a conservative debate lord takes a pot shot at his other ear, chat. Don't say what Viktor Orban actually is. Don't say that word. You have to be quiet. You're not allowed to say that in Trump's America. You don't have the freedom of speech.
He said Russia
when it comes to calling a fascist a motherfucking fascist.
was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace, and now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen.
No, that literally you set these into motion.
Under President Obama, Russia took.
Oh wow.
Under the
so chat, it's not.
Russia is after all.
It's not Obama and Biden, right? It's Bush and Biden somehow. Russia took everything because they had you, motherfucker. They had an asset in the fucking White House.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke.
Wokeness. Oh my God, you're gonna make a descent. You're gonna run down the same blind alley as Ron DeSanctimonious.
North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with
Oh my God.
When I said that, how could you get along with him? Well,
we fell in love. That was his words. You fell in love. You saw a fellow dictator. You looked in the mirror. Let's be real. You looked in the mirror and you fell in fucking love.
But no, I got along with
Narcissus.
We stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we
But only because it's a Democrat in the White House. If there was a MAGA Republican, it'd be totally different. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening.
Yeah. Look at what Jared did. Look at your Failson's failed negotiation. This is what happens when you cut a stakeholder out of the negotiation.
With the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that.
Wait.
Heroic U.S. service.
Chad, I believe that was Trump's plan. I believe that withdrawal was
wounded. Nobody ever talks about that. No arms.
An execution of a Trump-era plan that just never went forward.
Horrifically wounded.
Because as much as he can say that he's the president of peace, not war, he kept us in Afghanistan. Wait, you can't say the same thing at, like, right? Do you see what he's doing?
Who paid the
Biden was wrong for ending the Afghanistan war, but we're going to blame Biden for Putin, your friend, invading Ukraine. That's Biden's fault.
He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person, and he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown.
Take me in, tender woman.
$85 billion worth of military.
Take me in, for goodness sake.
Along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in a...
What is bro yapping about?
We didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. the press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit hard.
Is this Charlie Brown's teacher? It kind of sounds like it.
And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out.
Because it was so peaceful up here.
You know
but now
that
there are
right
freaking
now,
communists
Afghanistan is
invading
one of the
radicals.
largest sellers.
And all he had to give you...
They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we...
All he had to give you...
But think of it.
Was your ego.
But why do you... Show me a picture of my home. I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months.
Yeah.
And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has
So here he is. Here he is right now. This asshole that claims that he stands against war is saying that he wanted to stay in Afghanistan. You want forever wars?
miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that?
This guy would have been in there. We would have been in Afghanistan for 23 years. 23 fucking years. You want to talk about a forever war?
What's wrong with our president? You don't even
There he is.
hearing about this. Russia has nuclear
Got to keep that Bagram air base
miles away, Mr. Congressman.
so we can fight a war with China.
Correct?
Because when he says he doesn't want World War III with Russia, what he means is he wants World War III with China.
And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price.
If you're talking about hostages in Gaza, that offer's on the table. Israel has yet to accept it. That offer's been on the fucking table.
With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call.
You can stop wars with braggadocio, with false bravado and braggadocio. Is that how you stop wars? By calling Kim Jong Rocket Man?
Defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right?
Oh my God.
Everybody sitting over.
Not those electric ones, though, right? Only the gas ones, right? The electric ones, you got to decide, do you want the shark to eat you, or do you want to be electrocuted by the battery?
They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him.
I'm sorry. This is just remember, only Biden misspeaks, right? It's Star Wars. A small film franchise. It's only named after a small film franchise, but it's actually Star Wars. But no, it's according to this guy, it's Jefferson Starship is what it is. Ronald Reagan and his Jefferson Starship. He wanted to shoot down the missiles with a Jefferson airplane.
We will unleash the power.
He wanted to send Grace Slick up into space. But they didn't have the technology at the time, folks. He didn't have the technology.
We're going to get to
It's a very sad thing, folks. We could have shot Grace Slick into orbit.
I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened.
No, but you gotta have the space age tech. Yeah, you gotta have the space age medicine. We get the medicine from space. It's radioactive moon dust, actually. Cures cancer.
We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that
playgrounds for the super wealthy. We'll move out all the poor people who will never be able to afford an apartment, even a studio in that city again, and make it all clean and nice and beautiful by raising the rents. Because that's who this guy's in favor of. Your fucking corporate landlord. Your corporate landlord. Trump's got his back. I'm sorry, Trump's got their back because there are... But don't worry, corporations are people. Especially with the Trump Supreme Court. Corporations will stay people.
Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy. If we're going to produce the new, if you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead we're spending...
You're never going to have a solution to climate change under this guy. Get used to those hot summers because they're about to get hotter.
Charges for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up.
Instead of reforming the useless
$9 billion
industry,
charges, 3 of which didn't work.
The reckless industry.
Do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate. If you're going to do this all, and by the way,
an industry whose #1 product
but if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered
is scams
car or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it.
So no wonder he loves the crypto bros. No wonder he loves JD Vance. No wonder he loves Silicon Valley. No wonder he loves Peter Thiel. Hey, he's paying this guy's fucking legal bills. Of course he loves Peter Thiel. Come on. Why do you think JD Vance is there? Why is he around?
And yet,
why is he around?
Tonight, all gathered together, talking about
that's the connection right there to Silicon Valley, and that's the next president when this guy fucking kicks the bucket.
It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God.
And you've got venture capital in the Oval Office.
I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible. Billy Graham.
Just like that talk you had with Mike Pence.
Taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham.
Oh, your racist father, the KKK father, that guy, Fred Trump, that dude.
But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham.
It's funny you said rally. I wonder, did your dad take you to KKK rallies? I wonder.
I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love.
How is he racist? Motherfucker, ask his ghost.
The truth is, the movie.
Ask his dad's ghost, okay?
It has always been about.
Not me. That's just documented history. I'm sorry I'm the bearer of bad news. But yeah, his dad is a fucking... His dad was in the KKK.
It can't be stopped.
Look it up.
It's always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You have been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our
I can see the flesh dripping off of his skull.
Remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable.
Like he's the head of the mutant MAGA
and right
mass out there.
Chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together.
So much of what's gathered in this room is like everything that's wrong with this country.
Love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word.
With him at the head of it, fucking whining. Fucking whining. Privileged ass, spoiled ass, entitled ass, rich little bitch. Born with a silver spoon up his ass.
They push thousands and thousands of miles across.
Never held accountable for anything for his entire life, and he's running for president.
They pack their
so that he won't have to face any of those charges.
Hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way
new. Yeah, I mean, it was somebody's. It was somebody's home.
Stared down death and stared down those enemies.
Those enemies. Oh, you mean the people living there? Okay, cool. Very cool.
Gettysburg and midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people, and we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people.
Those people, if they could rise out of their graves, would spit in your motherfucking face. If you're talking about the Union dead, half of me thinks you're talking about the Confederate dead. Like father, like son.
No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences, Any disagreement?
Vast deferences? Did he say vast deferences? I thought I heard vast deferences. Was that vast deferences? Rise above? Vast deferences? Isn't that where the prostate is? About the vast deference? Chat, I wouldn't know.
For your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote.
Let me in, gentlewoman. Let me in, for goodness sake.
To honor the trust you have placed in me.
Let me in, gentlewoman. Wind the snake. Wind the orange snake.
Been neglected, abandoned, and left behind.
There we go, more grievance. That's all he fucking has for you. Grievance, that's literally it.
We will win.
This is a narcissistic manipulator that you're seeing. It says America first? Bullshit. It's Trump first. Trump above all else. All of these chuds will be sacrificed for Trump.
Win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people...
See, this is what rich people keep on promising you, right?
America's future.
If you let me keep all the money, then I'm going to make you more wealthy. That's what a con man says. You ever have the guy that's like, if you give me your money, I'll go around the corner and I'll bring back a nice bag for you. What do you want? Like a quarter, an eighth? What do you want? What do you want? An ounce? What do you need? Give me the money. I'm gonna go around the corner and I'm gonna be right back with your shit, okay? You're gonna be very happy. You're gonna be very happy when I get back with your shit, right? You just gotta give me the money first, right? We gotta lower the taxes on the rich first. And then they're going to piss down riches on you. That's how that's going to work. You just cut their taxes and they'll make it rain. Urine. Trickle down economics. Once again. Oh my God, what's up, Geo Dragon? All right, everybody. Well, it has been a wild week. It has been a cursed night. I mean, I don't know. I gotta say, I probably enjoyed like JD Vance's and Donald Trump Jr.'s speech a little bit more. I wish I could hang out with you a little bit longer. All right, but as you can see, we are nowhere near that dono goal. So I don't know. Get it? I don't know how this is gonna work out for me to stay on much longer. Let me read the final results of the poll. Not that it matters. Not that it matters. Thank you to the thank you to everybody who contributed to the dono goal. Sad that you are like the same people that always seem to be taking care of that stuff. And yeah, Trump RFK anti-vax leaked call at 39%. That is in Shorts chat. Kind of dominating, slightly dominating at 39%. Trump falls asleep at the RNC twice at 29%. Keffels returns at 18%. MTG at 15%. Trump falls asleep twice in first. What? How did this happen? Chat, have you all been voting? You know you can vote, right? I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you for sure if it'll matter, but you can vote, right? And theoretically, if we were to somehow miraculously hit this dono goal at the last instant, at the last possible instant, we are oh my God, chat, 77% away from that. We're 23% of our way towards the dono goal. But yeah, 28% for that, 27% for Trump RFK anti-vax call, 23% for Marjorie Taylor Greene, and 22% for Kaffels. We have a total of 17% going to Marjorie Taylor Greene makes weird noises on the hot mic. 5% going to Trump goes anti-vax. So theoretically, if we were to hit the dono goal, I'd be averaging the percentages together. I'd be averaging together like the percentage of each chat, right? What is up with this? It looks like it's been it's exclusively shorts chat with the donos. Yo, good for Gabby. Epic fail. Wait, where did you get that super sticker though? I've never seen that one before. And I gotta tell you, the shape of the hippo's mouth, it's like reminiscent of something. I can't tell you exactly what, but kind of reminds me of something. I don't know. It was the first one they offered me. Oh my god, well, I'm not complaining. I just haven't seen it before. I'm surprised if it's like the first one. Why, yeah. Actually, no, most people, oh yeah, also Gabby, what do you want to put that towards, right? Because, look, I'll count it up, okay? I'll count it up. It's 43% now. That would leave us 57% away from hitting the dono goal tonight. I really wanted to see that Matt Gaetz shit, you know? Like, there's been a few things that I've missed, right? Yeah, I mean, like, look, this was a tough week for me, and especially that it's like one night after another. And I like to take, you know, a day off once in a while. I like to intersperse those days off, give my throat a chance to rest, give myself a chance to rest and get some sleep. But we just had too much going on. We had too much going on. We had what happened on Saturday and the fallout from all of that. We have Biden still looking like he's going to maybe drop out by the weekend. That's the newest that we've heard, right? Is that Biden said he wouldn't drop out unless God intervened. And it looks like God intervened. Biden's got COVID now. And he may very well drop out this weekend or not. We don't know what's going to happen. There's talk about an open convention. There's talk about there's talk about you're just giving it over to Kamala, which obviously has some advantages to it. Gabby is deciding. Anyway, chat, you know that I love you regardless of what the dono goal is, right? I mean, it's cool when we can hit it. It's cool when we can get that extra content. But I'd love you either way, right? There are so many people supporting me in so many different ways, and I'm super grateful. I would not be able to do this without you, right? From Vamps making me an awesome thumbnail. Do you like the thumbnail tonight? Do you like the thumbnail tonight, folks? We got some Trumpster. We got some Trumpster in the house, thanks to Vamps. You know, this was like a special order. I was like, Vamps, I've got something in mind, all right? You know, hey, you know who Tipster? You know Tipster? And Vamps is like, yes, I know Tipster. I'm like, well, you know Trump? Like, what if they were like one person? What if it was Trumpster? And Vamps made it happen. So yeah, thank you to Vamps. Thank you to the Throne Gang. Thank you to everybody who donates to me over on Throne. That's what you're looking at right now. Like, this background is like the best background I've ever had. The stream production is about as high as it's ever been. My sound quality, the ability of me to switch quickly through. Look at that. And just pop up like behind the butterfly like that. Like, right? That's amazing. That's amazing. And I would not be able to do that without the Throne Gang. Thank you to everybody over on Patreon. Wait, did I give you the shout out? I think we still need to do the shout out. I'm seriously thinking about like trying to find that Matt Gaetz content too, and just give it a little bit longer to see if we could hit the sub goal, because it's I don't know. I've been surprised before. Oh, also, Crystal Safira, if you are in the audience right now, I'm going to add right now 3% to the dono goal. I don't know when you signed up for a Patreon, but I'm going to add it to tonight's dono goal, if that's all right. And if you're in chat, let me know which of these topics you would like to cover, and I will add your 3%. I'm still waiting. I want you to rest, but oh my gosh, don't feel bad for that, Gabby. I want to hear the weird noises. Yes, weird noises from Marge. We got that. We got that. Okay. Yo, that's actually got some juice behind it, Gabby. I think that might be ahead now. I would say that's well ahead now. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene takes the lead of her with her weird noises. And, wait, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to read out the, oh yeah. And also, members and, subs on Twitch. All right. Understand this. I am currently working on adding you to the new Discord. Now, don't get jealous, people that are on the old Discord, because the old Discord is still where the action's at, and moving Discords is going to take a really long time. But the first things I got to do is add the mods, add the Patreons, and then now I'm trying to add the YouTube members and the Twitch subs, right? And create little areas for each of those groups to, you know, first of all, like have, you know, if you've got like there's benefits, right, to being a member. You know, I talk about the emotes, and I talk about the exclusive content, but there's like more benefits to that. So like, you know, on one hand, to explain what benefits go with whatever, right? If you're a Twitch sub, if you're a Patreon, especially Patreon, because Patreon does not make it easy to figure out where exactly your benefits are. Right, but that's up there for that. I am gonna now, but then eventually I want to open it up to everyone and start to move slowly. The reason I'm doing this, chat, is because like my Discord was built by other people, and I have had actually some very nice people offer to help me build the new Discord, which I have not gotten back to you. If you were the one that sent me that message, I apologize, and my life is a mess, and I really should have talked to you, but the reason that I'm trying to do it myself this time is because I want to make sure that I understand the permissions, I understand how everything works, because the current Discord, the permissions are confusing, and I'm always finding weird things where somebody's like, I don't have access to this, I don't have access to that, and I don't completely understand how the permissions are working. So I'm trying to set up a Discord that I made myself, that I do completely understand, so that I never get left in that situation again. But it's going to take some time, and I am a bit of a boomer when it comes to implementing Discord. So let me read you, okay? Let me give the shouts out to the Fancy Weasels and above over on Patreon. That's right, if you are in the $5 tier or above, you get a fancy shout out. And I try to do that once every stream. And if I ever don't, remind me, because like it's you know, it's one of the benefits is getting the fancy shout out, right? So Omega Star shouts out, Jules K, fancy shouts out, Just Julie, fancy shouts out, Moe Noe, fancy shouts out, Shakespeare, fancy shouts out, Funky Monkey, fancy shouts out, and Temporal Insanity. I want to say that like a wrestling name, Temporal Insanity, but like it would be weird, and I don't know. I don't know if Temporal Insanity would appreciate the wrestling. I can't really do the wrestling voice. I always think I can, like the "Are you ready" voice, but anyway, yeah. Shouts out to all the Fancy Weasels. Shouts out to Patreon gang. Shouts out to Thumb Gang. Right, everybody out there. You know, look. I'm going through the donos and everything, and we're trying to see if we can hit the goal. But understand that if you don't have the ability to contribute financially at all, that is like something I very much understand, actually, because I don't have much financial means myself. But what you can do, and what I really appreciate, is when you hit that like button, because it does indeed help me out a whole bunch, right? Likes are gold in the currency of YouTube. So I know it's a weird little thing to ask you to do, but I do appreciate it when you hit the like button. So thank you to Thumb Gang, okay? And don't think that your contribution isn't appreciated, because I very much do appreciate those thumbs. All right, so Thumb Gang. Fancy weasels are on Patreon. I'm on Patreon, but I don't think I'm fancy. I changed some things, Gabby. Like it's in the and it's weird. I don't understand how Patreon works either. They have this. There's two ways you can do your Patreon, right? You can do your Patreon so anybody is just like whatever, 30 cents, $1, $20, right? Just all over the place, right? And then you can do it so that there's tiers, and the tiers are like, you know, you get this, this, and that with the tier. Right. So with this level, you get the fancy shout out. With this level, you get the exclusive. It's kind of like the Snyder Cut, right? The main benefit of the Patreon right now for all the weasels, for the base weasels, for every level, is that you get the you get like the uncut, uncensored, and unedited, right? So if you appreciate it when I say bad words that I'm later going to have to bleep when I edit the video and make it a video. If I ever have time, because I'm always streaming, but you know, when I do, right? If you want that Snyder Cut, if you appreciate that Snyder Cut, that comes with the $3 tier and every other tier, as well as does membership to the Discord that I am putting together, the new Discord, and the and so much else. You can read about it over on Patreon.com. I don't want to bore you with it right now. Again, shouts out to Throne Gang again. Shouts out to members on YouTube. I'm going to be adding you to the Discord really soon. Same thing with subs. Although it's weird for subs, right? Because with members, look, here's my plan with members. All right, I'm gonna figure this thing out. I'm gonna add the members, and I'm gonna add a members role, and there's gonna be a special section that only members and mods can see, right? So we're gonna get that part of it working. I'm gonna when that happens, when I've got it all in place, I'm gonna send out a message on a community post in members, right? So all the members will see that, and hopefully with a link to the Discord and an invite and all that stuff, it'll be coming in a community post for members, right? So that's where that's going to be. I don't know how to deal with Twitch subs though, because I want to include Twitch subs, but there's not like a community. There's definitely not like, I don't know if there's a way that I can send stuff out. I'll see if there is. Ooh, it might be email though. It might be email. That's stinky, isn't it, chat? Look, I don't want to ever spam up your email box, okay? That's, I mean, I've got enough spam in my email box. I don't want to inflict that on you. So I don't know if that's the only way that you can contact subs or what the deal is with Twitch, but we'll figure out something. Maybe I'll just put it in the Twitch chat or something like that so that people know if they're subs that they can join the Discord as well, because I want to have everybody that's a member or a sub or a Patreon in there first, and then we'll add the rest of the Discord too, and it'll be a long process, right? So don't worry, like the current Discord is not going anywhere soon, and it is kind of popping. I appreciate actually how active the Discord is and how many conversations there are going on in it, quality conversations, and conversations that I don't get to read enough of, honestly, because I've been so busy. But yeah, that's oh yeah, and thank you to all the mods. That is somebody who definitely deserves my appreciation and deserves your appreciation as well. The mods make the chat doable. Without mods, the chat would be absolute disaster. Mike Avery, I did not even see that you had done a super sticker that is a #1 fan pair. See, that one I've seen. I've seen the pair one. That's why I was surprised. Oh, you don't get to like these? Okay. Well, Mike Avery, you donated $10, and you can just pretend that I liked your pair, because they don't give us a way to do that. They do not give us a way to do that. Let me go ahead and look at that. Oh, is that it? No, that's another super chat. Why did it not? Okay, I don't think it's acknowledging the super stickers somehow. So we're 57% of the way there. Actually, scratch that, 59% of the way there, because Jason Will just super chatted $2. Keep your healthy up. Just play Fallout. Oh my god. Oh my god. I do need to get back to that. I need to get back to gaming. I don't know, chat. obviously I'm not a gaming streamer, and I'll put that. I'm assuming you're saying put that $2 towards Fallout. I have been enjoying Fallout New Vegas a lot, and I've just gotten to the point where I've realized, like, kind of like how people play this, like how actual Fallout heads play it, right? So I'm just playing my first playthrough, and it's like, you could think of it as Lucy from the show. I'm Lucy from the show. I'm, right out of the vault, right? Just completely naive, coming out like, let me help you out, Ringo. I don't want you to get shot by the powder gangers. Let me help you out, Prim Slim. You can be the sheriff. Like, I don't know much about this game, but I get that people play through this game, and there's so many different ways that you can do it, and there's so many different, like, kind of runs that you can do. You can challenge yourself to be like a pacifist. You can be evil. You can be on the side of the Legion. You can be on the side of the NCR. And kind of like half of the charm of the game is like going through it again and doing it in a particular way. So I'm starting to get like what is even up with Fallout and why people like it, especially New Vegas. Enjoying watching you play Fallout 2. It's relaxing. I mean, I wouldn't call it relaxing, but it's probably more of a relaxing to watch than it is to play. It's a little bit stressful to play, but it's also really cool. It's really, really cool. I feel like I was playing more video games a few months ago. Remember when everything was happening with Keffels and Tipster and Vosh and all that? I was playing, what I would do is like, as I would stream, and, these were really long streams too, right? Even before we swung into the political, it's like a political arc. I feel like I'm on a political arc now. Not that we don't cover politics. Usually that is probably the mainstay of what we talk about, but we talk about some other stuff from time to time, like a certain gentleman named Vosh, who's partial to horses and short stack goblins, which is a code word for something that Drake would probably be interested in, but we're not here to talk about Drake. We're not here to talk about Vosh. But yeah, I remember I was playing like a lot of Vampire Survivor, like a shit ton. Because like that's one game that like it's hard to find a game that you can kind of play and talk to chat or react to a video at the same time. But yeah, Vampire Survivor. I love it when Irene says "miss me" with that shit. Aw. We almost got 1,000 votes here in Shorts. That is kind of amazing, Sasha G. I love the Fallout TV series. Me too. Me too. Keep America great, vote Biden. Well, you might want to put a pin in that, right?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I'm definitely not trying to, shit on anybody for their political opinions or anything like that. Yo, is that 3 in a row? Is that 3 in a row? Oh no, that's 2. I think we got 2 in a row. It sounded like 3 in a row for some reason. But yeah, almost 1,000 votes in Shorts, and like I said, yeah, we're missing 2 votes. Yeah, 2 more people vote, then we'll have 1,000 votes in Shorts. I don't think we've ever done that before, right? I don't know, chat. It's at 60%. It looks like Dono goal could happen. It's possible. Thank you to those of you who have contributed to get us to 59%, almost 60%. It's entirely possible. Drake's mansion flooded yesterday. Climate change hates groomers. Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to click it again and see if we hit 1,000. Oh my God, 998. What the fuck? We got to be able to get 2 more votes on here, right? I just want to see that happen. Vampire Survivor looks really fun. You know what? I don't know. Would I call it fun? It's interesting because it's like, yeah, it's mesmerizing to watch, says Moinoip. Mesmerizing to play, actually. really fucking mesmerizing to play. I mean, it's relaxing. Let me put it that way. I would say it's relaxing more than it's fun, but yeah, you know, it's fun. Like unlocking new shit is always fun. But yeah, I was playing a lot more video games. It might be funny for some of you to know that I actually started out not as a politics streamer, but as a Minecraft streamer. I actually like watched people, this is embarrassing, but I feel like people like Destiny, right? The way that Destiny plays video games at the same time as he talks politics and you know, shit like that. Like a lot of what I watched early on was that kind of content. And so I was like, yeah, I can do that. I can play video games and talk about politics at the same time. And the problem was that when you're in the Minecraft, like, right, if you're out playing Twitch, you're in the Minecraft category, people kind of just think of you as a Minecraft streamer, and they're looking to you for Minecraft content. They are not looking to you for political content, and so it's really hard to like grow like that. So you know, as much as I wanted to be the like Minecraft politics girl, which is there one? The only person I can think of that does the Minecraft with politics is actually Redeemed Zoomer. Is actually like a weirdo right winger. That's like literally a Papa Gut, I guess. Papa Gut kind of plays video games. And then wait, who Owen Morgan does too. Owen Morgan will play like actually like Final Fantasy VII while talking about not just politics, but a lot of times Owen talks about like cults and weird religious mutants and stuff like that. Oh, you voted on the other stream. Nice. Nice. That is really cool. Yo, 1004. We crossed that mark. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. Hey, look, give yourself a pat on the back, Shorts chat. This is the first time we've had 1,000 votes on a poll. The poll's going to RFK Jr. pretty strongly. And the other poll is going to Trump falls asleep at the RNC twice. But it's pretty even. But the donos are like heftily on the side of MTG. And yeah, look at that. 15%, 25%. That's like a average of 20%. Plus 37% gives it, yeah. So MTG is ahead, believe it or not. Even though MTG is not getting all the votes in the poll, with the donos, MTG is well in the lead. We're at 59% here. I don't know if we'll get it tonight, but I mean that's kind of up to you. That's kind of on you, chat. If you want to see something that right now looks to be Marjorie Taylor Greene. God, Shakespeare wanted me to watch this video. But I think you've already seen this, like, right, in terms of... Here, we'll put this on really quick while I look for Matt Gaetz. You can tell my voice is, like, kind of a little bit tired. And that is from talking all week. I think I've been on... Have I been on since Saturday? I feel like I have.
Shooting, the young man remains an enigma. We don't quite understand what his...
So Shakespeare, I think, may be in bed by now, so I'm so sorry that I'm watching the content that she mentioned while she's not currently in chat, but we are watching it, so...
Motive was, but it's because...
Yo, what just happened? Okay.
More clear as we get more pieces of the puzzle, like the messages he sent, his search history, his plans leading up to the assassination attempt. This article reads, photos of politicians, including Biden and Trump, found on shooter's phone, officials say. Authorities discovered pictures of President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump on the would-be assassin's phone, according to 3 U.S. officials. The search history of Thomas Matthew Crook's devices included the date of the Democratic National Convention and Trump events events, the sources said. So this supports the theory that this was a lone wolf gunman who was just so disillusioned with all politicians across the aisle that he wanted to take it out on whoever he could. It sort of reminds me of John Hinckley Jr., who shot at President Reagan just to impress Jodie Foster. Nobody quite knows how he got there, but he did it for no real reason.
I mean, look, that's one theory. That's one theory. I really don't know yet. I can tell you the guy's conservative. I can tell you he's registered as a Republican. I could tell you that he donated to Act Blue and act like that's some kind of like, well, he's really confused. He's everywhere on the political compass. But I'd be lying to you if I told you that, right? Because the more you look into this Act Blue thing, right, this is like a kind of scam hack is my best. I'm going to get sued for saying this, but it seems to me like a scam. I'm not definitely saying that it's a scam. I'm just saying that it looks like a scam from my perspective, like what Act Blue is in terms of, you know, sending out emails that look like bills, sending out emails that if you want to vote in this poll, pay this much money. Oh my God, wait a minute. They came up with it first, chat. No, you can vote in my poll without paying money. I'm different. I'm not the same as Act Blue. I mean, it's close, but it's not exactly the same thing. But regardless, chat, Act Blue, you know, it seemed like there was a poll that was like, should Biden pardon Trump, right? So that may have been, if he actually did, if that was him that paid the $15 to Act Blue, then that's likely what it was for. More likely, or like, you know, just as likely though is that was somebody else with the same name donating that money, because it's kind of weird for a 17-year-old. Not entirely unheard of though. From what we know, this dude was into politics even back when he was like 12 years old. Even back during the 2016. Wait, he's 17. Okay, let me do the math. He'd be he'd be 16 in 2020. He'd be 12 in 2016, and that was when one of his friends said that this kid was this monster debate lord that would just shit on you no matter what your politics were, because whatever they are, they're not as good as his. You don't know as much about politics as Thomas Matthew Crooks, right? But even back then, yeah, he was kind of like, he was shitting on Bernie, he was shitting on Warren, he was shitting on Trump, he was shitting on all the candidates back then. But I mean, that's kind of like that's all we know about him. So based on the fact that he was a bit of a debate lord, a bit of a politics nerd at age 12, I guess there's a chance that the Act Blue donation was him. But again, we don't really know what the motivation is and the preponderance of the evidence, right, chat? So when I look at a study and I find more than one study and I find that the studies don't agree with each other, there's a few things I can do. One is evaluate the quality of the claims, the quality of the studies, right? You know, how good the quality of the research is. And the other is to look at the preponderance of the evidence, to look at all the studies and see what most of them tend to point to. Most of the studies with decent methodology point to. So if we take the case of Thomas Matthew Crooks, and we analyze where the preponderance of the evidence is pointing, it's pointing to a conservative, you know, shitty riflery club dropout, right? That's the picture that's emerging. Anyway, regardless.
And so far, Thomas Matthew Crooks doesn't seem to be some far-left Trump hater. He seems to be someone who just hates all politicians. The officials said that investigators aren't sure what significance the searches hold. In addition to the photos of Trump and Biden, law enforcement sources briefed on the investigation told CNN the shooter's phone also contained pictures of congressional leaders, such as the Democrats' House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson. Again, it seems like he held contempt for politicians across the aisle, but we don't know for sure yet. We'll let the investigation unfold. There were also pictures of others across the political spectrum, including Rudy Giuliani, who is under indictment in Georgia, and Fani Willis, the district attorney who was prosecuting him. Almost all of the pictures appeared to have been downloaded from the internet and were not accompanied by any threatening language or messages regarding those in the pictures. Sources briefed on the investigation tell CNN the phone also showed searches dating back to spring looking for the dates and locations of Donald Trump rallies and for information on the two conventions, one taking place in Milwaukee this week, the RNC, and then the DNC taking place in Chicago next month. But it gets even more interesting. Only 5 minutes ago from CNN, would-be assassin posted on gaming site that, quote, July 13th would be my premiere, and that was the date of the rally that he shot at Donald Trump. So he knew that he was going to do this. He planned it, and we know that he planned it because he took off work about a week before. He bought a ladder. He scoped out the event.
Would the Princess Bride table read?
Time, so this was planned. The would-be assassin, Thomas Matthew Crooks, who shot former President Donald Trump on Saturday, wrote on the popular gaming platform Steam, which I've used before, quote, July 13th will be my premiere. Watch as it unfolds. A source familiar with the matter told.
Yeah, I've used it before too. I play
But now there are freaking communists invading.
I play Rocket League on Steam. Anybody else play any Rocket League players out there?
CNN. The source did not elaborate on timing or whether there were other posts. Investigators have been trying to learn more about what Crooks was doing in the days and hours leading up to his attempt to assassinate the former president. Crooks visited the Trump rally location twice. His cell phone contained images of both
Oh wait, sorry chat. I just realized.
The assassin's search history included dates of the DNC and future Trump events, 3 U.S. officials told CNN.
There we go.
Investigators combing through Crooks' physical and digital trail still lack the key detail that would explain why the 20-year-old climbed the roof in Butler, Pennsylvania with an AR-style weapon. A motive. What's the motive? Crooks also conducted searches online about major depression disorder, administration officials told Congress during Wednesday's briefings. There's more to the story, and I'll make sure to keep you guys updated as it comes out. Make sure you leave a like on the video if you appreciate what I do, but I also want to talk about this beef between the Secret Service and Republicans, between the Secret Service and the local law enforcement officers that were on the ground at the rally. The Secret Service has been beefing with a lot of different orgs. So this reads, a group of GOP senators chased U.S. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle across the floor of the RNC on Wednesday night, shouting that she refused to answer questions regarding the attack on former President Donald Trump. The Republicans are acting completely unhinged about this. I was debating with my friend who thinks that Kimberly Cheadle, the U.S. Secret Service Director, somehow planned this because she hates Donald Trump, and it seems like that's where all of Republicans' minds are going. Quote, this was an assassination attempt. You owe the people answers. You owe President Trump answers, Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn shouted at Cheadle, who continued to walk with her head down and ignore the senator's criticism. It's stonewalling, said Senator John Barrasso, the number 3 Senate Republican. Blackburn later posted a video of the encounter to X, writing, quote, the American people deserve answers from the Secret Service. So of course Marsha Blackburn is just being performative. She wanted this to be captured on video so she could post it after and say, hey look, I'm a good MAGA Republican, I fall in line. The Department of Homeland Security Office of Inspector General announced earlier Wednesday that it was investigating the circumstances surrounding Saturday's attempted assassination, which it should. And congressional Republicans have also vowed to launch their own investigation, which they shouldn't. That will be a mess. They will politicize it, and they will draw their own narrative that Republicans will eat up. Cheadle told CNN in an interview Saturday that the U.S. Secret Service was, quote, solely responsible for the implementation and execution of security at the site of Saturday's rally. At that particular site, we divided up areas of responsibility, but the Secret Service is totally responsible for the design and implementation of the execution of the site, she told CNN. Secret Service directors subpoenaed to appear before House Oversight Committee. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer yesterday subpoenaed Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle to appear at the committee's hearing on July 22nd on the failed assassination attempt of former President Trump. Comer, a Kentucky Republican, of course, said in the subpoena letter that the Secret Service had initially committed Cheadle would attend, but DHS officials, quote, appear to have intervened and your attendance is now in question. We also have this update. 19 minutes lost. Law enforcement failed to keep sight of Trump shooter. Thomas Matthew Crooks visited the Donald Trump rally location twice. His cell phone contained images of Trump and Biden, and the would-be assassin's search history included dates of the DNC and future Trump events. New details revealed more about what Crooks was doing in the days and hours leading up to his attempt to...
Oh, Monk Without a Cause says earlier, Piers is trying to keep the left from combating fascism. This is going to be so weird to read out your chat here. In MAGA while claiming neutrality, yeah. Equating our alarm with their threats. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a great way to put it, Monk Without a Cause. This person's like watching the earlier part of the VOD where I went over the Piers Morgan debate. If you just joined us, you can check out the VOD afterwards. It'll be up on my channel under live streams. If you're following me, it makes it really easy to keep up with that kind of stuff. It makes it really easy to find me again. So I'd suggest you do it, as well as hit that like button, right? These are the things that'll make my stuff a lot easier to surface, easier to find. So yeah, just know that if you ever miss anything, you can catch the VOD after the fact in almost all situations. There might be some situations in which case, like some copyrighted music gets played by accident where like a VOD goes down. But for the most part, yeah, the VODs are all going to be here on my channel on the playlist called live streams. So you can check those out after the fact and join our VOD frogs.
Investigators combing through Crooks'
Wait, I did the wrong one, didn't I? It's like this way. Yeah.
A motive. A source told CNN that about 19 minutes before the shooting occurred, law enforcement was trying to locate the shooter, but they could not find him until he was on the roof. Police responded to a call of a, quote, suspicious male around the same time that Trump arrived for his Pennsylvania rally on Saturday, according to Butler Township Manager Tom Knights. Knights said Wednesday that the report placed him near the AGR building, where Trump's would-be assassin ultimately launched the attack.
Lane says somehow Keffel's returned. She's trying to. We just aren't sure in what form. But again, like we'll only see that extra I can't talk. We'll only see that extra segment if we hit the sub goal, and we're still what, like 40% away from it. I don't know, Chad. It's possible. I'm gonna go ahead and watch the rest of this, and then I'm gonna take a look at the Matt Gaetz speech that we missed and try to see if I can just clean up anything that we've missed so far, anything that I haven't covered, because there's been some wild stuff. We covered Baby Dog, the British Bulldog of the governor of West Virginia. We covered the Donald Jr. speech. That was last night's VOD. We covered the J.D. Vance speech. We've covered a lot of the stuff, but yeah, a few things we haven't yet is the Marjorie Taylor Greene makes weird noises. That one's actually winning in the polls, right? Don't let the poll numbers fool you, right? Because we got money in politics, and when you donate, you get to dedicate those donations to a topic of your choice. So the donos actually like affect the polls. And right now, with everything considered, it looks like actually MTG making weird noises into the mic. That looks like what's winning so far. But again, anything could happen, and we are still 40% away from getting to unlock anything at all. So we'll see if it works out. I'm going to watch this, and I'm going to watch the Matt Gaetz thing. And then if we hit the sub goal by then, we'll take a look at Marjorie Taylor Greene or Kaffels or whatever you all end up voting for collectively.
Knights said an officer tried to access the roof with the help of a colleague who tried to hoist him up. The officer scaling the side of the building saw someone on the roof who pointed a rifle at him, Knights said. The officer was in a defenseless position, and there was no way he could engage the actor while holding on the roof edge. The officer let go and fell to the ground. Butler Township immediately communicated the shooter's location, but moments later, the individual commenced firing. So these officers were trying to climb up and see who it was, and one of them fell back, lost his footing, and within that time, within those few seconds, the shooter turned and fired at Donald Trump. So it was a massive failure on multiple layers, from Secret Service, from local law enforcement officers. It was just 7 different things had to go wrong in a perfect order for this kid to be able to do this, and he got incredibly lucky. The only person more lucky that day was Donald Trump himself, who turned his head at the exact right moment and was able to essentially dodge that bullet as it just grazed his ear. Thankfully, the shooter failed because political violence is abhorrent and that would have set our country in disarray. But Donald Trump is now trying to take full advantage of this. He walks into the RNC with a bandage, and a bunch of people at the RNC are now wearing bandages on their ear in solidarity.
We saw one of those tonight.
Wild. Trump is fully taking advantage of this. But
yeah, we saw one of those. Oh my God, wrong button.
if you enjoyed this video, make sure to
Yeah, if you enjoy this video, make sure to leave me a like too, and go follow Adam Mockler if you want to see more like this. These are going to be like, kind of more Libby takes than my own, but he covers a lot of this politics stuff as well, and I might as well give him a shout out since I'm covering his video, since people wanted to watch this Adam Mockler video. Okay, speaking of videos that I should watch, videos that you should watch, you may or may not have seen this already, but this is an incident that went down between Kevin McCarthy and Matt Gaetz. All right?
Joining us right now, CNN senior political analyst Mark Preston for much more on all this. What does VP Vance, what does he need to deliver on stage for Donald Trump?
VP Vance, don't forget, he's a venture capital man. He's controlled by Silicon... Wait, did I press the wrong button? I did.
Well, let's just set up the last...
Yeah, he's controlled by Silicon Valley. He's controlled by Peter Thiel. This is the Silicon Valley has long wanted to get a VC in the VP, and they've got that with Matt Gaetz.
I don't know, 4 or 5 days where people are certainly his friends and supporters are saying that Donald Trump has changed, that he had this life-altering situation. He was almost killed. It would have been centimeters, and it would have been a whole different situation. And we're led to believe that he is this calmer, quieter, less combative person. Well, if that's not going to be Donald Trump, then it's got to be J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance really is cut from the same MAGA cloth.
Wait, does this just happen in the middle of this interview?
So if we expect, although I think this is a big expectation, that Donald Trump is going to temper things down, then it's going to...
There he is, J.D. Miniker. J.D. Miniker.
He's pretty good at it.
Yeah, and one thing we've also seen throughout the
friend of the VOD
here is one thing that they have figured out here at this convention and amongst Republicans, being unified around one person.
Right.
That is very clear, especially when you can contrast it with what Democrats.
Okay, shut up.
But
oh yes, because the Democrats Oh yes, because the Democrats would be so much better off. So much better off if they just stuck with Biden. Yes, wow, this is like fucking...
So there was a reminder of
some Pied Piper going on here. Some Pied Piper.
Not everything is so perfect. That happened on the convention floor last night when Caitlin Collins is interviewing former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, and then Matt Gaetz just really wanted to get a little bit in there. Let's watch this together.
Roll the tape.
And then the other part that you have, and the other part you have is one person who raised the issue. He's got an ethics complaint about sleeping with a 17-year-old. So that's the way they would go. So that's the biggest challenge we have.
So yeah, this is
There's so much.
It's been seen from like 3 different vantage points, right? This incident, and I feel like this is not even the better one. Because yeah, after that, I'm trying to remember. Just Matt Gaetz go to the stage after that? Matt Gaetz is freaky looking too, and we didn't get a good look at him. Oh, it looks like there is there is chat. We're on a playlist.
Going on between the dynamic between those two men that started in the House of Representatives and has now led to today. Thoughts?
Well, okay, first of all, the Republican Party is unified in the idea that they want to take back the White House. They're unified that Donald Trump is going to be their standard bearer. They're certainly, like any family, they are.
Okay, can I explain this right? This is not really a sign of a fracture in the Republican Party. There are fractures in the Republican Party. Look at what's happening with Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. Look at the factions represented by those 2 different social media figures, right? And there's even more fractures than that, right? If you look on the far right. But this isn't something that the news media is hip to. This isn't something that most people really talk about or are aware of. You just kind of have to know where to look. But in terms of what's going on with Kevin McCarthy, like, I don't think the guy has much sway in the Republican Party at this point. Now, that's not to say that Matt Gaetz does. Matt Gaetz is also a huge loser and likely will, you know, be ostracized from the Republican power structure as well. But yeah, no, you know, Kevin McCarthy, I mean, they're both right about each other, right? Kevin McCarthy, if he got up there, he'd get booed. Matt Gaetz has some explaining to do about some underage individuals. So yeah, they're both like horrible. Weird noises? Yeah, wait, what, am I pressing the right button? Well, I mean, like, we'll only see that, like, look, that's winning right now, actually, yeah. The Marjorie Taylor Greene weird noises thing, what she said, what she sounds like, what she does on that hot mic is winning right now. Unfortunately, though, we are only 59% of the way to Dono Golesville. The town of Dono Golesville, like where you get to it and you get to watch whatever the Dono Goal has selected for you, right? Whatever the poll plus the donations, whatever that conglomerate like tells us to watch, right? That only happens if that 59% goes to 100%. By the end of, like I said, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna take a look at this Matt Gaetz thing, and then we'll watch a short speech, I think, by Matt Gaetz. We'll try to get a look at this guy too, because Matt Gaetz is one weird-looking motherfucker. People are speculating: is it Botox? Is it a facelift? Like, has he gotten some work done? Has everyone in the fucking Republican convention gotten some work done? Because it kind of seems like it. We'll investigate that just a little bit, and yeah, if we hit the 100% level, we're right now at. Wait. Yeah, you can see it, right? We're right now at 59%. If we get that to 100 in the meantime, if we get that to 100, then we'll also check out maybe what's going on with Marjorie Taylor Greene. That looks like what's winning right now, but it all depends on you, Chad. It all depends on when you donate, regardless of what form that donation takes. If it's a super chat, if it's a super sticker, if it is a membership that you're getting yourself or a membership you're donating to other people. Right, any of those, any signups to Patreon, any donos to the throne, any donos to the links down in the description. If you want to donate to me directly, or anything over on Twitch, whether it be subs to get yourself out of the top of the hour ad break, a Prime sub where you can do that for free if you have Twitch Prime, or gift subs where you're getting other people out of that ad break through the kindness of your own heart. All that stuff counts as well. Basically, chat, if it's a dono, it counts towards the dono goal, and you get to put your money where your mouth is and add to the score of the subject that you want to see. So we'll see if we get there in the meantime. If not, no big deal. But I have been surprised before, so we'll just have to see. That's the wrong button. That is fully the wrong button that I'm pressing. Let me see if I can get this back.
As a family, and Matt Gaetz
there we go.
Sometimes likes to prod Kevin McCarthy, and we know what their relationship was in the House of Representatives. Gaetz basically helped lead the charge that ran McCarthy out. Now, Kevin McCarthy's from California. I'm from Boston.
I kind of forgot about that, right? That was a long time ago, but yeah, Matt Gaetz used to have a little bit more sway than he does now.
Did that to me, and I'm Kevin McCarthy, then I probably would have knocked him out on the floor. And I'm kind of surprised that Kevin McCarthy didn't. Give him credit for that. But it just shows you, for all the talk about the healing and coming together in the Republican Party, there are rifts all throughout the floor, just like there are in the Democratic Party.
I will say, though, and I didn't see every moment of the former president's box, but I do know I saw Matt Gaetz in that box sitting next to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I have not seen, I don't think, Kevin McCarthy yet sitting in the box. I could be wrong.
My Kevin, though. Remember, he's my Kevin to Donald Trump. So there's a place for Kevin in MAGA world.
You are my mark, so I will concede that. There's something else I have picked up on.
Narwhal by Nature says Jimmy Neutron-shaped head. Yeah, he kind of does have that, doesn't he? He's got that going for him. I just cringe so hard at the hair on the hairs on your arms stood up from which thing?
from the stage, especially last night, but I wanted to play this together. This focus from the speakers on going after and criticizing they. Right. Let me play this.
They'll try to sell you on some outrageous narrative about the terrible things that Donald Trump will do if he becomes president.
First, they do you see what this is? This is like Scientology. This is like when Scientology tells its members that everybody that says anything bad to you, everybody that challenges your faith, everybody that like is like, you know, are you sure you want to be in that cult? They're a suppressive person. They are a suppressive person, and they are trying to take you away from Scientology. You could become an awesome ass operating Thetan for only the cost of fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars, paid to the church, payable to the to David Miscavige and the Church of Scientology, right? This is the same kind of shit. It's who's filing the charges against Donald Trump? They. Who's shooting Donald Trump in the ear? They want your kids to have to compete in sports with biological men. They want to they want to it's they, you know, and that they takes on a lot of different dimensions depending on who's saying it and what context, right? You know, obviously we've heard this used in an anti-Semitic context, and you know, I mean, like, it's a pretty common sort of transphobic dog whistle as well, like big they, you know, they them, right? Big they them. Oh my God, why is it not working? There we go.
Tried to ruin his reputation, and then last weekend
they it's all the same people.
They have unleashed prosecutors across our nation. They use the unelected bureaucracy to impose their will on us without our consent. And they
that sounds more like the Supreme Court.
Target their political opponents.
That sounds more like the Supreme Court.
And that's just a little bit of it. The they, it seems obvious in some respect, is they're trying to say Democrats. Sometimes the they is, you know, the media that they disagree with, and sometimes the they is something else. I mean, Ben Carson's saying now they've tried to kill him. If he's trying to point the finger at Democrats, he's completely going against Donald Trump and the tone the down rhetoric. I mean, one thing this shows me is that that it seems that the expiration date has come and now passed on the tone down the rhetoric. But what is this about?
All right, so let me take the rabbit hole that they have started digging about they, and just go a little bit deeper, because they could be the deep state, and that's kind of what they're talking about. The idea that there is this faceless, or in some cases, you know, there is a face to their opponents. Yeah. This idea that there's this cabal, that there's this deep state that is out to take down Donald Trump. I mean, let me just tell everybody out there in TV land.
Did anybody else hear a strange noise? Then is Marjorie Taylor Greene around? Did you hear that, chat? I heard a strange, like, oinking noise. Is this like, she was making noises earlier that are picking up on the phone, that are picking up on the microphone, right? I don't know if is Marjorie Taylor Greene right behind them?
Washington is not that organized to be able to have a deep state that could take out Donald Trump. That's just It just doesn't exist. But it's a way politically to try to take down your opponent.
But to me, that goes right against the we need to tone it down. We need to talk to people as people, because
I mean, come on. Does anybody take that seriously though? Does anybody out there think that Donald Trump is the candidate of peace, love, unity, and respect? Did you expect Donald Trump to come out there in a MAGA visor with a glow stick and make a sick drop? Anybody expect that?
This idea is what spurs the conspiracy theories that have wound people up into such dangerous places.
It was a good 24 hours of unity.
A long simmering.
Why would you ever take that seriously, though? Why would you ever think that, oh no, he's going to do the unity thing for real? He's a changed man. He's Ebenezer Scrooge. He saw the ghost of Trump, past, president, and future, and he's decided to change his tune and be the candidate of unity. What the fuck? You were ready to believe that? If he came if he came with that lie.
Between Congressman Matt Gaetz and Kevin McCarthy boiled over again here at the RNC yesterday, and it resulted in this awkward moment captured during a live CNN interview. Let's watch.
So yeah, like I said, chat, we've got a few.
And then the other part that you have, and the other part you have is one person who raised the issue. He's got an ethics complaint about sleeping with a 17-year-old. So that's the way they would go. So that's the biggest challenge we have.
Kind of similar to what Trump got in trouble for.
So that angle, obviously McCarthy has the microphone in that angle, and he powers through it. The social media sort of angle kind of shows you a little bit what was out of that frame, which is Gaetz walking right up there. Matt Gorman, I mean, this is there it is. This is very personal between these two men. But it also...
Chat, let me know who he reminds you of. Who does... People compare this guy to Butthead from Beavis and Butthead.
I disagree in that part. I think this is a very personal feud between these two guys about, whether some ethics stuff with Gaetz and how that kind of went with McCarthy.
Pick your words on
ethics. Ethics issue.
As a communicator.
Statement of the morning.
As a communicator,
It's like ethics stuff with Keffels.
And it is, it is personal to say the least.
Who pulled him back, though?
Gotta give McCarthy credit. He was hitting those talking points, even with somebody in his line of sight. Yeah.
2 men and a microphone. Yeah, Rave Trump, exactly.
Experience with it, I will say.
It's called the balls deep state.
He looks very unhinged. I mean, a lot of people have concerns about him. And I'm not sure if he was on something, but I do hope he gets the help that he needs. But more importantly, I hope the young women get the justice they deserve when it comes to him.
I mean, you're referring to the House Ethics Committee investigation that is ongoing.
Yeah, with his partner in jail because they paid underage women for sex and drugs. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Damn.
Joined by the former Republican Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Mr. Speaker, thanks for sitting down with me.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it.
Appreciate you coming here.
Yes, of course. It's great to be back in Wisconsin. So I got to ask you about this viral moment. Okay, this happened on the convention floor just earlier in the week. You were
chat saying Biff from Back to the Future.
Speaking to our colleague Caitlin Collins, and Matt Gaetz, who's of course led the push for your ouster in this speakership, taunted you. This is what he said.
One who's not coming back, and then the other part that you have, is one person who raised the issue. He's got an ethics.
You're not. If you took that stage, you would get booed off.
So that's the way
you would get booed off the stage.
The sad thing is, they're both right. They're both right. If McCarthy took the stage, he'd get booed off. I don't think that's actually like I don't have a lot of respect for McCarthy, but getting booed off the stage is not really a bad thing, considering who's in the fucking mutants that are in the crowd, right? Including Matt Gaetz. But no, he's right about the ethics thing. I feel like I'm understating it. The ethics thing. We're talking about a 17-year-old, right? That's the ethics thing with Matt Gaetz, right?
Biggest challenge we have.
He said you would get booed off the stage. What's your response to him?
Well, he looks very unhinged. I mean, a lot of people have concerns.
But he's right, though. He's literally, he would get booed off the stage. I mean, you can't say that's not true.
And I'm not sure if he was on something, but I do hope he gets the help that he needs.
Oh, geez.
I hope the young women get the justice.
I mean, you know what? He might actually be on something. McCarthy might be onto something. Gaetz might be on something. He's on some chems, maybe. What Fallout New Vegas chems would this guy be on?
Deserve when it comes to him.
I mean, you're referring to the House Ethics Committee investigation that is ongoing.
Yeah, with his partner in jail because they paid underage women for sex and drugs. Yeah, that's what I'm referring
to. So he has denied all of that. I'm wondering, doesn't he deserve the presumption of innocence here?
Nope.
Well, people are in jail. The women have confirmed it. He came to me. If I still wanted to be speaker, I could have done something illegal and stopped the ethics committee investigation that started 4 years before.
He told you to stop the ethics
investigation? Yeah, that's what the whole motion to vacate was about. He wanted me to engage and thought somehow I started this investigation. It started long before I was ever speaking.
Chat, maybe I don't know that much about this drama.
I don't get involved in ethics. It's an equal number. They could investigate me. It has to be.
They could investigate you.
And so he wanted
Interesting.
me to try to do that. And if I didn't, he wanted to do a motion to vacate.
And he's denied that, of course, that he urged you to stop the investigation.
No, I had other members come to me. He came to me. I had other people who were on
You had a direct
TV that he
conversation
talked to.
about
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
So no, there's no denying it.
So he was on this stage just last night speaking. There's a photo of him here, some video of him from speaking on the stage. I'm wondering, he did speak. The fact that he spoke and
there he is.
There's just speaking right now.
You see this guy?
The fact that he spoke, what do you make about that? You know, he also sat with Trump in the box. Are you concerned that he is getting the platform here, even though you have concerns about him being in
He's showing a lot of tooth.
No, I have him as
A
concerned.
lot of upper tooth.
It doesn't matter which party you're in, but if you take those types of actions, I just don't think that's safe. I don't think that's right. If you see his behavior, and you see him in Congress, do you think anybody else wants to be around him? Do you think people want to associate? So, I mean, no, everybody knows his challenges.
But should he have given, they are given him.
Is the Republican Party like the part? I don't know.
That's up to their decision.
Yeah, okay. And just before we button up the Gaetz conversation, he has a primary later this summer. How hard are you going to work to try to defeat him?
No, look, I just believe those young women deserve the justice that they've deserved all the way through.
I want to turn to Joe Biden because you were, there's obviously a lot of discussion about Joe Biden and what's going to happen to him here at the top of the ticket. You were quoted.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, you got to ask the Democrats about that. Why is it not playing?
Wall Street Journal story in June saying, I used to meet with him when he was vice president. I'd go to
his face looks like a caricature. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Referring to the deterioration of Joe Biden, in your view, what specifically did you notice about him that suggested that he was some?
You got some tea.
Well,
He's a
so when
drama.
He was president and I was minority leader. He kind of
drama personality.
And I thought that was odd. But then when we won the majority and I went down before our speaker, I soon learned the reason why. He has to speak from cards. And when he speaks from the cards and you want to debate what he said from the card to negotiate, he can't go there. He shuts up the conversation. So I saw a real decline early on. And with each meeting I would have with him, it's almost I saw a different Joe Biden. I remember one time being down there where I didn't think he quite knew what was transpiring, and he took us on a wild tour down to the swimming pool that made no sense in wintertime. And I remember Jill being on the other side of the table saying, no, they don't want to go outside. And then he took us he's created this little office just outside, just down from the Oval Office. Mm-hmm. That's his little private office, and walked us into it. And, there's only a few people that can fit in it.
Am I supposed to feel like this is bad? That it should be a gift shop? Biden made a little office? I don't understand.
Thing. And in there, he has a valet with a blue dress shirt all wrinkled sitting in there. I'm thinking, why is taking his shirt off in there? It just, every time I walked out actually depressed as an American. I didn't tell anybody about that story.
Wait, okay. A blue dress shirt in a valet? Is that what's going on?
G7 meeting.
Should you have been public about that at the time?
This was before I was even speaker, so I'm thinking I didn't have new interactions. I have started being public, as you saw, probably the first one out, and I was criticized many times about it. But what I learned is when he would meet with me, he'd always talk from a card, and I learned from a negotiation tactic to disrupt him, and he couldn't carry on.
I've been struck here about how united the Republican Party is behind Trump. Despite all of his controversies, he's been convicted on 34 felonies. He tried to overturn the elections. He's been found liable for sexual abuse. Is the party just ignoring all those controversies here? Question one. And two, if you're in a tough race,
good question,
swing district, do you tie yourself tightly to the top of the ticket on the Republican side?
I think if you look on the outside and don't take a Republican or Democrat, let's take like a PBS, only polling independents, when they ask the question, who's the greatest threat to democracy? You know what that comes back at? More than 53%? Joe Biden. And I think the country views it, all those things you said about Trump that you went after, you're doing it because you're trying to deny him the right to run. Every time the Democrats would indict him.
Or he's breaking the law and he's getting by with it with the same kind of legal tactics that he's used to get away with ripping people off his whole life. Or these are the actual consequences of his actions in breaking the law that he's actually being held accountable for. Now, I will say something that in general, rich and powerful people are the least likely to be held accountable for their actions. But I think with Donald Trump, it's less of a question of like, you know, he's actually the one rich guy having this stuff applied to him, and more of the question of like, look, you just violated the law for, you know, so flagrantly so many times that at some point it's going to come back and bite your ass. And here it is. And here it is. But here's the deal. If he gets back into the White House, he gets away with it. He gets to get those charges to go away. None of those charges, the meaningful ones, right, are really going to come due, are really going to hit him. None of those chickens are actually going to come home to roost unless he is not president on January of 2025. That is the only way that he will ever see any justice.
Numbers would go up. He'd have his biggest fundraising when you go and take it to the most...
The federal grand jury.
Yeah. I mean, you could spin however you want.
You can spin it however you want. That's a grand jury, motherfucker. Is that they? Is that them? Is that the cabal? Is that the plot? Is that the deep state? Or are they fucking jurors?
Telling you what the American public is saying and what they're thinking. And so what you see is where the Democrats keep going crazy. I've been to 5 of these. I've never seen us more united, and I've never seen the Democrats more divided. I mean, both parties would always look at the other. They all stick together, and the other doesn't. You can't even.
You.
Nominee is this far out, but
I'm sorry. This guy. Look, you are from the party, okay? You are from the party that just had a registered member of it shoot its president. You want to tell me about divided? Go ask Nick Fuentes how united you are. Go ask Charlie Kirk.
But the Democrats actually changed. They changed their primary system so Joe Biden could win and others couldn't run against him.
And if you're in a tough race,
I
think you should tie yourself to Trump.
Look,
you do.
Oh, well, do you think the Democrats would be all the Democrats who are in tight races are saying we don't want Joe Biden on the ticket?
Well, the Democrats have.
Yeah, wait. A lot of them are. That's true. That's actually true, though. That's actually true.
But I've seen the polling and Democrat polling on districts that Biden won by 13 that Trump is now leading by 13 is. I think I see Democrats in Maine in a tight race tying themselves to Donald Trump. Not the question would they tie themselves to Biden. They're trying to cling on to Trump so they could hold on to their seat.
Are you is there any chance you would take a position in the Trump administration?
Look, I don't.
Okay, so yeah. Actually, I can't tell exactly what he's saying, but he may have a point there. Like, they're not in like they want to tie themselves to Trump, but Biden is a loser and everybody knows it. It's a sinking ship. It's going down. And it is very likely from what we're hearing now that there will be somebody else at the top of the ticket as early as next week. So, yeah, no, Biden's like harming down ballot races for sure.
I look, my degree, I have a master's in business. I think I could do a lot in business.
Okay, all right. We will see what happens. Mr. Speaker, thanks for joining me here. It's a great discussion. Really,
always enjoy it.
All right, thank you so much. All right.
The former speaker.
What night are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? One person? No.
Oh my God, I hate the sound.
If you took that stage, you would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage.
So that's Matt Gaetz punking, trolling Kevin McCarthy. And it's interesting because on cable news today, they were having a conversation about, I guess this is the world we live in now, and that you have to do outrageous things like Matt Gaetz does in order to become popular.
But the Republicans coming after.
Wait, I'm sorry. Maybe I don't know. Is he popular? Oh, that's Michael Shore. We have not seen. Oh, no wonder their sound is ass. They're like live on location.
What happened Saturday?
Yeah, he said punking. He said punking.
About
you got punked. You got punked.
We need civility. We need rapprochement. We need to really be kind of on the same page and treat each other with respect. And that was what you saw from Matt Gaetz to his own colleague. They're talking about their unified convention, and that's one of the big pieces of tape to come out of it.
So before we go to Michael's interview, one more clarification. So McCarthy not speaking at the convention, former Speaker of the House for the Republicans. That's a little bit interesting.
But Gaetz is.
I think Matt Gaetz is necessarily wrong. I'm not sure that he'd be that well.
That's what I was saying.
What I was curious about is, so when Matt Gaetz spoke,
that's what I was saying.
Is he correct? Will he be really well received, especially after everybody here knows that he did that to Kevin McCarthy, right? Yeah. And he's very divisive within the party. And we covered the speech, and he was very well received. So Matt Gaetz is more popular.
That's what I'm telling you. Yes, yes.
About that in terms of Republicans.
Well, look, he's more popular. I don't know how popular he is. I get the feeling that the Republicans look at him as a liability at this point. I mean, same thing with George Santos. Remember, at first they did not they did not disavow George Santos at first. It took them a while to realize that this is just a really bad look. Santos can like they were keeping him viable. They were keeping him in there because they don't want to even like there's a lot of Republicans like dropping out, quitting, etc. Gaetz losing Gaetz's seat was kind of a deal in and of itself.
Washington and with the politicians a lot less popular, for sure. So it's an interesting dichotomy. So then Michael caught up with Matt Gaetz. Let's watch.
If he steps down, Vice President Harris possibly.
Why you keep asking it like you're so sure he's going to step down?
I'm not. I have no, but it's certainly a talking point that's out there right now.
They don't even know who their nominee is tens of days from their convention.
Right.
And you're
okay. Several things, right? Motherfucker is plastic, right? He looks like an evil Ken doll. If you're gonna get your face like embalmed in plastic and frozen that way, why would you get it frozen like that? Why would that be your choice? You know how I don't know, anybody ever have that your mom tells you not to make weird faces or else they're gonna freeze that way? This is what happens.
Unprecedented unity here for President Trump.
Indeed, yeah.
I think that's what's important. Look, I just don't know what Democrat we're going to be facing. Right. Okay. I don't know. I don't really care. Okay. This coalition is a durable coalition.
Okay, so wait, was it McCarthy that said he might be on something? I think McCarthy might be right. Is it like a combination of the bad plastic surgery and the whatever he's on?
Clearly. And one thing on yesterday with the former speaker, how'd that feel afterwards?
Oh, I don't think I'm on his Christmas card list anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that was very ironic, right? Yeah. He was talking about it's okay, we're all unified.
Right. And
I'm trying to remember, chat. Was Michael Schur the one? Michael Schur was kind of I don't remember, how right-wing was Michael Schur? I think I remember him as being the most conservative Turk back in the day. Is that right? Does that characterize him?
That's what I'm talking about, the unified Republican Party. And that's why I pointed to the one thing that has been the glaring example of disunity on their side. But anyway, it was...
it doesn't seem like he got that irony.
No, he doesn't. He didn't get the irony. There was nothing subtle about it. And he was a sport to answer our questions. He was.
Yeah, that's what I think of when I think of Matt Gaetz. He's a real sport.
That nobody likes in this building initially when you say you're with the Young Turks. Not always as well received as it might.
I mean, maybe a little bit better now than it would have been back in the day, right?
In your living room, but
it's not that well received in my living room either.
Oh, that's true too. I didn't mean your living room. I guess I meant mine, where it's fine. Actually, not even that well received. Never bad example. But anyway,
wait, was Charlie Kirk hanging out with Jink and Anna earlier? I mean,
he answered the question. It was it was a fun question.
Yeah. Well, you see that I've said this before. There's a couple of Congress people that actually bother to engage with folks. And you might hate them and you might disagree with them. And you might not hate them, you might love them. There's a range of opinions there, but like, so Ro Khanna always engages. He's on the progressive end of the spectrum. Tim Ryan, former congressman, kind of in the middle of the road, populist in his own kind of way, establishment in his own kind of way.
Lost to JD Vance.
Yeah, and lost to JD Vance. And he always engages. Left-wing media, right-wing media, center. So
that's what you get for engaging, I guess.
Generally speaking, if there's a camera, he'll engage. And you might say, hey, that's self-serving.
You're gonna respect that. That's your. He's engaged. This is like DGG saying, hey, you know what, Mr. Girl, he may be a PDF, but at least he's morally consistent. He's a creep 24/7. He's not like.
But at least he's engaging, right? Because and if you don't work in this business, you might be surprised. The great majority of Congress people have no interest in going on camera and no interest in explaining their votes, explaining their policies, explaining anything. They might do it for the local news.
They do for their local media, yeah.
Yeah, but especially right before an election, all of a sudden you'll see them on local radio, local TV, et cetera. But they know they're gonna get super softball questions there, right? Matt Gaetz has come on here and did not get softball questions. Right. Now, I should clarify, other than when Michael just talked to him, hasn't been back on the Yonkers. But at the same time, at least he was willing to come on in the first place, right? We'll give him credit for that. And as we've explained many times, Matt Gaetz awful on many issues, terrible on social issues.
And under an ethical investigation by the House Ethics Committee. Well,
started by Kevin McCarthy.
Who might get the last laugh in this whole.
Yo, is Michael sure? Michael sure does not look super healthy. I literally have not seen him since the long ass time ago, the old school. Like, I have not seen this guy in like years. I mean, I don't know. Has he still been working for the Turks?
Right. But we're fair enough.
Yo.
He's done some anti-corruption legislation that some progressives have worked with him on, and that I really like.
Oh, yo, thank you so much. Wait, it should tell me. Wait, I can figure out who to thank, can I? I should be able to. Oh, thank you, Omega Star. Thank you for the $5 donation to the Keep Body and Soul Together for one more month until hopefully things are a little bit better. Yeah, thank you, Omega Star. That's really nice of you. And thank you to all of Throne Gang. Again, I would not have nearly this nice of a setup if it were not for you. What am I trying to do here? It also puts us forward, what, to 64%? 64% out of 100%. That is 36% away from the sub goal. And if we hit that right now, it's looking like, wait, yeah, I'm guessing, Omega, you're putting that towards MTG. So that is now up at 42%, looking very likely that it would be Marjorie Taylor Greene and her strange noises, her strange throat noises that she's making, that we'd be seeing for the extra bit of content. But that's only if we hit the dono goal. Otherwise, it dono matter. Is that even the least bit funny? I feel like it's not. I feel like it's a bad joke. Complicated character, Jink. Are you up his ass? What are you talking about? He's a creep. Motherfucking creep. Complicated character, complicated historical figure. Please do not say that about like somebody like
massive downsides.
I gotta be quiet. I gotta keep quiet. My roommates need to sleep.
With people, you find out those things.
They need to sleep, chat.
And this is especially difficult for Matt Gaetz, but a little bit less of a cartoon character and a little bit more of a real person. Matt Gaetz almost
fuck off,
right? So he makes it hard on us to engage in that way. But at least he's in the
fuck off, fuck off. Really? Oh, he's getting so much better. Oh, I can almost consider him a human being. Wait, this is Matt Gaetz you're talking about, bro. This is Matt fucking Gaetz. What's up, Vamps?
He's making his case, as absurd as it might be at times, and sometimes, very rarely, but sometimes, a good case on ending insider trading, ending corruption, etc. And I'll always give him credit because he stopped taking corporate PAC money. So on that front, good job. Fair show in America.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships.
All right, let's see what we got next.
Speaking. What night are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? Or one person? No.
Again, chat.
If you took that stage, you would get.
Look, it's true. You'd get booed off of it. Okay, but like I'm showing you this again and again because from what I've told, there are like a lot of different angles of this incident, and you don't really fully grasp the entire scenario until you've seen all of them.
Booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage. What night are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight?
Okay, it's like the same one, right? Just a different camera.
You would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage.
Do you think you'd get booed off stage if you spoke here tonight?
Not at all.
You would not.
100%.
The president, you still talk to him.
Very close, yes.
Why do you think he had to do something like that?
Who?
Matt Gaetz.
Well, it's all about, he had an ethics complaint 4 years ago that he paid an underage girl, and she has come to ethics. And
That's true as well. They're both right about each other. They are both correct.
If I had to lose my job over holding up the law, he tried.
I mean, I can't speak to his claim there, but
I kept government open, and he tried to make a motion to remove me. Now, the Democrats all went along. That's a question for them. But a few days later, Israel was attacked. Could you imagine our troops?
Oh, yeah, it's the Democrats' fault.
Shut down that time. Look, I wouldn't do one thing different.
Do you think the Republican Party is more Kevin McCarthy or is it more Matt Gaetz?
Well, I would hope there wouldn't be another Matt Gaetz.
There's a lot of Matt Gaetz. There's a lot. Look, there's not many Matt Gaetz, but there's a lot of Matt Gaetz, right? There's a great quantity. Quantity is the wrong way to look at it. There's a great amount. There's a great sum. There's a great lump of Matt Gaetz. Like there's a great clump of Matt Gaetz in the Republican Party. That energy pervades the Republican Party. There is definitely more Matt Gaetz than there is Kevin McCarthy. He wasn't asking you for like numbers of like the clones, right? Obviously, your own people, right? If he's asking you like how much of that energy, and yeah, it's definitely more Matt Gaetz than it is Kevin McCarthy.
I mean, paying underage women, the other people who are involved in that are in jail. So, I mean, look, everybody has different people in their party. Unfortunately, Matt happens to be here. I think at the end
Oh my God.
He probably shouldn't be on the streets.
Yeah. Why is he around?
What night are you speaking?
Okay, also, let's pause that because I have a feeling that that's copyrighted music. Let's go to this one.
One who's not coming back, and then the other part that you have, and the other part you have is one person who raised the issue. He's got an ethics complaint about sleeping with a 17-year-old. So that's the way they would go. So that's the biggest challenge we have.
Okay, that's another one.
What night are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? Or one person? No.
I feel like we saw this one already.
Hey, you're not. If you took that stage, you would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage.
We're much more united. I mean, think about that. That was all the Democrats and 8 Republicans. One who's not coming back, and then the other part that you have, and the other part you have is one person who raised the issue. He's got an ethics complaint.
Speaking. What night are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? Or one person? No. Hey, you're not. If you took that stage, you would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage.
Okay, so what you just watched was Congressman Matt Gaetz, obviously Republican congressman from Florida, essentially crashing an interview that former
Okay, so I've heard a theory, okay?
House, Matt Gaetz,
Look, I've heard a theory. Okay, wait, this is the wrong way to...
Kevin McCarthy was...
Yeah, I've heard a theory that the blonder that Anna gets, like the more evil she gets, I don't know.
Doing. And as you can hear from the video, he's essentially taunting Matt Gaetz and First, he starts off by asking, are you going to speak? And he's not slated to speak at the RNC, and then says that McCarthy would get booed off the stage should he have been someone slated to speak today. I don't know how true that is. I do think that there is interesting division within the Republican Party. There are factions for.
Yeah, there are definitely factions. I gotta say, chat, the reason I'm not sticking with that is that, like, I don't know if that's true. She doesn't know what she's talking about, right? Yeah, there's factions in the Republican Party, factions that I do not trust Anna Kasparian to be able to accurately report. If she can't tell you that that freaking Kevin McCarthy would easily get booed off of that stage, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. And I'm done listening to her.
Going into the next 4 months.
Oh, we're much more united. I mean, think about that. That was all the Democrats and 8 Republicans. One who's not coming back, and then the other part that you have, and the other part you have is one person who raised the issue. He's got an ethics complaint about sleeping with a 17-year-old. So that's the way they would go. So that's the biggest challenge we have.
Thank you so much, Mr. McCarthy. Thank you for coming over.
Appreciate you.
What night are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? If you took that stage, you would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage.
I think it shows exactly who Matt Gaetz is.
Do you think you'd get booed off stage if you spoke here tonight?
Not at all.
You would not, because you still have a relationship with the president. You still talk to him.
Very close, yes.
Why do you think he had to do something like that?
He had an ethics complaint 4 years ago that he paid an underage girl, and she has come to ethics. And he came to me to try to leverage me to stop the ethics investigation. That's illegal. I'm not doing that. I kept government open. Think about that. I kept.
Okay.
You're now here on the convention floor. Have you spoken to President Trump since the attempted assassination on Saturday?
I spoke to him the next day, and I will tell you, when he tells the story of literally hearing the bullet go through his ear, and you saw last night, it's a different President Trump. I mean, and the first thing he thought about.
How so?
Well, the first thing he was thinking about is Corey, who lost his life there, and the families that got hurt.
Oh, that's weird. That's so strange. Wait a minute. That's really weird. Why did it take him so long to call the family? Biden was in there with a phone call, and Trump was nowhere to be heard from.
How do you unite America? And how fortunate he was to still have his life. And I watched him last night, even when he was here. You saw him more somber. You see him more disciplined. I think President Trump, as a party, is stronger than he's been in any other time. I think he's more focused and disciplined. And I think he realizes he only has 4 years. But if you think for a moment, how would you have reacted if you'd been shot?
You think so? You think he realizes he only has 4 years? I wouldn't count on it. I would not count on it. He didn't seem to realize that he only had 4 years the first time. He thought that he could get 4 more.
No one can plan that. And you look at what he did. He stood up, make sure that person did not win, and make sure America wins. I think he's probably in his best position right now to serve.
Well, and Trump is obviously known for his divisive rhetoric, things that he said about Paul Pelosi after he was attacked, for example, that people were highlighting. Do you think that changes in light of Saturday?
I hope so. And President Biden saying the bullseye, and you got, when I was in...
Oh, yeah, because those things are totally comparable.
Everybody should pull back. That just doesn't even mean just elected officials, social media, and on there. That we should respect people's opinion. I mean, you look what happened to Paul Pelosi.
Can we start talking about the whining? Donald Trump doesn't talk. He fucking whines. It's a sad song of loser Donald, and I'm sick of hearing it, and I feel like I never hear it called out. He is a whiner. He is an absolute crybaby and a whiner. He is 100% grievance politics all the time. He's 100% in his feels, right? The whole world is treating him unfairly. It's a rigged witch hunt. Oh my God, they are coming to get me. They have gotten in for me. I'm sick of the whining. I'm sick of the fucking noise. Can't he just talk like a human being? Instead, he's got to like whine like a snake.
Gifford, Steve Scalise. Today, a person was just sentenced that tried to kill my son. So it happens so much, and people think it's just elected. No, you've got rhetoric on the social media going, and we've got mentally ill people that take that to a different.
Okay, so like I haven't heard shit from you talking about what Trump's been doing this whole time. I have not heard ever Kevin McCarthy say anything about the fucking, yeah, there is fucking a lot of I would say dog whistly rhetoric. I would say that it's like the difference is, you know, Biden using the metaphor of a bullseye to talk about going after Trump in ads versus Marjorie Taylor Greene using dog whistles to activate stochastic weirdos out there in her parasocial CrossFit fandom.
After what happened on Saturday, I'm told the Trump team reached out to Nikki Haley. They initiated that outreach, and she will be speaking in a primetime slot here tonight. She's obviously someone who on the campaign trail said that Trump was unhinged, diminished, that he wasn't fit for the office. What do you make of the fact that she is getting a primetime spot tonight?
I think that's very important. It shows how united we are. I remember in the Democratic debate what Kamala Harris said about President Biden when they were running. And so you have a campaign, you have different...
Oh my God. Do you really want to talk about this, motherfucker? Do you really want to have this conversation? Because I remember what J.D. Vance said about Donald Trump. He said that he was potentially America's Hitler. You want to talk about what the vice president of each respective party has said about the president? Jesus fucking Christ. Do you really want to get into this, right? Because, yeah, you had Kamala Harris run against Joe Biden. But you had Matt Gaetz straight up comparing Trump to Hitler. I thought that was the naughty no-no thing. I thought it was because they are comparing him to Hitler that they tried to shoot him. As if the Republican, the registered Republican that did the freaking act itself is listening to Joe Biden's fucking words. Come on.
But what you're seeing here, a more united Republican Party. Think back 8 years ago. Ted Cruz wouldn't endorse. Senator Lee was saying no to President Trump. Now you've got Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis.
Ron DeSanctimonious, yes.
United.
I believe Ron DeSantis has said some things about Trump as well.
Like we haven't been in the past.
Is the party itself united, though? I mean, you yourself were the victim kind of the Republican Party, at least on Capitol Hill, being fractured.
Of all the people to make this argument.
Going into the next 4 months.
Oh, we're much more united. I mean, think about that. That was all the Democrats and 8 Republicans. One who's not coming back.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. United Party. United Party. There we go. This, you get it, chat? Do you see what I'm showing you? Does it make sense now? It might have seemed like I was showing you the same clip over and over and over again. All right. Well, when you see it all kind of come together right now there, you see the fucking irony. You see the massive fucking irony
Of the Republican Party, at least on Capitol Hill, being fractured in the House. I mean, what does that look like going into the next 4 months?
Oh, we're much more united. I mean, think about that. That was all the Democrats and 8 Republicans. One who's not coming back, and then the other part that you have, and the other part you have is one person who raised the issue. He's got an ethics complaint about sleeping with a 17-year-old. So that's the way they would go. So that's the biggest challenge we have.
Thank you so much.
There we go.
Appreciate you.
There we go. Let's do one more.
Joining us now live is former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Talk to me about last night. You were here. You had a chance to speak with the president as well, as I understand, the former president. When he walked in and you saw him with that bandage on his ear, what went through your head?
I said I wanted a bandage just like that.
Amazing that he's even alive. And I talked to him the day after the shooting. And I can tell it's a different.
Oh my God, what is going on? What's the fucking background noise there?
He understands the importance of the job that he has. He understands the importance of the timing. But if you listen to him, the number one word he says now is unite. How do you unite the nation? And I will tell you, I've been to a lot of conventions.
Okay, so they're trying to fix the audio.
United Republican Convention. You just go back 8 years ago, you had Senator Lee and Senator Ted Cruz.
Why do you think it's united?
I think a number of different things. You have Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis tonight. I think they look at how far
DeSantis
have gone. The open borders, the inflation, the 13 Gold Star families in Afghanistan. You've been through something that we just...
Wait, I'm sorry. I gotta ask. These are firefighters, right? They're not like fascist shock troops. What is up with those outfits? Jesus Christ. And they got look, this is like the Patrick Bateman, like, SS. What is going on, chat? I have never been more afraid of firefighters than with this, like, right?
Over the weekend as well. I think people now know that this is bigger than themselves, that they've got to find a way to work together if they want to win.
Former Speaker, I hear you say this, but I also know the experience you had with your Republican colleagues.
So I'm not the only one seeing this.
How is that different than what you're seeing here? I mean, it felt like it wasn't united.
Well, remember, that was just 8 Republicans and all the Democrats. So
they have a branded Trump ear bandage. He said the same thing multiple times, right? This is
to be their nominee.
the same.
3% of Democrats.
This is stump speech.
I've never seen the Democrats more divided. And remember, the only reason Matt Gaetz did a motion to vacate is because he had an ethics complaint.
Yeah.
Did you see though? Yeah, this is a good point. Did you see how much the how did you see Matt Gaetz's reaction when Michael Schur brought up that idea of like, well, maybe Biden's not going to be the president though? You know, did you see how he freaked out? I mean, if you need any better indication than that, right? And he's not the only one. Trump's reacted like this. They very much do not want to run against another candidate, be it Kamala Harris or whoever else.
To stop it.
You have gone at
Do
it.
they have a branded Trump ear bandage? That is awesome. Patent that idea quick. Yes.
Matt Gaetz, this incident happened earlier, I think today on the convention floor. Let's roll that video.
Tonight, are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? Hey, you're not. If you took that stage, you would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage.
So first question, obviously you never want an interaction like that, especially an interaction like that in front of media cameras. What do you have to say to Representative Matt Gaetz?
I think it shows exactly.
No, he's going to be like, I think it came off perfectly fine.
Gaetz is.
I love it. I honestly love it, chat. It exposed both of them. It's really good.
Think you'd get booed off stage if you spoke here tonight?
Not at all.
You would not, because you still have a relationship with the president. You still talk to him.
Very close, yes.
Why do you think he had to do something like that?
Who?
Matt Gaetz.
Well, it's all
Who do you think we're talking about, Kevin?
about. He had an ethics complaint 4 years ago that he paid an underage girl, and she has come to ethics. And he came to me to try to leverage me to stop the ethics investigation. That's illegal. I'm not doing that. If I had to lose my job over holding up the law, he tried to utilize that. I kept government open. Think about that. I kept government open, and he tried to make a motion to remove me. Now, the Democrats all went along. That's a question for them. But a few days later, Israel was attacked. Could you imagine our troops?
There we go. There we go. Can you imagine not being able to get 2,000 pounds bombs to Israel so they could wipe out civilians at a fucking industrial rate? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, Kevin? What the fuck?
Not being paid, government being shut down that time. Look, I wouldn't do one thing different.
Do you think the Republican Party is more Kevin McCarthy or is it more Matt Gaetz?
Well, I would hope there wouldn't be another Matt Gaetz in the Republican Party. I mean, paying underage.
No, look. I gotta be real. I said he's talking about the energy. He's not talking about like how many Kevin McCarthys are there and how many Matt Gaetz. Of course, there's only one of either of you, right? But there's a lot of Matt Gaetz energy in the Republican Party, starting with Donald fucking Trump, starting with Trump's troubled relation with one Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who he wished well. He wished the very best to Ghislaine Maxwell, right? She has a safe time in prison. That's right. Yo, chat, this is there's a lot of Matt Gaetz and Donald Trump. Let me just put it that way. There's a lot of that Drake energy hanging around that Republican Party, that Republican convention. That is.
The other people who are involved in that are in jail. So, I mean, look, everybody has different people in their party. Unfortunately, Matt happens to be here. I think at the end of the day, he probably shouldn't be on the streets.
Let's move on to the new ticket, right? You have Senator J.D. Vance, who is going to be second in charge if this election happens and Republicans win. You had given advice to former President Trump. You said, pick Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia.
I mean, look, that anything probably would have been a better selection, right? J.D. Vance doesn't do a lot for him except for whatever the hell he's kissing the ring of Silicon Valley, I guess.
Get rid of your short list. Why did you tell him that?
Well, I look at the map of how to win, right? I've been one of the leaders that have always won seats when Republicans lost and elected the most women, the most minority Republicans since Reconstruction.
California Republicans.
I elected 5 more. I mean, Nancy Pelosi lost her majority in California, 5 in New York, Juan Ciscomani in Arizona, Lori Chavez Dreamer in Oregon. We haven't
know the map
before. So he's got to win one of the 3, Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
He can win Virginia, too. And Glenn Youngkin is very popular. Think about it. He really got the Republicans on the whole issue of education. He stuck that nerve, and I think that'd be a great combination.
Yeah, in case you're not clear on this, like what he's talking about, right? Imagine this, okay? JD Vance gets you Ohio. If you're Donald Trump, you probably already have Ohio. Glenn Youngkin does not necessarily get you Virginia, but Glenn Youngkin could, and oh my God, if Trump gets Virginia, it's going to be a very good night for him. So that's what McCarthy's actually talking about here.
Put a team together. There's probably a place for Glenn in here. There's a lot of great people to run. Don't get me wrong, J.D. Vance is an excellent choice. J.D. Vance is going to do very well.
To your point, what is Senator...
There's Youngkin. There he is. There's Will Monaker, friend of the VOD.
Raised by his grandmother.
Meemaw.
Addiction problems. You tap something different than politics. Join the Marines. Tapped into this
Meemaw.
Voices that haven't been.
You tapped into the hillbillies by insulting their Mountain Dew mouths.
Does it expand your base? Does it get you more votes anywhere?
Well, you know, there's been studies done. Really picking a vice president doesn't matter anymore. And I would say in this election,
I feel like we've already heard this. This is a bit much. This is a bit much here.
this is a race between President Trump's policies and President Joe Biden.
Yeah, you addressed the convention in 2016.
I've done for the last 4
years. Yeah. What do you think the message to Republicans should be and the Americans tuning in tonight?
Well, I think what they should see is this new Republican Party, that they're going to tone it down. They're going to focus on the problem.
And with that, we are done, right? That's, I'm going to have to leave it at that. Just because I can't tell for sure with that music. Is it copyrighted? Is it not? Probably it's copyrighted. So instead, chat, and I'm going to give, okay, so like, where are we at? Let me count it up again. 64% of the way towards the dono goal. That is literally 36% of the way from getting there, right? So what happens if we hit the dono goal? Well, right now it looks like Marjorie Taylor Greene happens. Right now it looks like we would see the Marjorie Taylor Greene clip where she makes weird noises on a hot mic. And that's what's winning right now, right? I count up the totals of the polls, and then I add the dono money, which right now Marjorie Taylor Greene seems to have the most of at the moment. Wait, did I forget to add somebody's? I can't tell if somebody just like forgot to tell me. Hey, if you're out there and you forgot to tell me, right, when you donate, let me know what you want to hear about, right? Because when you donate, you get the ability to add more percentage to the, subject of your choice. And right now, it seems like most people adding it to Marjorie Taylor Greene makes weird noises. It looks like I might have left out some, or just like not got some people's choices. So if that's you, let me know, and I'll add your dono that you already made towards that. You can also donate still, and if we somehow get it to 36%, then we will do that content. We will cover whatever it is that is on the table, on the that's winning. Bad Lefty says testing. Biden has already signaled publicly that Kamala is fit. Oh, we're talking about Biden and Kamala. No. Well, so yeah, here we go. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Wow. I mean, that might be what you hear. It sounds weird though, Premium Rose. I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to say no to what Premium Rose Star is proposing there, right? I can't tell you for sure. There's some weird noises coming out of Marjorie Taylor Greene. I can neither confirm nor deny, but we'll only see that if we end up getting to the sub goal. If we end up getting 36% further, we have come so far, and we could still hit it. It's a long shot, chat. I'll be honest. It seems like a long shot at this point. It's a little late in the game, but we still have one more Matt Gaetz video to watch, and if we can get there in time, then you'll get that extra content. Either that or whatever ends up winning with the totality of the donos, which I add to the percentage that I average from both of the polls in shorts chat and in full screen chat. That's what it's called. I can't remember. Wait, there it is right there, right?
Donald Trump is unstoppable. Elect him president again, and America will be unstoppable too. Meanwhile,
not as unstoppable as that hairline. Seriously, what is up with this guy? He's made of plastic.
Joe Biden's been out of it. Democrats have been hiding the real Biden for years. We saw people in the witness protection program.
So chat, we got some extra high eyebrows here. Unnaturally high eyebrows. Some kind of facelift, some kind of a Botox situation. I cannot tell you exactly what is going on with this man's face, but it has been noted. It has been noted.
More often than we saw unscripted Biden. Under Biden-Harris, America has fallen sicker, lonelier, and poorer. Under Trump, we prospered, we were richer.
He looks like the bad guy from some like 80s high school movie, right? This is the rich kid that is, I don't know. Trying to force the girl to go to the prom with him or something. I don't know.
Inflation was low, and there were two genders.
We have dealt with this so many fucking times, okay? And listen, the more you keep bitching, the more genders we will add. I just added 10 more genders thanks to you, Matt Gaetz. That's 10 extra genders for you to deal with. 10 extra sets of pronouns for you to learn. All right? And every time you complain, we add 10 more genders. So fucking cope and seethe.
Under Biden-Harris, inflation has gotten so bad, you can no longer...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, chat. It's almost like there is a fucking global inflation crisis. There is a global price crisis, right? It's almost like this fucking thing that happened after this giant public health disaster that your fucking guy oversaw and made worse with his shitty response to it. So please, miss me with that.
Senators with cash alone. You have to use gold bars just so the bribes hold value.
This is his only hope, right? This guy's so fucking scandalous. Like, what the fuck is he doing with 17-year-olds anyway that he has to pay them off? That's creepy as fuck. That is creepy as... Yeah, like I said, chat, SEC representing in the MAGA audience. This is a very overrepresented collegiate conference that we're seeing here with the LSU, in addition to the other SEC schools. Anyway.
Oh, the swamp draining will recommence soon, and I will be President Trump's...
Wait, are they going to drain Donald Trump's ear? What are you talking about? What's a swamp draining?
Strongest ally in Congress.
Strongest soldier. There you go. If they keep you around, I mean, look, you're going to be the fucking, Gaetz. Why is he around?
Congress to pass term limits, to stop taxpayer funding for political campaigns, to ban members of Congress for life from becoming lobbyists, and for the same reason...
How about ban you from for Congress from life for being a fucking PDF extension?
You don't let the referee bet on the game. Ban members of Congress from trade.
They brought this creep up here, right? But it goes right along, right? You can't ban Matt Gaetz from the RNC stage if you're not going to ban Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the one who went to Little St. James Island. Donald Trump is the one who got on Jeffrey Epstein's plane multiple times. Donald Trump is the one who wished Ghislaine Maxwell good luck.
Individual stocks.
Donald Trump is the reason that Jeffrey Epstein did not text himself.
before you, the only Republican in Congress who takes no lobbyist money, no PAC money. It's not good for me. I work for you, not them. President Trump.
Not them. There we go. It's them again. What do you call yourself if you only like scrump fries?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there
Based?
are communist invading radicals.
He'll never defund our police, but he will defund foreign aid to countries that hate us. And President Trump understands that if it isn't racist to check ID for a hunting...
Oh, I'm sorry. I think you're wrong about that. I think you're actually wrong about that. Look, I don't know. I can think of one country that Trump's not going to cut funding to that...
license or welfare benefits or a fishing license, then it is okay to demand an ID to vote everywhere in this country in every election that's held. A Democrat congressman recently said that any criticism of Joe...
I feel like we have not seen this much tooth in like a long time. Everything though, chat, he looks like he's an edit. He looks like he's some kind of Photoshop digital edit. Do you see what I'm saying, chat? Because it's not just that, like, look, his eyebrows are absurd. All right, that is just too fucking much, right? He does look like a cartoon. Or not even a cartoon, like a Pink Floyd. You know what I'm talking about? The Pink Floyd animation from The Wall? Like, he looks like the talking asshole or something from the Pink Floyd anime. Like, he's creepy as fuck. That's what it reminds me of. I couldn't remember it until just now. And it dawned on me. It dawned on me, right? He's the talking asshole. From the Pink Floyd, from The Wall. That's him. That's him right there. But it's not just his eyebrows, chat. It's his, like, lips. I mean,
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I guess this is how a botched facelift works. Is that maybe I haven't seen one before? I have not seen one this botched. I haven't not seen this one. Like, he just, like, everything is just like pulled up, but it's at the exact same proportion. It's fucking wild. This guy is a literal fucking demon over here. Look at him.
Biden is ableist. I don't think it's too much to ask that the American president...
Look, don't look, I'm trying not to be ableist here, okay? Come on.
...be able to do the job.
I'm gonna start throwing those chud logic words around if you're not careful.
Kamala Harris isn't able to do any job. She was appointed border czar. Appointing Kamala Harris to oversee the border is like appointing Bernie Madoff to oversee your retirement plan.
The fuck? The fuck?
President Trump has shown the world what he is made of.
Or like appointing Matt Gaetz to be your babysitter. You see how easy it is?
And now we will show the world what America is made of by having his back.
Pedophiles? Is that what you're going to show us? Is that what you're going to show us, Gaetz?
And how about the choice President Trump made for a running mate?
Silicon Valley representing.
JD looks like
venture capital in the VP.
A young Abraham Lincoln.
I was going to say an old Will Miniker.
But he's from Ohio, like General Grant. And like General Grant, JD Vance knows how to fight.
Yeah, except that General Grant would spit in his fucking face.
So they can run Biden from the nursing home, Harris, George Clooney, Robert De Niro, whoever they want to run. We are on a mission to rescue and save this country.
We're going to run Hulk fucking Hogan. We're going to run the most hated wrestler amongst his fellow wrestlers in all of the WWE.
And we ride or die with Donald John Trump to the end. Thank you all so much. Thank you for having my back.
Whoa, what's that hand doing there? What's that hand? Where's that hand coming from? That's is that a Roman salute? What's going on there?
Let's go get him. President Trump, he'll never defund our police, but he will.
Okay, I think we saw this part. I think this is what. Well, so it was short and sweet. So he was allowed to speak, right? Not as much as Donald Jr., not as much as JD Vance, but enough for us to get a good sense of the work that he's had done. Enough to say that I really don't like it. I would not recommend the surgeon. This is like, I want to know the surgeon just so, I mean, like, not that I would have money to get work done, chat, but I just like, if I did, this is not the surgeon that I would go and see. This is not the surgeon that I would want to talk to. Anyway, chat. What's up, Thomas Jerome Newton? The guy bought a timeshare in Berlin bunker. Yeah, in the Berlin bunker. JD and DJ are gonna, Donald John is that are gonna have so much fun together. I mean, look, they got like I said, there's a lot of Matt Gaetz in the Republican Party, and it starts with Donald J. Trump himself. Very similar, those two. Probably some similar interests. Probably could go get pizza together sometime. Hey, if you're gonna fucking use that reference, then I'm just gonna turn it right around on you, aren't I? Anyway, chat, we are almost out of time here. I don't know. I wanted to do a little bit more content, but our dono goal is only up to 64%. And this is the, you know, I went past the end a little bit just so we could see what's up with Matt Gaetz, because we hadn't taken a look at him. I'd heard about this. I'd been told about this, but it didn't like reach out to me the way that, oh my God, what is it called? Governor Justice and baby girl, the bulldog, baby dog, the bull girl, the bulldog girl, the girl bulldog, the governor of West Virginia and his pet, right? That was what I was here for. That was what I really cared about. That was what I needed to see. Is like Boss Hog get up there and show us his pet bulldog, and well, that was special. That was really the chunky pup, right? The chunky pup. I am glad I got to see baby dog, if nothing else. But yeah, we had that dono goal. We're still 36% off from there, so it looks like we're gonna have to leave these things for later, but. Hey, Gabby, I got your miss me with that. I think I did get you a miss me with that there. I don't always, wait, what am I'm supposed to be pressing the button? This button? Oh no, it turns it back on. It turns it back on, and we don't want to see that again. And we've seen enough of Matt Gaetz. We understand what's going on. We understand the drama. We know what's going on a little bit between him and McCarthy. We at least got a good glimpse and a good sense of what was going on and how fucking ironic that shit was. The way that Matt Gaetz approached him, the timing of Matt Gaetz approaching him, proving wrong his statement that the Democrats were the ones with party disunity and the Republicans, for once, were together. Yeah, and then you got this guy coming up and saying, "Are you speaking? When are you speaking? Are you speaking? You know they'll boo you off the stage. They don't want to see you. They want to see me. They want to see Matt Gaetz." And they're not going to do any cancel culture just because of those accusations involving a motherfucking 17-year-old, right? They're going to let those slide. If you're a Trump supporter, that shit can slide. But being Kevin McCarthy and slipping out of the favor of the most radical of the Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, and company, that will get you fucking canceled in the Republican Party. So we got to see it tonight, and that's how it goes. That is sometimes how it goes. Rosie O'Donnell, wait. Oh, you loved it? Nice. She got photos of him over the last several days? Oh, okay. Do we need to see him from earlier? Somebody's gotta have this. Somebody's like 100% gotta have this, right? There's Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way. Matt Gaetz. Aren't we still kind of waiting on... Oh, he looks a little bit like Siegfried and Roy? Yeah. Oh, that's Marjorie Taylor. And Matt, what the fuck? Whoa. Whoa. He looks like a Horton, here's a Whoville. Here we go. Ooh, I didn't think of Liberace, but yo, do you remember this guy? This is the, wait, this is the You Are a Pirate guy. This is the guy from You Are a Pirate. And that fits perfectly for Matt Gaetz, because I always thought there was something kind of creepy about that show. Anybody else? Anybody else get a little creeped out by Lazy Town? You know what I'm saying, chat? You know what I'm saying? You get a little creeped out there. You get a little weirded out. You're like, what exactly is going on here, Mr. Pirate? What exactly is going on here, Robbie Rotten and Sporticus? Can you back off just a smidge? Just back off the children just a smidge. Matt Gaetz, can you back off the 17-year-olds just a smidge? Just a smidge. That's all I'm asking. So Housewives, their first season. Housewives, their 5th season. There we go. There's something about, oh my God, I don't even know. Oh my God, shit. Damn. There's so much good shit here. Wait, chat. I mean, I guess this is a good way to look at it as either. What do you think, chat? Like, I kind of gave you like a choice. Or no, I did. I mean, like, I showed you a choice. That's what I did. I showed you a choice. And like, you know, we can look at it like this. Right? But I kind of prefer looking at it like this. I don't know, chat. I will definitely use the overlay for that, but I'm almost thinking that works better for prepared content. And then like reaction, I like to be able to do my thing and just kind of go back and forth like that. Like that. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's nice. It's decent. Matt Gaetz looks like the second image, yeah, of the Animorphs cover, but what is he turning into, chat? What is he turning into? There he is there. We see him getting in the ear of one Kevin McCarthy. Stewie Griffin. Oh my God. Robbie Rotten. Beavis and Butthead. Oh no, it's Uncle Leo. It's Uncle Leo. There's McCarthy once again. What a goober. Oh shit, chat. I forgot about this. I forgot. There's Matt Gaetz again. Although, honestly, I think that Donald Jr. kind of looks like this guy. Just a little bit. Just a teensy tiny. I can't speak tonight, chat. Liberace. We're starting to repeat ourselves a little bit. Gaetz just got a little carried away with the Botox before his one big speech. True. There he is again, looking kind of like a gangster. Wait, is this Jim Jordan? Speaking of sussy bakas. Speaking of sussy bakas, a slice of moldy bread is trying to get more likes than Matt Gaetz. I mean, you might get it. Oh God, Kimberly Guilfoyle. Remember this? Oh no, it's Kimberly Guilfoyle. Where have I seen Kimberly Guilfoyle, and how is it in a nightmare? Oh, there's more Matt Gaetz's if you want. Oh no, it's Ollie London. Yo, chat, that's the other that I haven't noted. Yeah, Ollie London. Oh no, there's the diagrams for the facelift. Oh geez, he's trying to look like a Vulcan. He's trying to be Spock, but he's not rocking the Spock. Oh my God, no. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's so many memes, chat. So goddamn many memes. Eddie Munster. Mac to not. Wait, what is this guy? This is the racist dude, right? This is the racist rapper guy. Do you guys remember this dude? Like, he looks very chill, but he's trust me, he's fucking racist as fuck, this guy. Most racist McDonald's mascot ever, all right? I heard they had to get rid of this guy because he was too racist. He would do covers of, like, rap but like change the lyrics into just like pure racism. Not my favorite rapper. Me complaining I have no social life when in reality I love staying at home and Skeletor. Oh, that's who that is. Wait, how does this have to do with... Why is this here? Why is this showing up? Why are we seeing Skeletor? This has nothing to do with Matt Gaetz, as far as I can tell. Republican male. There's Robbie Rotten again. Max Headroom. Oh, that's a new one. Okay, okay. The Max Headroom. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What do you think, chat? Is this like at all similar? Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my fuck. Oh, this is the Jack Nicholson Joker. This is the Jack Nicholson Joker. I forgot. Horny Be Gone, aka Matt Gaetz. X'd it out. Okay, well, oh god, I forgot about these two. I really did. Okay, you know what? Enough. I think we're good, chat. I think we're good. Look, we tried so hard. We got so far, but at the end, I mean, we still had fun, right? We still had a bit of fun tonight. Nonetheless.
And President Trump understands.
Stop. Stop. Okay, we're done with you and President Trump. No, Max Headroom was a character? Wait, what did I say Max Headroom was? The post... Wait, what's the Breeze's brother doing here? I feel like we're good. I feel like we're really good. All right. Look, we got over 30,000 views tonight. We got over 1,164 votes in the shorts chat. Not nearly enough in the full scale chat, but I don't know. Chat, I'm a little bit concerned by this, right? Because, like, you know what happens, right? When I do full scale chat and shorts chat, which apparently YouTube really wants me to do. YouTube's been incentivizing people to do like the short stream and like a full scale stream, right? But they do this weird thing where what they do is whichever stream I do second, they show it first, right? And so it's kind of like all the promotion, I think, for the first stream ends up going to the second stream, and the second stream is the shorts. And I know that like most, you know, like a lot of people want to be in the full scale stream, but you just end up in the short stream nonetheless. So I'm trying to think of what to do, like to fix that, because it's just kind of like, it's like it pulls enough away from the full scale stream that it doesn't get going and it doesn't start like bringing more people into it like it should. I mean, it gets made up for in the shorts, but it's a different kind of stream. It's a different kind of stream. If I look at my average view duration, people are watching for a lot longer in the full stream screen than they are in the short stream. But obviously, we got 154 likes. That is kind of impressive. Kind of impressive nonetheless. So yeah, thank you to everybody out there in Thumb Gang, everybody who liked the stream. Remember, oh my god, do we really only have 47 likes though? That's weird. 74 votes and 47 likes. Hey, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please do that. It helps me out immensely. And look, I'll be honest with you, short stream getting likes helps out during the stream, but the full scale stream getting likes helps out more after the stream. So if I want my videos to get watched by like other people, if I want the VODs to go out and reach another audience, right? We definitely got to get those likes up. So yeah, it's just like it sucks all the juice out of the full scale stream for some reason. But really, I just
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I just want you to be in whatever stream is best for you, whatever stream you like best. So, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. But yeah, we almost got there. We're 36% away from the dono goal at the end of stuff, and I gotta call it now. All right. It would have been Marjorie Taylor Greene making weird noises. Instead, we're gonna have to hold that off till another day. So sorry about that. Maybe better luck next time. When is the next time, right? Because I feel like I should take some time off after this. Okay, we'll make a plan to take some time off, right? On tomorrow, but I can't look. It might be different, right? There might be maybe Biden drops out. Maybe Biden drops out. Stop and smell the roses, touch the grass, all that other good stuff. Yeah. Well, good to see you, Link Retro, and thank you to everybody over in Twitch gang. Thank you to the Throne gang, right? Again, the whole reason that the stream setup is as nice as it is because of viewers like you crowdfunding items like this on Throne, right? My background, my microphone, my whole sound setup is furnished for me by the Throne gang. So thank you everybody over at Throne. If you want to make the stream better, go over there and take a look and see what you think would make the stream better. Like, let's say that you want more videos, maybe the speed editor would be something to donate to, because that makes it quicker for me to get editing done, at least theoretically. If I ever have time, yeah, maybe I'll have some time tomorrow to do some editing. That could be a cool thing. That could be a very cool thing. But good to have you all in chat again tonight. Again, thank you to the Patreon gang. Patreon, you help me hold it down. It honestly, like, thank you to everybody who supports me in whatever way you do. And even if that's just with your thumbs, the thumbs are super important. And if you haven't liked the stream, the full scale stream yet, here, let me just go over here. All right. I'm gonna send this to, maybe Shorts can help them out. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe Shorts is busy. Maybe Shorts has got other better things to do. But if you're in Shorts, you could go over and like the full scale stream. If you could, that would help me out a lot, because past a certain level is sort of what we need to get to be able to get YouTube to recommend it to other people. And when it's like 48 likes, YouTube is just like, nope, it's a shitty stream. So if that's not how you feel, make sure you leave a like. If you're gonna do a vote, you might as well leave a like. That's all that I ask, right? You can vote in both streams anytime you want to. There's nothing I can do to stop you, but all that I ask is that you leave a like on the way out, on the way in, when you're voting in the other version of the stream. That helps me out immensely, all right? So thank you to everybody out there in Thumb Gang who does that. And yeah, thank you to everybody out there supporting me in whatever way you do. It means a lot to me, and it's only through all of you that I'm able to do what I do, come to you with more content. I feel like we beat Trump. I feel like we beat Vance. I feel like we beat the RNC. Enemy defeated. Enemy defeated. I mean, X to doubt is, you could say that about that too, but we had some fun at the very least. So come back again for more fun. I will probably be back to you on Saturday, I'm guessing, if not tomorrow. What am I looking at? Since Matt Gaetz is trending, who is this? Marjorie Taylor Greene? And
I'm so excited. I mean, everyone thinks you're crazy. I don't think you're crazy. People think you're a pedophile. I don't think you're a pedophile at all. I don't think.
Oh, this is so good. This is a good note to end on.
They're totally false. Oh my God.
Is that Walter Matheson?
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
I can't. Is that Walter Matheson? It is.
I don't think you're crazy. People think you're a pedophile. I don't think you're a pedophile at all. I don't think he's a pedophile at all. The charges against him are totally false. They're totally false.
Totally false, chat. Totally false. There's no substance to those charges. Anyway, thank you to the mods. Thank you to the mods, and thank you to everybody else. I will try to be back on Saturday. unless anything comes up on Friday, and then you'll see me then as well. But yeah, we're working hard, chat. I had a really rough June and I get paid like a month behind, right? Is my whole deal. So because of that, I'm trying to work really hard this month to make sure that August and everything after. Hey, that sounds like an album. That sounds like an album title, huh? Doesn't it? August and everything after. August and everything after is not such a dangerous, scary sort of eating only rice and beans type of time, because I don't want to be stuck in this space anymore. So yeah, thank you to everybody who donates, especially those who are donating either on Throne or on any of the links down in the description. That PayPal and the Cash App link, that is a way to sort of get the money directly to me and not have me paid like a month behind, which is how YouTube does it and how Twitch does it. So that's why I'm getting the June money this month, and it's a little bit less than what I need to survive on, honestly. But hopefully, like I said, August and everything after is looking pretty damn good. So yeah, you've seen me working pretty hard this month, and the stream is growing, the community's growing, the channel's growing, everything is looking good. Everything is especially looking good here. Much love to everybody. I am going to get off and I'm going to go to sleep, and I'm going to rest for once. I'm going to relax, hopefully tomorrow, and be back at you again probably Saturday with more content. Until then, you all have a good night, and honestly, take care of each other, all right, as much as you can. As much we see people out there struggling, you know, as much as you can. Try to be there for each other, right? In whatever way you can, in whatever way you can show up, because this is a difficult time, I think, for a lot of us. And so the more you know, together we can be, the more we can have each other's back, the easier it's going to be to deal with all this, because holy shit, is it getting scary out there. And sometimes all we have is each other. So have each other's back, and much love.